Now, welcome to Sunday stream. Uh-oh, hold up. This better work. Yeah, YouTube better not be playing with me. All right, looks like the stream is working. Hello. Welcome to Sunday's live stream. I hope everyone's having a great Sunday. Got my notification. Okay, everything's going good. Mic is good. I mean, it's my laptop's mic, but audio's good. Let's just do a few. Let me do some troubleshooting and make sure everything is good. But I got my alert, so I should be live. Yep, I am live. All right. Let me see who's going to join today. Welcome to Sunday's live stream. It's a bit darker in here because Mimi needs to sleep. I don't want to disturb her too much. Let's put here. Where's the chat? Hey Mel, how are you, sis? Welcome to the chat. Didi, hey cousine, ça va? I hope everything's good. We need to talk. Je dois parler avec toi. So I'm gonna message you. After the live stream, I'll message you. And we're good. Dom and I, Mimi's doing great. She is sleeping now. She went to daycare yesterday, so she's tired. But Evo, je vais parler avec toi. I need to talk to you about something. Nothing crazy, but good news. Yeah, so I hope everybody's doing good. Julia, how are you? You said, can't believe I'm this early. I can't believe I'm this early too. Glad you could join. Some girl, you said, hi, I keep missing the live stream. No, it's not your fault. It's me. You're not the problem. It's me. It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Look at me singing Taylor Swift after I drug her in her case study. But yeah, it's me. It's my time. My time is always weird. Sometimes I'll come earlier, later. Unfortunately, I can't have I know it's hard because I should have like a standard schedule. I know I remember a few months ago someone they got into me on that, a comment. There was a comment asking me about a consistent schedule, and I feel bad about that all the time because I do want to give that to you all. But every time I make a schedule and I say, oh yeah, I'm gonna go live at this time, it never happens, and it's because my life is too unpredictable sometimes. One thing I can say though is I will be live. That I can promise. But at what time, it really depends. Like, for example, today I really wanted to go live at 11:30, but I couldn't because I was still editing the Maze Lee for the members. And guess what? It's loading right now. I'm waiting for YouTube to just do the copyright checks. But I had to spend all morning kind of editing, and that takes up a lot of time. So yeah, so anyways, I'm glad you made it, and I'm sorry if you keep missing lives. I will let you guys know that, like, I will go at least I go every weekend for sure. I'll let you know if I don't or if I won't, and usually if I won't, I'll try to accommodate and make it earlier. And then I'm gonna start adding the weekly or weekday like midweek streams on Wednesdays. I actually did enjoy the other day when we had our live stream. It's good to kind of have that midweek like kind of I guess roll up, I guess. And especially if there's some news happening and stuff like that and things that we want to talk about. I guess midweek check-in. And then members only, sometimes you guys will get live streams. It'll be like twice a month. I just haven't like coordinated that yet. But anyways, point is that, I go live. Unfortunately, I don't have a time. So some days it might be earlier than others. Some days I'll pop in like 8 o'clock in the morning. That might happen actually in the future. So just stay tuned for that. Miri, how are you, sis? Yeah, you're perfect for us neurospicy sisters. It's so interesting because I'm so neurodivergent, and it's interesting because I never knew I was. I thought I was normal, y'all. I thought this was normal behavior until I got tested. Well, I should say until I got married, because remember, my family is all neurotypical. Even though some have not gotten diagnosed, I can almost guarantee you 100% sure they are neurotypical because it comes from my daddy. He's very extremely neurodivergent, and my mom is too. So to be quite honest, I believe both of them are on the spectrum, but they're old, and maybe one day we'll get tested. They are open to it, which is really awesome. Maybe one day we can get them tested to finally see what it is. But for sure, my daddy is 100%. That's where I got my ADHD from. I can almost tell you guys, like, he's hallmark ADHD. So growing up in a neurodiverse household, I'm thinking I'm normal. And then when I met somebody who's not, well, he's also neurodiverse, but in another way, on the opposite end of the spectrum, that's when he was like, telling me this is not normal. No, no. And I'm like, what? People don't act like me. This is chaotic for y'all. This is disorganized. I thought this was normal life. Welcome. I thought it was just a black thing. I'm being honest. I really thought it was a black thing. And then come to find out, it's actually an ADHD thing. And it's a neurodiverse thing. And so, yeah. So I'm glad that it's working out for you neurotypical folks, because hell, I'm like 100% neurotypical, even though I really was in denial for many years. I couldn't believe it because, again, I thought I was normal. You said, I'm getting ready for an event for a friend's sister and her brand anniversary party. Ooh, welcome. Oh my God, congratulations to her. That's awesome. It's free and I promise. So I also been trying to get out since the breakup and being mom's main caregiver. Girl, go have your fun. Please go have your fun. This stream will still be here. Go and have fun. Congratulations to your friend's sister for her brand anniversary party. That's amazing. I don't think people really realize how hard it is to keep a brand and also to have, like, those milestones. It is very difficult to have a brand and to have, like, a business. And so the fact that she's celebrating an anniversary, even if it's the first one, that's amazing, because a lot of companies and businesses, they don't even last that long. Like, I think the shelf life is like 1 to 2 years. So that's an amazing accomplishment. Congratulations to her. Shout out to her, and shout out to you too for going out there, having fun, even with the breakup and being your mom's caregiver. That's a lot of work. And so and a lot of responsibility on your shoulder. I know taking care of parents is hard. I haven't even done it yet, and I already know, like, I do it to a certain extent financially, like, as far as I'm not giving them money, but like, as far as like, they're pretty self-sufficient, but as far as like helping with their administrative things, that's what I do, my sister and I do, and that's already really hard. So imagine having to actually physically take care of them. So shout out to you for being able to do that and have fun. Please go have fun, girl. Have your fun. Ooh, I hope I say your name right. And it looks very beautiful. I love your name. How it's spelled. Kaisis. I hope I said it right. Beautiful name, by the way. And shout out to you. Hello, hello. Cece, how are you, sis? Hope you're doing well. You said an ex, Miri, you said an ex suspected he may be ND, but he wasn't interested in getting tested at all. He was like, what help is there for adults? Mind you, I'm late ADHD and have found therapy for it. People make all types of excuses. They make all types of excuses. I will say though that, like, he at least he recognizes that he has it, so that actually there's a level of awareness, so that's good. I think the awareness is the first step, but getting people to get tested is hard, especially like, and I can see it on one end because some people may, it depends on the resources, right? So I can speak from a privileged background because I live in a country where I didn't have to pay for that. We have pretty good resources for people who have mental health issues. Even if you don't have insurance at your job, like, as far as I know, there's like a lot of ways you can get tested. It might take a while, but they do have testing for ADHD that's covered through our health plan, our universal health plan, because it is a medical issue. And I can say that for some people it might be financial, for some people it's pride, for others they just don't see the problem. They're like, well, I've been able to navigate my life this way for this long, so if it's an issue, then I guess it is what it is, right? So I'm actually glad that you are not with that person, because somebody with ND undiagnosed, it gets worse over time as it progresses. Your brain, starts to decline, as you guys all know, as you age, right? And so mentally, it is very hard to deal with someone who is undiagnosed. Like, those mental health issues, they ramp up as you age. And that's why we're seeing a lot of people, you would think like some people say, oh, he just snapped or she just snapped. It's not just snapping. It's just years of undiagnosed mental issues. So I hope that in the future he does get help, because hell, I feel bad for whoever ends up with him. That's gonna be a struggle. Struggle. 7th year. That's amazing. Shout out to her. Tell her happy brand anniversary. Keep going. 7 years is amazing. That's amazing. That's like she over she literally like how can I say it? She's past the threshold pretty much of like she pretty much accomplished so much. Like there's not many people. She's in a small minority of people who actually have a successful business. So shout out to her. Shout out to your friend. I love to hear when especially when women are in business or when women have even careers, when you have hit those milestones, it's such a successful thing because, years ago we wouldn't even be able to be in this position. So I'm always proud of people for that. Hey Rose, how are you, sis? How are you? All right, let's get started, y'all. We got a lot. Oh Lord, today is a crazy day. Let's start with where we left off yesterday because I know I had promised that we're going to watch a light skin, dark skin video by Dr. Michelle Graff. I believe she changed her last name to her husband's last name. Daff. Let's finish watching that because we got a lot to talk about today. We're going to talk about Project Esther. We're also going to cover Venus and Serena's interview. We'll leave that towards the end because, we're going to hit some heavy topics today. I'm going to try to mix the light and light and also dark topics as well. I guess Venus's marriage is not light, but I mean, it's not as heavy as the other topics we're going to cover. I might try to look for another palette cleanser. I know these days it's been really difficult because there's just been a lot of negativity out there. So I'm trying to balance both and, kind of give solutions instead of just fear mongering, right? Not only that, but there's also, I wanted to talk about AI too, but not this week. I think we'll leave AI for next week. And some of our Sunday topics as well, like we're gonna revisit watching van life, watching different people around the world and how they've been able to manage, and also some more lighthearted things mixed in with the heavy stuff. So yes, both, balance of both. You said I'm good, I'm working, I'm at work getting off in 40, but it's so cold in here. Wait, where? Oh my God, I hope you have a sweater. I heard it's minus 14 in some areas on the East Coast. Like y'all freezing. In Orlando, there's like a freeze, like a cold front, but it's like really cold where they thought it was gonna snow. Y'all going through it on the East Coast, so I can't even say nothing. Like, yeah, please stay warm. Stay warm as warm as you can. I know the weather's not good. Case, you said, I love all your case studies. They're very insightful. Keep up the great work. I'm leaving my like and will be back for the replay since I'm on my way to a family function. Oh, thank you so much, sis. And you're welcome. Thank you. And yeah, any support is great. Even if you can't stay, I appreciate everything, y'all, because, it's not just for me, it's for y'all too. And I also want people to feel heard, seen, and have that space for it. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And have fun at your family function. Make sure they don't act too crazy though, but have fun. Yeah. Lupus, you said yes, I'm proud of her. She's also a lupus warrior. Woo woo! You need to drop her brand here. What kind of business does she do? Please let me know. If you guys want me to shout out people's brands, let me know. I don't have a problem doing that. She's a lupus warrior. Let me know. I mean, if she's okay with that, obviously ask her, but lupus warrior, I'm all for it. All for it. The fact that she could do that and have an autoimmune disorder, that's amazing in itself. So yeah, shout out to you. Shout out to her. And it just makes you feel like you get motivated when you hear stories like that, because then it makes you, that's why I said I like to celebrate people who do so many great things and who accomplish a lot, because then it motivates you to want to do more and to also, support them as much as possible. Drop her info when you get a chance, probably next week. Let me know if she wants me to drop her info. That would be great. I love to support as much as I can, right? Even just shouting her out. Imani, how are you, sis? Welcome to the live stream. All right, y'all. We gonna get to the nitty gritty. You said, oh, of course, natural skincare. She doesn't bring up the lupus so much in the brand, but yeah, no. Send me her info. You're on the Discord, right? Send it to me on Discord. I promise I will read the message. Just DM it to me. I will read the message and let me know her brand. You could even say it right here. Okay, perfect. You did. We are crowned. Okay, let's we gonna shout sis out right now because she's been in the business for 7 years. Let me pull it up. Hold on, we're gonna pull up the browser, and then we're gonna pull up the window capture, and then I'm gonna make myself smaller here. Ooh, wait. Oh gosh, I disappeared. Oh my gosh, guys. Okay, hold on. I'm coming back. No, don't tell me I disappeared. Okay, wait, I'm coming back, y'all. I'm coming back. Uh-oh. I must have drugged too far. Okay, how can we do this? Okay, I got myself back. Oh, Lord. Technology these days. Okay, let's do this. Let's make myself smaller. Okay, here we go. We're going to shout her out right now. We are crowned. I love the name, by the way. I love the name. Let's help support this sister here. Okay, we are crowned. No E in crowned, by the way. Okay, we are, hold on. Let me read it properly. Hold on. I got to get the comment here. We are crowned with no E. Okay. Here we go. That's beautiful here. Okay, first of all, I love the website. Very beautiful. I'm a very aesthetic. I love when people have really nice websites. It's beautiful already. So hold on, let me put it up, move to the top. Okay, here we go, so we can see everything. All right, let's see what sis got going on. 20% off. So you can sign up to receive 20% off your first order and exclusive access. That's amazing. Oh, that picture's gorgeous. Confidence is a stain you can't wipe off. This looks really good. Hold on. Oh, it's in Canadian because I'm in Canada. But I'm happy. The prices are actually really affordable. This is affordable. Hold on. Body butter. Hold up, sis. I'm going to need the order. Matter of fact, I'm going to order. I ain't going to lie to you. Let me bookmark this. I'm really dead serious. Body oil. Okay. She got body oil, nourishing body oil. Oh, this looks amazing. And let me tell you something. I ain't even gonna lie. Like, I need stuff for my skin. So I'm definitely going to be buying from her 100%. And it's very affordable. This doesn't look like it, and it looks really good. It doesn't look too, it's not too pricey. For me anyways. I know I'm speaking from another standpoint. But for me, $9 is nothing. So she also has roll-on oil. Okay. Yes, y'all go support her, y'all. We are crowned. I'm going to buy something. Wait, hold on. She has hair products too? Okay, not yet. Tell her. Let me tell you something. Tell your friend's sister, if she has products for locks, I'm all in. Like, I've been really trying to get good products. I've started using Pattern Beauty by Tracy Ellis Ross. That's been working. I tried Carol's Daughter. I don't know. Something about the Carol's Daughter formula ain't doing it for my hair. I don't know what it is. I think it's too heavy for me. I don't have thick hair, right? So my hair is pretty normal. But it doesn't work for me. Carol's Daughter does not work for me. So tell her if she gets the hair products, I'm going to be her #1 customer because I need somebody, I need really good hair products. If y'all could recommend some for locks, that would be great. Let me see what else. Body butter. I really love the body butter, y'all. And she even has the scent here, like the sample sizes. Okay. All right, y'all. Well, this is it. We are crowned. She's been in the business for 7 years. Lupus warrior. I love her story already. I'm loving the soap. Soap too. Okay, yeah. I'm going. You done sent it to the right person. I need a body scrub too. That's what I'm saying. So it's good. I'm glad that you shouted her out because hell, I'm not gonna lie to you. I need these products. I ain't gonna lie to you. Turmeric body scrub. I'm on that. Because I don't have body butter. It's hard to find really good products. And I hate buying things without trying it first. But then the thing is, even when I try them, when I get them at the store, and even, I'm talking about the good products too. I'm not even talking about cheap stuff. I be going to good, they never do it for me. And I feel for me personally speaking, I would rather support your friends because I know she probably got all the skin stuff for our skin, right? So it's really hard for me to support a lot of brands because they don't have like things that are catered to our skin because our skin texture is different, right? So I really love what she's doing. I love the work. I'm already loving the product. I'm definitely going to be buying one of the body butters, and I love the creme brulee smell. I'm pretty sure it smells really divine. I like creme brulee smell anyways. Y'all let me, wait, sis, let me know which one is the best smell. Coconut? I don't know. I'm going to have to choose one. Anyways, I'm going to buy it right after the stream. And I'm going to buy I want the butter. And I also want the roll-on, the body, hold on, she got body oil. I need some body oil, y'all. Tell your friend to get some hairspray, the hair mist. I need some because the one I bought, it's okay. I don't mind it. I got it from Sephora, but I want a different, they didn't have a lot of scents that I actually liked. And so I really want to like tell her to expand to add the hair mist, because you know when you have dreads sometimes, like especially like if it's wet and stuff, or like you know they're like it's easy to get mold on your dreads or your locks. So that's why I always have to air dry and halfway air dry and then blow dry. But then I don't want it to smell like my hair products all the time. Like it be smelling like my hair products, and so I need that body mist. So yeah, I mean the hair mist. Let your homegirl know, get the hair mist, okay? Hair mist. Tell her to produce that. And the hair products. We need the hair products here. And then we'll be A-okay. But for now, I'm going to stick to the body oil and the body butter. And you guys can check it out. We are crowned. All right. Let me see. You said that's her in the photo. What? That's her skin? Skin is skinning. And you can choose your base. Yep, she makes lightweight because she doesn't like heavy oils on her skin. Yeah, and that's the problem I have. It's like all of the commercial products are so heavy. Heavy, even on hair. And it's really hard because all of the products that's catered to black women, they're all heavy. And I'm like, not all of us have thick hair. I don't have thick hair like that. So it's like whenever I use heavy products, it's and my skin is very sensitive. So I literally only use one like, you know, face wash for my face, and that's it. And it's a Korean brand. But I don't have like for body, even like lotion, I have to be particular about my lotion. I have to be particular about everything. And it's so hard to find brands because again, there's so many brands out there and you don't know which one is best, which one is not. So thank you for recommending her. I will definitely try. And I love to try new products. Y'all should see my bathroom. My bathroom sink is full of products. Dom always gets on me for that. But hell, I got to try everything. I need to try to see what can work for me. But shout out to your friend and tell her she will be seeing my purchase very, very shortly. Deja Rue, you said, are her products eczema sensitive, skin friendly? I'd love to try. Yes, fine. I think they should be because she has lupus. But yeah, if you can confirm that, that would be great. That would be great. And shout out to sis. I love it. I'll put hold on. Can I put it in the chat? The website? Can I copy it? Oh, well, you put it here, but I'm going to pin it I'm going to pin your comment. wearecrowned.com. wearecrowned.com. Okay, here we go. Oh, oops, I spelled it wrong. Hold on, let me remove this message. My bad, y'all. Okay, we are crowned without the e.com. Okay, there we go. This one's here, and then I'll pin it up here. You said, I believe they are because she has a relative that has eczema and she keeps that in mind. It may just be one product, but I will confirm. Yeah, definitely confirm. And she has lupus, so I'm pretty sure that it would be. But yeah, double confirm. That would be great too for my sensitive skin. I don't have eczema, but I do have sensitive skin. I break out very easily. And yeah, that's definitely an issue for me as well. So shout out to her and good luck at her party. All right, let's segue, y'all. How many minutes I've been here? 24 minutes. Okay, perfect timing. All right, let's get to the light skin, dark skin. Shout out to Sophie who sent this to me. Let's see what this is about because we watched a little bit of it yesterday. We're not gonna watch the whole thing because it's pretty lengthy. It's like an hour and 30 minutes. And again, this topic has been done extensively But let's hear some of what the let's hear some of these I guess sisters kind of express, their grievances. And I think this matters definitely. I believe this conversation is going to continue, even if it does feel repetitive, but it's really good to have these kind of conversations because I think that there's room for it, there's space for it, number one. And number two, it still affects all of us today, especially as we are becoming more integrated and there's more diversity. And also, you want to make sure that you are being, I guess, respectful of people, but also sharing your experiences as well. We need to have those spaces for that. So shout out to Dr. Daff for creating that space. Now let's see what the comments are though. Yes, I need to hear the commentary. Y'all know I'm gonna keep it funky as much as I can based on my personal experiences. Your experiences may be different. This is a dialogue. It's not like one's right, one's wrong. I know everyone has different experiences, so it'd be great to hear your perspective. Rose, he said, I saw clips of this on TikTok. That one girl with the white mom was pissing me off, low-key. Let's get to it, y'all. Okay, let's watch it.
And the first prompt is, I wished my skin tone was different at some point in my life. Okay, anyone can discuss how they feel about this.
Well, when I was younger, I'm originally from Jamaica. So when I came to the States, I didn't notice how dark I was until I came here. And I'm like, oh my God, I want to be lighter. Like I used to do things like scrub my skin extra hard and do all this extra things because everyone was just so much lighter than me. And they made it known that I was like dark, and it was always an ugly thing. It was always deemed ugly or dirty. So yeah.
Were these like family members or friends?
It started in school, then it got home, and my family started like taking part, like, oh my God, you're so dark.
She's from Jamaica, y'all, so I'm not surprised. Caribbean countries, I think we talked about it once where we said that a lot of Caribbean countries have a problem with colorism. I don't remember when we talked about that. It was a while ago. I really don't remember when we discussed it. We did discuss it a little bit. I think we had a case in Jamaica and we were talking about colorism and just different types of like experiences that a lot of women have in the Caribbean. I think it was a case study I probably did or something. It was a while back. But yeah, I'm not surprised. Growing up, it was definitely an issue, especially if you're darker skinned. And look at her, she's gorgeous. Look that she's wearing that damn dress. Her skin is glowing. And I think that especially if she grew up in Jamaica where there's a huge colorism issue. I mean, they look at this. I think we showed Vibes Cartel once. Y'all already know the vibes of what he looked like, y'all. The man who looked like hold on. This is not. Was it him? Yeah, he was the bleaching one. Yeah, he's the bleaching one. Yeah, they use bleaching in Jamaica, but not only Jamaica, but Haiti too. Look at this. This is on the continent. I don't know which country, and then you have a lot of these folks using skin bleaching, and it's not just in the Caribbean. It's also in Asia. Everywhere around the world deals with colorism. Here we had this product called Topi Clair in Haiti. A cow white Topi Clair. Everybody used to talk about that. Yeah, it just is what it is, and I think well, we all know where it comes from historically. Just darker skinned people being treated differently. Obviously, colorism, colonialism. We all know. I don't have to go through that history. But I can say that as somebody who grew up in a Caribbean household, I will say my mom and dad, they did pretty well with that. My mom was natural from the time I was born. She did the big chop before there was a big chop. My mom's been very much, she never told us we're too dark or too whatever. She's always been, I would say she's been very, very good with being careful about that. But other members of my family, not so much. And so I remember sometimes going out and playing in the sun. Oh, no, don't play too much. You'll get too dark. Those kind of statements being made. Or people making fun of, one of my cousins who was a little darker, than all of us. Or making fun of my neighbors. They were dark-skinned boys. And I remember they used to call them Chabon. Chabon in Creole is like coal. They called them coal, y'all. Cool, chabon. So it's like these type of experiences are not abnormal, especially growing up in the USA, but also in other parts of the country where there's definitely where you have a history of colonialism and slavery. So just wanted to put that out there for those who are not educated about it or not educated about this topic.
This, because my family's lighter. Everyone's lighter. My dad's side is the only dark side. So yeah.
Yeah, same. I feel like when I was younger, I would be bullied for being the darkest person in the class, the darkest person in the school. And so I also tried to like scrub my skin with like lemon or something to lighten it a little bit just so that I wouldn't be bullied so much. Like, it's not fair. I can't change the way that I look. I can't change my skin tone, but I was treated differently because of it. So.
And you're a model now. Look at
And I'm a model now. There we go.
anyone on this side?
I would say for myself that I'm the lightest in my family, so it's the opposite experience. My family is West African. My mom is from Ghana. My dad is Nigerian and German, but he was born and raised in Lagos, so typical West African family. And everyone would always make comments on, oh, you're so light. Oh, you look so different. Are these your brothers? Really? So I think I always felt left out in a sense of I don't look like my family members, so it made me very aware at a young age.
How does your family talk with you about that? Do they ever like empower you or say anything to make you feel worse or better about your skin?
I have all brothers, so nothing is ever too serious. My mom would just be like, people are bleaching their skin and you're here complaining, like, it's okay. People are just making comments. I also lived in Nigeria, so every other person is like gonna, make a comment on my complexion. But I think my family just reassured me to not think too deeply into it and just also highlighted that people make comments out of ignorance and they don't know the depth of what they're saying.
I would add that in my personal experience, because my mom's white, my dad's black. So when it
Oh, it's her. I'm assuming this is the one that pissed you off, Rose. Okay. All right, we getting into the thick of it. All right, let's see. And also, I would like to highlight that the sis before her that said that her mom is Ghanaian, I believe she said, and her dad is Nigerian and German, and so she always felt left out. But it's not the same thing as the other sisters and what they experience. I got to be very clear. And so, yes, you may have experienced a lot of, and I don't want to say this in a very like flippant tone. I don't want to say it as dismissive. I'm trying to be as sensitive as possible because I know this topic is very sensitive. But if you are a lighter skinned person, yes, you may have experienced, being treated differently because of the color of your skin, but it's not the same as the historical part of colorism, because in society, lighter skin is always celebrated more. So yes, you do have those rude comments. You will have those people that will say things to you and negatively speak about you. And I'm not going to dismiss that experience. But what I will say is that has not hindered you from being an active part of society. There are dark-skinned people who are being discriminated against because of their color of their skin, and it affects them in relationships, and it affects them in getting jobs, and also and as a Black woman, I like, that's the experience. You're also going to, the more adjacent obviously to white, or the more proximity you have to whiteness, the less that you're going to feel the seriousness of it. And so I got to be very clear that it's a difference. There's a difference. Not saying that you don't feel the same way, but what those sisters are talking about is systemic. It's a big difference. Okay, we got to be very clear. You're not going to see your face on the cover of magazines as much as others. Remember, Tashina Arnold was talking about how Gina faced colorism. And I'm like, no, but like Gina's colorism and your colorism is totally different, because your colorism stopped you from getting the bag. Your colorism stopped you from being put into roles because you were too Black. So we got to be honest about those conversations. Okay, I got to make it very clear.
came to hanging out with the Black side of my family, they would always comment on me being light-skinned, but in a negative way, and especially towards my mom being white as well. And then on the white side of my family, they always wanted to remind me, remember you're white. Like my grandma on the white side of my family, love her very much. However, she would say things like, I love your tan. And I would tell her, Grandma, I'm Black. She's like, yeah, but remember you're white too. And so that's also just something I grappled with, because my mom is the only person, how do I word that? the only interracial couple.
Oh, she the only one that got with a black dude. Okay. So yeah, so you're in a fully white family, and that's another problem as well. So this is definitely going to be an issue. Oh gosh. Okay. So you got to remember, okay, we going to set it up like this. Sis grew up in an all-white family. She is the only one who is biracial out of all her kinfolk. So her reality is going to definitely be different. We got to remember that, okay? Just remember that.
Couple in my family was my mother and my father. So me and my brothers, we were the first three and the only three. So that's just a weird family dynamic for me.
So what kind of things like was your family saying about your complexion?
So on the white side of my family, they are pretty conservative. They are Republican.
Of course, MAGA. Red flag. They always are. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We need to talk about that pipeline. The most conservative people always have children who are the most liberal and, want to get out of that whole bubble. And unfortunately, sometimes, if you're a white woman watching this, and when I say white, I mean from this type of dynamic or this type of family. I'm not talking about if you're white and you come from a family that accepts different cultures and that's culturally, aware. You're not who I'm talking to. I'm talking to the people who have never seen a black person, whose parents will literally unalive them if they end up with a black person or disown them. I'm talking to them folks. It's like people don't realize how it will affect the child when you bring a child in that type of environment. And notice how they seemed accepting to a certain extent, but always reminded her that she's white or half white. We don't want nothing to do with them black people that the black side. No, you're still part of us. And she is half white, don't get me wrong. But it's the tone of which it's said. It's not like it's celebrating both cultures. It's more like, just remember that you're one of us and you could pass as one of us. So we just letting you know. We don't really approve of this Negroid feature that you have, or the whatever partially Negro you are. And of course, she's lighter skinned. She might be able to pass in their eyes. So for them, they see her as more of them. But if she were a darker biracial, that's another thing we got to talk about. So if you are a biracial person who phenotypically doesn't look like the race of your parent or the lighter skinned parent, then you will get a different treatment as well. So you will get the similar treatment as a darker skinned person, because they will not see you as one of them. They will see you as phenotypically as a Negroid. So again, that's why I was very careful with what I said before. The proximity to whiteness is what is the name of the game. So if you're biracial and the more that you look like you are Caucasian, or the more white passing you look, then the less the discriminatory treatment will be. And the more darker, the color scale, if you don't pass the paper bag test, then you're going to have a problem.
How do I word this without sounding horrible? They accept me for who I am because I'm here, because I'm in the family. I don't know if they necessarily would just accept anyone who's black, honestly. Yeah.
I'd like to add, I'm black and Filipino. My dad's black, my mom's Filipino. I grew up with my Filipino side more so. My Filipino grandma still, till this day, lives with my parents. And growing up, I was either, when I'd hang out with my Filipino side, I was too dark. And then when I'd go back home to Georgia, my black side, I was too light. And it was to the point where my grandma, love her very much, absolutely love her, but she would literally go and buy me whitening soap from the the Asian stores. They have whitening soaps there. And she'd be like, oh, you're getting a little, she wouldn't say dark, but she would say, you're getting tanner. Try this, you'll be prettier, is what she told me. She's like, if you go back to the Philippines, you'd be prettier if you're just a little bit lighter. So 7, 8 years old, I'm in the bathroom, using a whitening soap.
She shouldn't even be doing that. That's sad, y'all. And this is what people don't think about when they have interracial relationships. You have to think about who's going to be around your kids and what are they going to be teaching your child. If you know that your parents have some type of colorist ways, and you will know it because you grew up with them, then it is, for me, to be honest with you, I prefer to just limit contact with them. You cannot have a 7-year-old trying to scrub her skin. This is ridiculous. Red flag. Now, if we get into Asians, okay, because remember, I lived in Korea for many, many years. I was able to observe and see how deep the colorism goes. It goes deep, y'all. In Korea, you will see women with makeup, their face white as a ghost, and then the neck is tan. And in my mind, I'm like, you could literally get one shade darker and it would blend perfectly with your skin, but they don't do that. Let me see if I can find a picture. Because, yeah, the face is, like, light, but then you're going to see the neck is dark as hell. Hold up. These are professional pictures, by the way, with lighting. I'm talking about street, like, people on the street. Let me see if I can find it. But you will be able to see that, y'all. Like, it's like they will wear makeup that's way too light for them. And you could see it. The neck is not, like, even here, you can't even really see it that much. But, yeah, it's not her face. No, hers is fine. But there are some people you're going to see, like, I don't even know how to explain it. It's like the face is white as a ghost. And then and then darker neck, a tan neck. And it always never made sense to me. My students would do that, and I would just look at them. I wouldn't say anything because, it's not my place. That's your culture. But I would just look at them like, girl, you don't want to blend that? You don't want to blend that. Like, it's very extremely, like, you will see it in the streets in Korea. I'm going to see if I can find an interview while we're watching, and you guys will be able to see what I'm talking about. But it's a very real thing. And so, unfortunately, I feel sad that she had to go through that experience. And so this is why it's important to be very vigilant about who you bring around your children, especially biracial children, even dark-skinned children. Hell, I could say the same thing. If you know that your parents or your people, they're not as accepting of your children and their skin tone, you don't need to be around them like that. Why would you expose your child to that? I don't know. I never understood that, to be quite honest with you.
So I could be more accepted. But it was really confusing and hard identifying growing up because I am literally half Black, half Filipino. But I felt like I couldn't be too Black with my Filipino side, or it would be comments like, your hair is different. Or if I was Black with my Black side, my hair was also too different for being around them too. So it's very interesting growing up.
That's severe. Who here feels like they've been labeled by their skin tone? Yeah. Not really, a little bit. Is there anything that's ever made you feel less than by a woman or girl of the other skin tone, specifically because of your skin tone? Has there ever been something that's happened, maybe with somebody who was dark skinned, somebody who was light? I know it happened in your family, but, like, let's say it was someone outside of your family.
Yeah, I had a friend who could not believe that a man liked me over her, literally because she was like, I'm light-skinned, like, this doesn't make sense. And I was like, are we friends?
No, she was not your friend. Red flag. That happens a lot too. Because they cannot fathom, a lot of women, not all, but a lot of lighter skinned women, because I'm assuming that the man they're talking about is a Black man. I can almost guarantee that. And when you are a preference, especially if, lighter skin has been regarded as the preference in the Black community, I mean, this is not a secret. So if you don't feel that way, then I don't know, you might not live in the same Black community I live in. But in America, I'll say North American context, because that's what I'm talking about. I don't know what it's like around the world in other places, but definitely in North America, you will definitely see that. And so, especially with younger, Black men, you will see that they will have a preference for lighter skinned women. And so when a Black man predominantly dates only Black women, it becomes a problem because they're so not used to seeing that. And so it is very strange for them to see a darker skinned woman getting the attention that they have always had, right? So it is very interesting when you see that happening in that dynamic. I've seen it a few times in front of my face, and it's very interesting to see, to say the least, because people will question that man's decision or be like, oh, why did you choose her when you could have chosen other women? Why are you with her? And if it's a darker skinned woman, like let's say a Black man is with a darker skinned woman, then she has to have the certain features that would be deemed palatable. So, you know, a smaller nose, eyes, lips. She can't look too negroid. So then that's where you get the darker skinned women who have, like, you know, really beautiful natural hair, maybe the curly texture, they can pass, so it's okay. But then if she's like, you know, a black woman, like this woman right here, this young beautiful woman, very black, there's no doubt about it. So then, yeah, you'll get those kind of situations. Now, to be honest with you, I do see, and what I've seen in my experience is that white men tend to love women who are darker skinned, like her. And that's why I can't see this happening with a white man, and that's why I was automatically able to assume that this is a black man, because with white men, they would automatically go for her. 100%. I can almost guarantee you that's just automatic. That's just what they like, right? So I don't know, like, if it could be a white man. I don't know if her friend's white or not. But if it's a light-skinned woman, then I can see it being a black man. And if it's a white woman, then it would be a white man who would be the one attracted to her.
Do you not see who you're literally talking to? So that was pretty awakening for me to see, like, wow, this is how you feel. This is how you walk through life, believing that because you're light-skinned, you should be superior to me or any other woman that's deeper than you. So,
Have you ever felt that you were less superior, ladies, to ladies who were dark skinned, like internally yourself? Like you were saying your friend pointed it out, but have any of you ever felt like you yourself felt like, oh, this guy actually likes me and I'm dark?
Yes.
Yeah, I felt that way,
Yes.
A few times.
Yeah.
And so when that happens in the relationship that you're having, do you feel a sense of insecurity because of your skin, or does that kind of like fade out?
It fades.
It fades over time when you
fades.
see it's genuine
Yeah.
and real.
yeah. I think that there's people that I've seen that I was like, oh, I didn't expect you to like dark-skinned women, but hey, okay, let's.
The fact that they even had, like, all of them unanimously said yes is alarming. That's crazy. That's the state of the world we're in, where they can't even believe that a man would like a woman who looks like them. And they're talking about their own race, y'all. They're not even talking about white men. Because if we're talking about white men, then there's always going to, or any other race. I don't want to just say white men, but I use white, obviously. But it could be white, Asian, blah, 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 etc., etc. If we're talking about a non-black man, I should just say that, then there would be this kind of expectation because he should be with his counterpart. That's the norm. But they're talking about men from their own race. Red flag. This is ridiculous.
And then there's people that date you because you're dark. It's a fad, so it's kind of like an obsession, and that just...
How do you know that? No, I don't mean tell me your story. I meant like, when you're dating them, what are some signs that you would know that the man likes you because of your skin?
He talks about it, the way he like just continuously compliments your skin tone. He's like kind of like obsessing over it, you know, the way he interacts with you and looks at you.
Like he takes you out, actually don't hide you, like behind the scenes and stuff like that.
It's the things that they say. My chocolate, oh, you're so delicious. It's like how they say it. It's like, oh my God, oh my God, I just want your chocolate all over. Like they say some crazy stuff.
They do.
I literally
You will know, trust me.
I hate being called chocolate. It disgusts me. I'm sorry. Because it just feels so like fetishizing.
It is. When somebody equates you to food, wrap that right up. There should be no reason people should be talking about food. Like when they equate you to chocolate. It's very interesting that they've all had similar experiences. I'm really interested to know what type of men they date. I need to know this. Because I find it very, like I said, interesting. I didn't have that experience because I just always openly dated whoever I wanted to. Y'all know we call it divesting now. I've been divesting since before divesting experience. If I like you, I like you. If you're black, purple, or I don't give a damn. If I like you, I like you. If I like what you look like and I like who you are and your style and your personality and that you're not a dumbass, then yeah, I'm gonna like you, right? So I've always been attracted to I'm attracted to people. I'm not attracted to race. I never have been. I just don't ever remember that being my norm. But for these young women, I'm really trying to see who they are dating. I need to know that, because there is no reason on this earth that a man should be calling you like a food, equating to you as a food item.
It feels not. It just
But are
doesn't
you not
feel
a
good.
chocolate drop?
Yeah, but like the way that they've like sexualized it in a way, it doesn't even feel good anymore.
Nah.
Like it's way overdone.
I have to agree with that really quickly. I would say I don't like being called chocolate either. I just rather you just see me for me, not just because of my complexion. Like obviously I'm chocolate. You don't think I know that? Like, like I just want to be seen as myself.
Yes. And on this side, ladies, in terms of labeling, there are a lot of labels that come with being light skinned. Being called a red bone, being called, I don't know what men would call you, but how do you feel about that when you're called those things? Do you feel empowered by it? Because it's usually said in a positive way.
I don't
Normally.
like it at all.
Okay.
I think it's annoying when people say things like, hey, light skin. Like, I've never been called red bone. Or very recently, I had one of my grandmothers call me high yellow, which I'm not. So that was interesting. But I've had men address me like, hey, light skin, literally, hey, light skin. And it's, no. Yeah.
Yeah. You would think, I don't know if you would think, but I think some people would think that it's a compliment in a sense, because when you hear it in music and in entertainment, it's said as a compliment. A lot of times, men are saying that they're happy to have someone who's, whatever, high yellow, light skin, red bone. So it's interesting hearing from you that it's not something that even phases you.
I would say on the flip side of what the other side of the panel was saying is I think light-skinned women can also easily be very fetishized, as you just mentioned. It's fetishized in rap music, for example.
That is very true. She's right. She is right. So let's hear what else she got to say. Because that is very, very true. Y'all remember, what was it, there's so many lyrics, but the one I can think of off the top of my head is, I want a something light skin, red bone. That's what they always talk about. I want a red bone. YG talked about it too. Remember at Nipsey Hussle's funeral? Hold up, we gonna bring this back. Let's talk. We need real examples. That's why, my case studies are so long, because I like to bring examples so that you can think about it, not just me watching something and then giving you my short synopsis. I want you to watch the full footage so that you can have your own opinion. And so let's get to YG light skin babies at a funeral. Red flag at Nipsey Hussle's funeral at that. Let's see. Let me see when he said his speech. Okay, here we go. I Am Aloho had that speech, but I might have to. Is she the only one who had it? Okay, we'll watch I Am Aloho. We're gonna skip through. I love her content, by the way. Listen, let's listen to what he had to say.
Bro, we got some light-skinned, pretty girls we gotta raise. We in trouble, my nigga. What we gonna do?
Because at the end, there we go. That's what he had to say at Nipsey Hussle's funeral, y'all. This is this is what he remembers, the conversations he had. Let's listen to this again. Remember, Nipsey had passed.
I'm like, look, bro, we got some light-skinned, pretty girls we gotta raise. We in trouble, my nigga.
Continuing. And not only that, I think he had said, didn't he say, Tatiana remix. He said, hold on, we're going to read his lyrics. Tatiana remix with Blueface. Let's see, lyrics. Here. Okay. I think I got to make this. Okay, you guys can see it. Okay. Here. Can I see show more? Let's see YG's part. Do they not split it up? Red flag to Spotify. Hold on. Yeah, here. I'm going to read it to you guys. I want to see you bust it down, pick it up, blah, 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 blah. Do it still get wet? Is it tight? 400. Butt ass naked, do it look nice? Raw dog a red bone and have a red face, baby. Yeah, aight. Feeling on that ass, trying to see what's the deal. That ass shot fake, that fat chest for real. Oh, you don't want to suck dick, ew. I don't want to fuck no more, the vibe got killed. Buzz down, buzz down, buzz down, buzz down. Here we go. So let's continue hearing sis. Yes, that is very extremely Yes, he's fetishizing her. Talking about you don't like to suck dick, ill. The vibe got killed. Raw dog a red bone, make a red face baby. That's his thought process. Continuing. And he's just one of many. I'm just using him as an example.
But like a common compliment is like ooh, like caramel, cinnamon, like we have those same ones, and I'm like, it's the same thing. As you mentioned, actually, I would like to be prioritized, or I'm sorry, I would like someone to see me for me and not because I'm light skinned. If it's a fetish thing, it's a no-go. If you just so happen to be attracted to a certain type of Black woman, that's a different story, and that's totally okay. But like you said as well, men will straight up just walk up to you and be like, what's up, light skin? Like, that is the determining factor that had them approach you. You were light skinned, and that's all they saw. And so I think that just kind of sucks.
So, ladies, I've seen situations where there's a mother who has a certain complexion, and then the daughter has a different complexion. And the mother is telling the daughter she's so beautiful, she's this and that. But the daughter maybe doesn't necessarily believe her because she doesn't know what that experience is like. Have you ever had that situation where maybe your mom or a parent has a different complexion than you do? How does that affect you?
Personally, for me, so my mom's Black. She's a dark skin, and my dad's white. And I wouldn't say it's to the point where I didn't believe her. It's because, like, I love my mom so much. It's I'm hearing what she's saying, and she taught me. Obviously, like, because of my complexion, I have a certain privilege compared to ladies of different colors. But obviously, like, carry yourself a certain way, know what you got, and then also use that to help other girls as far as, like, if some discrimination is happening, we don't tolerate that. We don't play that. All that tone, colorism talk, it's like, this is what my mom has had to go through, so I'm going to do what I can to fight for it. And it's just so interesting because you said you had a white mom and a Black dad. And so, like, I haven't met a lot of individuals like me who have a Black mom and a white dad. So it's so, like, interesting hearing their experience and how it differs, like, being raised by a Black woman versus, like, being raised by a white woman. And it just, a lot of things when it comes to color doesn't really impact me. And I know, like, race affects everything, but being raised from that point of view and that background, because to me it's bigger. Like, when it comes to colorism and discrimination, it's like we're losing the plot as to who's had it worse, when it's we need to fix this overall. And that's what she instilled into me, and so that's just kind of how I carry myself day to day.
I love that she taught that to you. That's beautiful. Because sometimes you do see people kind of like standing by while someone's being made fun of.
Yeah, there is definitely a difference because her mother had to go through it. So as a Black woman, even if you are like a lighter skinned Black woman, I'm not talking about biracial, but just even a darker, lighter, whatever, but especially if you're a darker skinned Black woman, then you know what it is to walk and navigate the world through your Blackness. Everything is about color. I don't care what nobody says. Do not let them gaslight you and try to minimize your experiences and say, oh, why is everything about race? Because you made it that way. Red flag. Don't let people deflect from the real conversations. And so she understands that she has to navigate the world differently. And also, even though she had a baby with a white man, she understands that that is still her daughter and that is still a part of her. And so she is going to instill that in her daughter. And so that's why she was saying what she had to say about her mama and how her mama raised her. She made the point to make a difference and said, my mama raised me to be this way. And you could clearly see that this young lady's white mama didn't, because the fact that she even had her around her racist ass family lets me know that she was co-signing red flag. Didn't teach nothing about her Blackness, because if you really cared about your daughter's Blackness, you would not have her around those folks. Guaranteed.
So for you to be the one to speak up, we don't play that is really important. I love that.
For me, my mom is very light and my dad is very dark. And she always told me I was beautiful, but I never believed her. I didn't grow into my complexion until like maybe 19, 20. And I was like, you don't get it. You don't understand. Like, you're considered beautiful. I'm the only dark one in my family, or the darker tone. But just me noticing and picking up by me being the last child as well, my lighter sisters or my lighter siblings get treated a different way. And I'm like, oh, you related? That's your brother? That's your sister? Oh, y'all don't look nothing alike. Or
that happens as well too. If you come from a family where you have a light-skinned mama and a dark-skinned daddy. Yeah, my mama would be considered light-skinned and my daddy is definitely darker-skinned. But yeah, you will have that. Yeah. You will have some people say, how come you guys are different skin tone, blah, blah, blah. And again, ignorance. Like, people don't understand how genetics work. Hell, even if you come from two black people, you might come out different. That's just genetics, right? And because of, rape and all that stuff during slavery. I'm sorry, y'all. I know the lighting's kind of off today. I got to turn the light off because of my baby girl. She's sleeping right here. But anyways, point is that, it's definitely a different experience, especially if you're the darker one out of your siblings. People will make sure to point that out. You got the same daddy. You sure you got the same daddy? People are very strange.
So I didn't appreciate what she said until now.
What did it take for you to get to, because I can relate to that in my family too. My mom is more fair, my sister is more dark, and my mom always, your skin is you're so beautiful, and she's just like, please. You're just saying, like, you don't even get it. Like, what are you talking about? What did it take for you to get to that point where you believed it on your own?
Self-discovery. I got tired of waiting for others to feel validated or feel worthy of something, or like, what am I looking for in somebody else that I can't find in myself? And just appreciating what I have, because I can't get, of course you can get other things, but like just being appreciated with like what you have now, what is God given, and taking care of what you have. If you don't take care of what you have, then it's not going to be or look as you want. As kids, you have acne, all that stuff. So it's like you're dealing with a lot hormonally, but like when you actually care for yourself and like just take time with loving your inner self, then you're like, that's all you need.
She ain't lying. And yeah, self-care is the best care. I'm gonna bring up a topic because who's making me it reminds me of Erica Campbell. Y'all know the gospel singer from Mary Mary and her daughter Krista. I remember when I watched her show a few years back, it was a very interesting conversation she had with her daughter about colorism, and it was very eye-opening to see that. Let's watch it. I know I might get copyright, but who cares at this point, right? Like, this is a very important conversation. I might cut the clip after. So here, Erica Campbell's daughter asks if she's ugly, and this is who they look like. Okay, so Erica Campbell married Warren Campbell. I think that's his name. Yeah. So this is Erica and Warren Campbell. So this is the same situation where light-skinned mom, dark-skinned dad. Erica Campbell's whole entire family, they're all lighter skinned, and she has two other children who are lighter skinned as well, and Krista is the darkest one. The proof is in the pudding. Look at Zaya, and I forgot the baby boy's name. I forgot his name, but yeah, you got two kids who are lighter skinned, who look like their mom, similar skin tone, and then she obviously is more darker skinned compared to her mother and her siblings. And so let's watch this clip.
I feel like something was bothering Krista about school more than she was letting on. I don't want to put her on the spot with the whole family. That probably would make her uncomfortable, and I don't want that. Is there an issue?
Not an issue. It's more like just something that I kind of noticed. If you look at all my friends, church and school, I'm a chubby friend. And it's not like, oh God, I just have accepted it,
You're not the fat friend, Chris.
I noticed that I'm left out. A lot of guys and talk to them, I'm left out, I'm left to the side. And I think that's why.
Guys talk to you.
It's different. It is.
And do you think it has something to do with your size?
Absolutely, I know it is. I'm not saying that no guys want chubby girls. I'm just saying that that's personally me.
But I don't think that's the case. I think that's the way you're saying it.
Because it's not that I'm ugly or I did my ugly.
No. Why would she ask me that? Why would she ask me, am I ugly? I'm your mama. I only see beauty in your eyes.
My size of
No, baby.
You're gorgeous. And look at this face. This is my face. It's brown. It's a combination.
That's something too. A lot of the guys like light-skinned girls.
Here we go. All right, so let's stop it right here. We're going to park it here first. So first, the daughter's saying that, first of all, there's a lot of red flags here, but this is an educational moment. I love Mary, Mary. I'm going to be a little more respectful because I love your song. I love God. You don't love God. What's wrong with you? But anyways, I love Mary, Mary. They had another song I really liked. I forgot. It's been a long time. Was it Go Get Your Blessing? Go get it. Okay, so Erica. Notice how her daughter first started off by saying, I'm chubby. I noticed I'm the chubbiest one. So that was like a lightweight, like a soft. She was soft launching what she really wanted to talk about. I believe the second half of the conversation was really what she wanted to really talk about. But she soft launched it first by telling her mother, hey, I'm different from all the other girls at the church. I'm the biggest one. And then notice her mom's like, no, you're beautiful. No, oh, no, that's not true. Look at all them boys. They like you. What you talking about? Red flag here. Do not. Why? You see, this is the problem. She was going off of autopilot because you can see she clearly loves her daughter. You can see that she clearly wants her daughter not to have those feelings. And instead of validating those feelings and being like, okay, how so? Please give me examples. She's dismissive from the jump. And a lot of parents are that way because they don't want to face the uncomfortable truth. And when she was laying down with Warren, I can almost guarantee you she didn't think about these things. And when you're looking at your daughter, you're hoping that she will never have to experience those things. But then at the same time, she does. She's a little heftier. Look at her daddy. He's hefty as hell. And also, you are feeding her. So this is another thing with parents that I don't get as well. And I've been, for the life of me, trying to understand is that you can clearly see your daughter's overweight. I'm not even trying to be like, it is the truth. She is overweight. And instead of taking accountability, because you're the one who's feeding her, you're the one caring, where's she getting the food from? She ain't getting it from me. She ain't getting it from other. She getting it from you or your kinfolk, right? Whoever is her main caretaker, which I'm assuming is you and Warren. And so instead of being like, hey, okay, you know what? I understand that. I am so sorry that I've been feeding you this way, to be honest with you. Like, you can say it in a way where you still build the child's confidence, but say, hey, if this is what you're concerned about, we could get you into this. We could get you into that. Let's see what we can do to work together, mommy, and we can both work out together, because it's also a health issue, y'all. I'm not going to even sit here and say that it's not a health issue. It is a health issue. A child that young should not be carrying that much weight. I'm so sorry. So yes, we do have to be better with the children and what you're feeding them. But you can still take accountability, but also lead her in the right direction and say, I believe you are beautiful how you are. However, if you feel that this is beneficial to you, because yes, you're right, health is wealth. And I do want you to be healthy in the healthiest way that you can be possible. Yes. Can you still have weight and still be healthy? Absolutely. But we're talking about a child here. She is a bit, she's a bit overweight. So yes, she could be healthier is what I'm saying. She doesn't have to be stick thin, but she could be a bit healthier with what she's eating. Maybe whatever she's eating is not good for her. So we're going to start with that first. But notice how her mother's dismissing her. Now let's get to the colorist part, because this is what she really wanted to say.
Beauty in your eyes.
What size of
No, baby. You're gorgeous. And look at this face. This is my face. It's brown. It's a combination.
That's something too. A lot of the guys like light-skinned girls.
Like what?
A lot of the guys like light-skinned girls. Look at our family. Look at the family. You and Dad, light-skinned, dark-skinned. Auntie and Uncle Ted, light-skinned, dark-skinned. Auntie and Uncle Des, light-skinned, dark-skinned.
She is speaking truth to her observation. Green flag. She can see it. She's looking at it. Well, you thought she wasn't going to see that everybody in her family light skin and they all with dark skin? Man, come on now. Like, she knows. So she's being very transparent about her experience as being the darkest one out of her entire family. Because I know Tina's kids, they're not dark like her. So, continuing.
The only two dark-skinned families is Auntie Lisa, Uncle Errol, and Nana and Grandpa.
That's still two. It's not. Look at all these beautiful brown women in the world. Look at
I'm not
Gabrielle
saying-
Union. She's
No,
brown,
wait, I'm not
gorgeous,
saying-
amazing husband. Look at Kelly Rowland, beautiful. Like, these are beautiful brown women
I know,
everywhere.
but Mom, think about it.
All
Like,
around you.
you're light skinned, so you don't really know exactly how it feels, you know?
All these things that you want to have answers to, sometimes I don't. And right now I don't. What to do, what to tell her, how to lift her, how to make her smile, how to tell her not to worry.
Well, why didn't you just say that instead of dismissing her experience? Red flag. No, look at Gabrielle Union. Look at Kelly Rowland. What there's so many. Yeah, there are. They're amazingly beautiful. 100%. But then for every Kelly Rowland, there's a Beyonce. There's a Rihanna. There's a Lotto. Like, we got to be honest with these conversations. And again, I'm not saying that she, like, you could clearly see she loves her daughter and she wants to protect her daughter and she doesn't want to hurt her. But you have to be honest. Yes, you can admit that, yes, you know what? You're right. You do see that. But guess what? There's so many beautiful, instead of being like, look at it, there's a difference in, it's how she's saying it, I believe, that is making it worse. It's not that she's trying to listen and understand. It's like she's trying to change the conversation. She doesn't want to face the uncomfortable feelings. You can admit that, yes, that is the reality, but also there are beautiful women out there as well that are dark skinned. And then you start to have those conversations in that tone, because that's all she wanted was reassurance, and then you're dismissing her. You can actually admit to her, because you're trying to say her reality is not true, but it is actually very accurate from her lens. And we can all see it. She could even see it. Lord, and she's a kid.
I gotta figure it out.
Here we go. All right, let's continue with the colors. I'm gonna read a few comments after we get through this segment, because this is a long video, so I'm gonna try to get through a little bit of it, but I really am interested to hear what you guys have to say. Like I said, it's a dialogue. I'm not trying to tell people what to think. This is a conversation that needs to be had, and we're gonna keep having these conversations for sure.
Mine was totally different. My mom is lighter, and a lot of people in my family are mixed or lighter on my mom's side. And growing up, I was never told that I was pretty. Like, it's like, ugly Zadra, ugly. Like, it's like I was always considered ugly, or like nobody acknowledged me as pretty. I feel like it was like, it would choke them if they had to say the words, "you're pretty," like growing up. So it's like, it's not until now that I'm older, like college, and I got into modeling and other people started noticing me, that's when I started hearing it from my family or from my mom.
Imagine you had a baby with a dark-skinned man, and you did not believe that your kids would have came out light-skinned. Or would not have come out light-skinned. I don't understand that. Red flag, it doesn't make sense to me. I never understood it. Like, we gonna get to the, what's the family name? Y'all, I got a lot of examples. They're just coming up in my head. Bianca and, what's his name? Bianca and Damien. They had a lot of colorism allegations, but baby. Hold on. The baby, colorism. Let's just put that. I'm sure it'll come up. Here. They even made it on Inside Edition, y'all. Red flag. That was 6 years ago. Let's watch this. This is craziness.
She's gonna have brown eyes for sure. For sure. She's gonna have brown eyes for sure. For sure.
The Prince family's video about the birth of their daughter was supposed to be a beautiful family moment. But after they posted it to YouTube, some commenters complained about how Mama was talking to her new baby.
Because I had blue eyes when I was born.
Sorry.
I thought you would have pretty eyes. Light blue eyes.
She do got pretty eyes.
Baby Nova Grace Prince was...
So she had blue eyes when she was born. Her mama's white, her daddy's black. You are biracial with a black ass man, and you thought your daughter would come out with blue eyes. Red flag. That's like somebody thinking that their daughter is going to come out with green eyes, and they're with did people not pass biology? I don't understand. It is very rare that that'll happen to you. Not saying it's impossible. It does happen. But it's rare. Dominant and recessive genes. Did they not learn about that when we did the whole square quadrant? If you were so gung-ho about having a baby with blue eyes, you should have married a white man. The chances are greater for that. You didn't think about that? I don't understand. Marry a white man and you can have all the blue-eyed kids that you want and desire. Chances are it'll be higher. But nope, you're going to marry a black man and make the impossible possible. How is this possible? It's stupidity. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. That's like Dom and I having a child and he wants his daughter to come out with straight dark hair. How, Sway? How? Please let me know. Could it happen? Yes. Possibility? Very small. Most likely she will come out with whatever hair God gives her. I don't know, whatever the genetic lottery gives her. Who knows? But if he wanted a daughter with straight black hair, he should have married a Korean woman. Chances are greater now, aren't they? Stupid ass. I hate stupid people like this because then they make the kid feel inferior, like something's wrong with them. There's nothing wrong with that baby. She's a baby.
Born last month, she's the third child of Bianca and Damian Prince. More than 3 million people.
Look at his ass. As black as he is, red flag, thinking he was going to come out with a blue-eyed baby. Like I said, the chance is very minimal. I'm sure he has a blue-eyed gene somewhere in his history, but very minimal. Come on now. Look at his ass.
Subscribe to their YouTube channel to experience all of the family's intimate moments. But some people who watched the video took issue with what they called Bianca's complaints about her daughter's eyes, as well as the parents' comments about her skin color.
Oh, look at them. They look so cute, you guys.
She's definitely going to get darker.
Yeah, you can see
around like
her nails. Yep. Look at her ear. You see it?
Her ear is dark.
Some commenters say the princes seemed disappointed in their new baby's appearance.
Of course they did. He said her ear is dark. Your ear's dark too. Do you Oh, rock this. Where's Noah? Noah needs to come down. The ark happened at the wrong time. Noah, where's Noah in this damn ark? We need to get up out of here. Some of us, we need to, I don't know. Why am I sounding like Jim Jones with the Kool-Aid? Let me shut up for y'all think I'm going to start a cult or something. Now I see why people start cults. I get it. Because if you stuck with these buffoons, there's no recourse. Like, where are you gonna go after here? You can't, like, where has humanity gone? Look at his dark ass. We gotta be honest. We're black. I'm black too. My black ass. That's like me, like I said, expecting my child to look fully Korean. Like, what the hell? What is going on here? It doesn't make sense. You're black. Your daughter's black. Has some black genetics. Matter of fact, you're fully black 100%. I mean, maybe a 2%. Okay, we'll put 98% black. We'll give you a little 2% margin. Your wife is 50% black, 50% white. That child is more than 75% black. And you expected her to have blue eyes and to not have dark ears. Please. Oh my God. The stupidity is craziness.
See her nails. Yep. Look at her ear. You see it?
Her ear is dark.
Some commenters say the princes seemed disappointed in their new baby's appearance and even went so far as to accuse them of colorism, which means to discriminate based on the color of skin.
A lot of people was judging us off a 30-second clip that was posted on these other platforms.
Bianca and Damian posted a response video clarifying their comments.
When I said, I wish you had pretty eyes, I didn't literally mean she doesn't have pretty eyes. You know what I'm saying? I didn't mean, oh my gosh, my daughter has ugly eyes. When I say pretty eyes, I meant the term of...
Yo, Inside Edition is messy. Look at
pretty eyes. I didn't literally mean she doesn't have pretty eyes. You know what I'm saying? I didn't mean, oh my gosh, my daughter has ugly eyes. When I say pretty...
Inside Edition, wrap this right up. Yo, these journalists be messy as hell. Look at, they put the green eyes, pretty eyes. You know what? I'm gonna give you your tens for this inside edition because she sounds stupid as hell.
The eyes, I meant the term of green eyes. Because, baby, have you ever got a compliment about your eyes?
No.
If I was a colorist, I wouldn't even like black people at all.
You have a choice.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. There are racist men and women out there right now who will not only sleep with black people but have children with them. It's a kink. Red flag. You're stupid. Continue. You could be racist and still be with the race of the people you hate. How does that happen? I don't know, but it happens every day. It's the obsession.
Right?
I have a choice.
Did I force you to get with me?
No.
Have kids with me?
No.
Okay.
So it's like, I not once said my daughter was ugly.
They went on to insist they are loving parents to all of their children. Despite the controversy, the princes say they're not.
Wrap this right up. I don't care nothing about these folks. Continuing.
I don't even think my mom really says, oh, you're pretty. Like, she'd be like, you got my looks, I guess. Like, I have her features, I guess. But I don't think, no.
Well, you're breathtakingly beautiful, so that's very interesting. I started Doves of Dawn because a satin scarf is the best accessory you can have. I mean, I'm sure you're...
That's right. Plug in your brand, sis, while you talking about these Dove issues. Let's support her. Let's keep going. Let's listen.
I already know they're super versatile. You can wear it out as your head. You can wear it as a top. You can wear it as a cover-up if you're by the water.
Wait, what's going on today? Y'all trying to get me? I'm trying to be on this non-brand type of... I'm trying not to shop too much. I'm trying not to buy products. I'm trying my best. And then look at y'all. Look at this. We went from we are crowned. I'm about to buy the body butter today. And then look at this right here. Y'all trying to get me caught up.
I use them to protect my hair at night by wrapping my pillow in a scarf as well. So I always make sure that I'm good. You know, we have different sizes, 4 different sizes.
Doves of Dawn. Okay. Let me write that down. I'm not lying, y'all. Let's see what you got going on, sis. Doves of Dawn. I am going to put that on my list. We are crowned. Doves of Dawn. Gotcha. Y'all do free shipping? I gotta figure that out. Okay, here we go.
Minis. We have our standard size, our large size, and an extra large size. But don't let the sizes fool you, okay? Every size is for everybody. Each scarf tells a story, and the designs elevate any look. So next time you're heading out, don't forget your Doves of Dawn scarf. You're gonna need it. Follow Doves of Dawn at Doves of Dawn, or you can shop us at
I need a new scarf. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, I shall be looking.
dovesofdawn.com. The next prompt is, being light-skinned or dark-skinned changes how feminine people perceive you.
Oh, Lord, I forgot we was on prompt. Okay, this is a long-ass video. Okay, this is important, though. We're gonna watch this one. What's the next one? I've benefited from colorism. I prefer men of the other... What does that mean? Other what? Okay, I gotta check that one out. Oh, society. Okay, we'll watch a little bit of this. I might have to, you know what? Let's speed it up. We might have to speed this up. Okay, it's very rare I speed videos up, but we got a lot to talk about today, so I got to speed this up.
Yeah. Okay, anyone who feels strongly can go ahead and speak.
Yes. Yes, because I feel like as a dark-skinned woman, this is something I have to deal with daily. And I have a lot of lighter tone friends, and I notice how they're treated by society, and especially like men. And it's like they're allowed to cry, they're allowed to get angry, they're allowed to, some even crash out, like, you know? And the second I even get angry or raise my voice, it's, oh my God, why are you acting? It's like I'm not allowed to show any type of emotion. I'm not.
Sis, I'm gonna need you to diversify your friend group. That's number one. Number one. There's a big number one. Actually, I don't even have a number 2. That's number 1. That's number 1 and only 1. You need to diversify your friend group. You say you have a lot of lighter skinned friends. Is that all your friends? Okay, I need more clarification on this, because that's also problematic as well. I'm sorry if people get offended by that. You should have a diverse group of friends. You should not only be around people who do not look like you. Gotta be honest. Especially if you already have that kind of insecurity from your childhood. You need to be around people who can uplift you and I'm not saying, again, I gotta be honest. There are some dark-skinned people who actually have those mindsets as well. Let's be clear. So you need to find like-minded people is what I meant to say. And if you find a like-minded person who's of a lighter skin tone, then yes, absolutely. But you shouldn't be around people who are crashing out and doing all that. First of all, you don't want to be around emotionally unregulated people, period. Whether they're black, dark skin, light skin, I don't care. But also, you need to be very selective of people that you choose to energy harvest with and have your energy around. Just saying. Those type of women, I would not want them around me. So you're around women like Erica Mena? Is that what I'm understanding? They're crashing out all types of time talking about their black boyfriends, whatever. And you just sitting here as a sounding board. And then they are able to act crazy and spicy, but you're not. You shouldn't be around those folks. Just say it.
Allowed to cry out loud. I'm not allowed to do certain things. It's deemed like, it's looked down upon per se. Like, but when my friends do it, it's like, oh, she's just a girl. Oh, let me come save you. And it's like, geez, come save me too. Should we?
Nah, don't be around them. Again, you're around emotionally erratic people.
I need saving. Save both of us.
No, that's definitely my story. Like, my sister, I have a sister, she's really light-skinned, she has hazel eyes. Like, my siblings are way lighter than me, I'm the darkest one. So growing up, like, we would get into an argument and my sister would literally be lying about something and saying, no, Mom, she did it. And my mom would automatically believe I did it because I come off stronger, I guess, because I'm darker. So that's been my life in school, just growing up. Like she said, you say something, you're wrong. The lighter person is always the one that gets, that I noticed, the lighter person is always right. You seem more aggressive. You had to be the aggressor. You had to, but it's like, no, they can literally be lying on you and they will always believe, I feel like, a lighter skin tone, no matter.
Mm-hmm. That is very true. That is very extremely true. And not only that, but they will make it seem as if you're being unreasonable because you're bringing up the differences between you and that person. And so they don't even want to hear what you got to say. And I actually had that experience. I will say that, yeah, I've had that experience quite a few times where I clocked it and I was like, okay, I know what game this is. And then let me play your game too. Don't play with me. But yeah, there are a lot of people out there who will use that and they will believe somebody of a lighter skin tone. That happens at work every day with people. Like, you know, it can happen at work. It can happen at school. It can happen everywhere in your life, especially if you have the black experience. So this should not be surprising to any of us if you look like me. Now, the thing I do want to say, though, is if your sister, I hope that she has changed. Because if she hasn't, you need to go no contact with her ass, too. You need to limit contact. There's a lot of people you need to limit contact with. Family members or not, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. You do not need to be around these people. These people will just make you just, again, like if these patterns are from childhood and these people have not changed, then there's no reason for you to even be around them like that.
Like, even for them, the higher it goes up, even like for white people, I feel like for their situation, they will believe a white person over them. So it's like, it's not even about light skin versus dark skin. It's like the higher you go up in the skin tone, the more believable it is to me. That's what I see.
And then it's like your pain is not taken seriously.
Yeah.
Like you can suffer a little more. You could take on a little.
Fine.
Put a little, you know.
Like physical pain or like just pain
physical,
from like
mental, emotional.
Yeah.
You're built strong. You know, I've heard that a lot.
Yeah, it feels like dark.
But it's not just, okay, so I got to be honest because this is a two-way thing. It's not just people perpetuating that stereotype onto black women. There are also black women out there acting like they're Captain Save-A-Ho, Superwoman. I cover them all the time. Hell, got the Maze Lead, the part 7. It's probably up now. Hold on. Let me check. Let's check if it's been, if YouTube did all the checks on it. I'm about to publish it right after this live stream. Like literally right at, oh yeah, it's up. It's unlisted right now. I'm about to publish it right after this live stream. She was saying how she's able to do it all. Elena Mays. She's able to do it all, y'all. That's what she says she's able to do. And there are a lot of women out there who are caping. For what? I don't know. Like, it's like, why do we need so much validation from people just to say, you're so good, you're so strong? Hell, let me be weak. I'll be weak if I need to be. I'm not doing all that damn labor. I'm not doing that. So not only do people perpetuate that stereotype onto us, but there are other women out there, a lot of black women, I gotta be honest, we're having an honest conversation, who also love that, to be the savior and love to be the mules and the laborers of society. And I'm sorry, but that's just never gonna be my mission. That was never my calling. It's not my mission. And unfortunately, they make it harder for the rest of us. Gotta be honest.
Skin women and men are seen more masculine, you know, and whereas light-skinned people are seen as more feminine. Even like a light-skinned man, they're like, oh, you're soft. You know what I mean? It's just that's how we're seen, and it's really unfortunate.
Especially in dating
it can't
too. Like a lot of men will just look at all of us and be like, she probably got an attitude problem. She just like probably too much for me.
Or
you don't even know
smiling,
anything about me.
smiling.
Like I could be the softest
She
person.
loud.
Yes.
And I'm all of the above. And what? Yes, I got an attitude problem. If you come to me with stupid stuff, yes, I do have an attitude problem. Guilty. Yes, I am loud and boisterous. Guilty. So, and so are other people. I don't give a damn. I'm going to talk how I talk, say what I say. I'll be very opinionated till the day I die. You know what you sign up for when you get with me. I'm not going to be like, oh no, I'm not like those women. Yes, I am exactly that. Can you handle it? I didn't even have to tell Dom nothing. He knew. He knew what time it was with me. But guess what? His grandmama was the same way. And she's Korean. It has nothing to do with your race. It's personality. There are some black women who are quiet as a church mouse. Have never gone into an argument before. Ever in life. But unfortunately, the media, again, it comes down to media, stereotypes, people perpetuating those stereotypes and then putting it all on general society. I know some very refined, classy black women out there who would never even raise their voices. I remember I worked with one girl. Oh my gosh, she was so small and so frail and so like gentle, kind. Like she was so quiet. You could barely hear her young black sister. I think her parents were from St. Lucia or something like that. I remember. She was from her parents were from the Caribbean. We were working together at an insurance company in Toronto. And here I was, loud as hell. I don't give a damn. I say what I feel. But then you have, like, it was like night and day. But, you know, it's the stereotypes. And unfortunately, some of us do perpetuate that stereotype of, like, that it's all black women as a monolith. And that's not true. There are some black women who are who are not like me. And there are some white women who are exactly like me. And there's I got a coworker, one of my homegirls right now. She will literally be in a meeting and she will say, why do we have to do that? Well, like she speaks truth to power, very outspoken, extremely outspoken. What, y'all would categorize her as what? Aggressive? No. She just has a strong personality. A lot of women do and some women don't. But then again, it's, you know, we don't see those diverse types of black women in the media and in real life. You will see those diverse types of women, but they will see them portrayed in a different way on social media and in the media, and then they expect all black women to act a certain way, which is very unfair in my opinion, because you don't expect all Latino women to act the same way. There are some Latino women who will be catered to your man, you know, doing all of the, you know, very quiet, submissive, and there's others like Erica Mena who will be crazy as hell and menaces to society. But yet they're able to have their own, you know, the different types of Latino women, white women too. Every other race of women, Korean women too. Asian women, I should say. But then when it comes to black women, oh, all of you guys are loud, ghetto, da-da-da-da. It is what it is, y'all.
Definitely that one. Like, it's just a lot of just looking at us and just saying, no, she's just the wrong one. And I'm like completely opposite of what you're thinking.
Yeah. What about you ladies? All of you said yes.
I agree, yeah. I heard, I hear people say things like that in real life. Like some of people that I used to be friends with say things like, oh, like she seems like she's gonna be too much before they even get to know her.
I am too much. But that's me though. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is the thing. She's not too much, but I am. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, we have different personalities. I'm very too much. I know I'm dramatic. I'm a lot. I'm extra read all. I'm extra read all about it. That's been me since I was a young kid. I'm the type of person, if there's fire, I'm not just gonna be like, God, everybody get out. I'm like, fire! There's a fire at the house. Oh my God, there's a fire! That's me. And so this is the thing though, like, I just don't like how it's blanketed on all darker skinned black women or black women in general. There are some of us who are like me, and like I said, others who are not like her. But somehow, in other races, the light bulb goes off. But then in the black race, oh, you all of this. And it's just, and again, it's an excuse for them not to pursue black women. It's always an excuse. Because the same people who say, oh, you're too loud, ghetto, aggressive, they will take those traits if it's in a lighter skinned woman. If she looks like that woman right there, or she looks like a lighter skinned woman, like a Latina woman, or a lighter skinned Asian woman, or a lighter skinned white, or a white woman, sorry, not lighter skinned, but a white woman, white adjacent, but like my personality, it would be no problem for them. They would know how to deal with it. Hell, Korean men deal with it every damn day. Y'all ever seen Korean women are menaces. They are not quite, I don't know where people get this submissiveness from. As soon as they lock it down, it's a dragon that comes out, y'all. They not all, but a lot of them are very extremely opinionated. Asian women, I should say, in general, they're not weak and submissive as people like to think they are. But that's just the PR that is represented of them. And they also have that issue as well. I understand that because I have seen a lot of Asian women come out and say that when I am being myself, people expect me to be submissive and weak. So it goes both ways. But at the same time, don't let people make you feel bad because of your personality. Yes, I am too much. And what? What you gonna do about it? Nothing. Bye. Get your ass on.
And I agree with light-skinned men also being seen as soft. I've seen people be bullied for that as well. And I think it does go across dating, it goes in healthcare, it goes in your day-to-day experiences about how people approach you. And I do agree that the closer in proximity you are to whiteness, the more people just take you seriously. Like, we've all heard the narrative of Black women are just so strong, like we have to be so strong. Mm-hmm. And I think it's just way worse for darker skinned women. Like, to hear that story about you not being believed by your mom, like that is terrible, but it happens, and it happens all the time.
Interestingly, for me being light skinned, but I grew up more so on the white side of my family, and I went to predominantly white private schools as well. So middle school, high school, and even college. And so touching base on a few notes that you guys said before, I honestly didn't grow into myself and my Blackness probably until this year. Like, I had like a vitamin D deficiency in middle school because I was one of like 8 Black kids, 6th through 12th grade. So I know it's crazy to hear, but it's like I was considered dark. I was the dark one. And it wasn't until I went to college and I actually had my first friend my first friend group of Black girls. I was like, and we're all different colors. That's when I kind of grew into myself. I tried to just put away my Blackness because my mom never really brought up race. She always told me I was beautiful. She never really was like, oh, because you're light skinned or because she just always said I was beautiful. So it wasn't that. It was other people in society, at school, in these predominantly white environments that had something to say.
Now, do you think that this is an issue with dating, with men? Do you think that men, Black men specifically, prefer women who are light-skinned or dark-skinned?
Light-skinned.
LA alone.
I was like, LA, especially LA is known for...
Again, this is a conversation depending on where you're from. So I believe, I don't know, y'all could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe on the continent, they do prefer women who are from their, not only just their race, but from their from the same background. Like, for example, a Nigerian would prefer to marry a Nigerian versus a Ghanaian or a South African. Y'all can let me know in the comments. But in North America, absolutely, because you have to remember we are the minority. And not only that, but the conditioning, again, the social conditioning, and just, like I said, slavery, colorism. I mean, there's so many impacts. Like, we don't even have to go over that today. That's a whole historical lesson on its own, right? A whole history lesson. But 100%. And notice how she said, LA, yeah, of course. Of course.
For that's
covered all.
LA is a completely...
LA for sure.
Oh, God.
Like, it's bad out here. I think it's the worst I've ever seen it.
Mm-hmm. I do want to add something that's interesting for me, because so I was overweight my whole life. I was 250 pounds until 3 years ago. And so with that, dating and being Black, so I was overweight and I was Black in predominantly white spaces. It wasn't until I came to Orange County, LA for college, that was the first time Black men were ever interested in me. I didn't know that light skins were considered something that somebody wanted, because I grew up in white environments where just if you were Black, period, they didn't care what the skin tone was. You were Black, they didn't want you. So coming to Orange County and LA for me from San Diego, it was just completely different.
First of all, yeah, she grew up in San Diego. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
And so now I do see it day by day, Black men coming up to me, just like you mentioned before, hey, light skin. So that's new for me, and I do see that priority, but it grosses me out because I'm like, what are you insinuating? Because even growing up in these white environments, the number one compliment I received is that I was pretty for a Black girl. And that, to this day, sticks with me.
That is triggering to me.
I know. I'm like getting choked up. I'm like, because it's that I grew up at like 6th grade until I'm 25. And I still think that. I'm like, sometimes like, damn, pretty for a Black girl. Like, you have 30-year-old men saying that shit to you like now. It's crazy.
imagine hearing it as a chocolate woman.
But
yeah,
no, and
they
they
for a dark
skin,
girl,
right? I hate that.
And it's interesting that you mentioned, that over there you were just seen as a black girl, because I do think that sometimes when it comes to other races of men, they see black in a very different way. I remember being in high school and a white male teacher was telling oh, you remind me so much of, you look just like Nicki Minaj. I was like, and then the girl was like, but she's not even light. And to him it was like he had no concept. He was calling me Beyonce and all these people that I don't look like, but in her mind, she's like, how could he be calling you that when you're not even light? But for him, he didn't see that at all for whatever reason. So I do think it's interesting that when you go outside of the black community, they see black different.
Yeah.
There's not light and dark.
They see it as just that's where the one drop rule came from. Michelle, you already know that. So they don't care. If you do not look like them, and you look like you have some type of ethnic feature, you're not full white. Remember, I did that whole thing with, what's her name? Rachel Lindsay's ex, Brian, whatever his last name was, talking about, the white guy. Oh, she called me the white guy, and I said, white to who? White to whom? Because and this is why we're having the issue that we're having, is because proximity to whiteness is not whiteness to a certain demographic, especially if you're in the US of A. I don't know if it's like that in the UK, but I know for damn sure it is like that in North America, period. Canada included. If you look like you have some type of ethnic mixture, they do not consider you as a white. Notice how when you tell Italian person that they're white, they get all foaming at the mouth. Do not ever tell an Italian person that they will say I'm Italian before they say I'm white, even though they are white. They're from Europe. Notice that with Jewish folks, they will say you're Jewish. That's what I'm saying. So it depends on what type of whiteness we're talking about. There's a whole level of it. Even Irish. The Irish people were considered different from the people who are in the UK or British people. And so it depends on how you look phenotypically, but also if you have any type of Negroid genetic in you, that's period across the board, whether you're Latin American, it mixed with black and white, multiracial, biracial, Middle Eastern, don't matter. If you do not look like them, then they do not consider you as white. Whereas for us, you will be considered as black. If you have a black parent, they will accept you as black. It's just a difference.
It's just black.
And that's what I was saying earlier. For them, it's not us against each other because, as you go up on the scale, I guess, for white and black, they can be, her story, they can be racially, I guess, profiled, I guess, if you want to call it that, or colorism, towards white people.
Right.
So
that's so
we shouldn't be against each other, I guess. We should just come together and figure out how to fix it within our community. Because to them, it doesn't matter.
And what happens when a woman who is dark-skinned is feminine in terms of how she dresses, she's not yelling, she's not screaming, she's actually soft? Do you find that you see that often? And when you do, when you do you feel surprised by that? When you see that, or in your own world, do you also expect another dark-skinned woman to be more aggressive? Is it a shock when you see a light-skinned person who's loud and obnoxious and not feminine at all?
I mean, I feel like they get glorified regardless of what they do. I feel like they can scream and yell and they'll get put on a pedestal regardless. But if we do it, it's a problem.
Can I argue?
That's how I feel. Look at,
What she talking about? Can I argue what? Can I argue that? Hold up. Okay. You was doing good up until now. Okay, let's see what's coming out here.
All these rappers that are lighter, that get on live and they just act crazy, but let a dark-skinned black rapper do it. She's this, that, and the third. You know what I mean? It's just the reality of what it is, but that's the truth, I feel.
Again, I do think it's circumstantial. I do feel like maybe my life experience might be a little unique, but for example, I'm a manager at a gym, operations manager. It's a male-dominated space, but I'm the one running that shit. I'm super loud. That's what I'm known for. They can hear me across the gym. I have 30 different laughs. I'm light-skinned, and they don't put me on that pedestal. Because in the environments I work in, it's predominantly white, Latino, Asian. Again, I'm just still that loud black girl. And that's always how I've been. But again, I totally understand what you're saying based on the spaces you've been in. Because at least in my experience, they're not differentiating the layers of blackness. They just see someone who's not white, and she's that stereotypical, archetypal, loud black woman.
Damn. This one might be a hard one. Okay, yeah, they see her as black 100% because if you're thinking about how There's still a difference, though. There's still a difference. You're more palatable black. I will say that. You're more palatable black. Yes, do they see you as black? 100%. I can almost guarantee that. But you are more palatable than a darker skinned black woman. So you cannot say that they would treat a darker skinned black woman with your behavior in the same way. So yes, they do recognize that you are black, but you are more easier on the eyes, I guess, or to the eyes to them, and it's more palatable, like I said. Whereas if sis over here was working at the gym and being like you, then she would get the, the warning, like you need to tone it down, or, oh, the customers have complained about you and they said that you're too aggressive. This is what the difference is. And that's why I had to preface it in the beginning by saying that, yes, light-skinned people can have similar experiences. I'm not saying that you do not experience racism, colorism. 100% you do, but it's at a different magnitude. She would not even have the opportunity to work at that gym. They would have seen her resume and told that shit right up. I'm being honest. And even if she did work at that gym, she would definitely not be able to have the same behavior that you have, because she would know right off rip that there's a different expectation. That's what this all comes down to. So no, sis, you cannot equate your light-skinned experience, because even if they see you as black, you're still more palatable than this one right here. Because then with her, they be calling the po-po. Okay, there's a big difference.
I mean, I think a loud black woman in other people's eyes is a loud black woman, but it's more palatable to be of a fair tone than...
Man, I didn't even... Y'all, I have not watched this. Mind you, Sophie recommended it to me. I watched a little bit yesterday with y'all. I do not watch my videos, the live stream videos, unless, like, for example, the Game and Shanice interview, it came on my For You page, and I was like, oh, I gotta see this. But I did not see this video. You see? There you go. She already, you see, we sisters. We understand each other. We know there's a difference.
And a dark skin. Because if I was in your situation, somebody would report me to HR real quick.
There you go.
I feel like the thing that backs up what you're saying is that they don't have to do too much as far as to assert their dominance, whereas we, as far as my experience, or probably all of our experiences more or less, gotta, put a little more pep in our step, speak with our voice louder to assert our dominance, where they naturally bring that off, and they don't want to do that, or because then that's taking away from them trying to be soft, and they are seen as more masculine.
We always have to be aware. Whenever I talk to people, I always have to, and this is the sad part about the experience of a black woman, because you always have to be careful how you talk to people and how you address people, or they will see you as threatening. Isn't that crazy? You always have to have a different voice when you talk to them. You got to be softer, gentler. You're going to be seen as aggressive and loud. And so even just by me being, I'm myself, I'd be funny, I could be saying something just super whatever, and somebody will take it as aggressive. Why? Whereas if someone else that's another race would say the same thing in a different tone, it would be more palatable to them. That's the difference. We are always on guard, and even if we are quiet, we don't say anything. The one day that we say something and we have boundaries, it's a difference. That's what I'm saying. We're not allowed to exist the same way that you are. So that's why I had to say that. It's not the same, sis. It's not. And you're on your blackness journey, 1 year? You got a lot of ways to go. You need to take more courses. You need to be around more black women, and you need to figure out what it is that you're not understanding. Because I noticed that she always was trying to equate her experiences to the dark-skinned women, but I let it slide because I'm like, okay, I get it. It's her experience. I'm not going to, try to dismiss her, her experiences as growing up as the only black, quote-unquote, girl amongst white folks. But this is where I have to draw the line, because it's a difference. But you didn't know that because you're not around black women to understand that, but we do.
Less feminine, or whatever the question was saying. And so it's like, I don't know, it just kind of contradicts, because it's like, well, yeah, like you get to speak with a loud voice at the gym, whereas like if you walked into the gym, you don't have to do that. And that's not necessarily fair, but that's just how the cookie's crumbling. So.
And let me tell y'all something. I live in a neighborhood, I live in a predominantly Caucasian neighborhood, and I live on an island where we are a minority, us black folks. So when I moved here, Again, it was a risk because we're like, oh, dang, I didn't want to move to Vancouver because it was too many people. It's too busy. And I was like, nah, I really don't want to move to Vancouver. I would rather move here because at least, yes, we get the same type of weather. But here, there were a lot of diverse people because it's a government town, right? So many people come from different countries or different cities in Canada to work here. So I was like, okay, more chances than not, most people here, it's a very liberal city. So they have more diverse experiences. Whereas in Vancouver, it is more segregated. I'll be honest, it is segregated. So here is a little bit more like less segregated because it's an island and there's a lot of different diverse experiences. There are people from the East Coast, West Coast, whatever, all over Canada, right? So chances are that they've been around diverse group of people, right? So now, I have noticed though that when I have my puppy, Lord, people just come up to me like it's like I'm less threatening. I don't know what it is. Not saying that people weren't threatened before. I'll be honest. People did say hi to me on the streets. People would say hi. They wouldn't be rude to me. But there's a difference. It was like before people would say hi to me, not sure if they should say hi or not. They used to be like with that little head nod like, hey, like, are you going to say hi to me? Like kind of look. But now that I have a puppy, it's like everybody free for all. Hey, how are you? Oh my God, he's such a cute puppy. And it's like, I was like, damn, is it because I'm less threatening? Is that what it is? But it's the reality, right? Like every time you walk in somewhere, you don't know what you're going to face. You don't know who you're going to encounter. You always have to have your guard up because you know that you have to operate in a different way as a Black person, especially as a Black woman. And I know Black men get it the same way as well. I remember when my brother came to visit and I was like, okay, he knows how to carry himself and he knows how to take care of himself. But the thought that I even had to have that thought. And I was like, dang, like, even though it's a liberal city, we still got to be careful. We always have to, make sure that everything is copacetic because you never know. And she's not understanding that. She doesn't get it. It's not clocking.
And I think in media, there's not a lot of examples of dark-skinned Black women who are feminine, who are soft, right? Oftentimes in roles are portrayed in that stereotypical way. So you're not seeing a lot of examples, I think, culturally. You don't get to see that as, oh, this is out there, this is beautiful. This is an option for a dark-skinned woman who can be soft and feminine and sweet.
I feel like it is out there, it's just hidden. I feel like when it comes down to dark-skinned women, it's like everyone turns their head because they don't want to see it. Because let's be real, if they were to put it out there that, oh, dark-skinned women and darker-toned women are soft, they are elegant, they are, up there, then that'll make us equal. Then there's no way to separate women, period. Because realistically, I feel like this is a whole separation tactic, keep us against each other, arguing about something that's not, there's bigger problems in this world, realistically. So it's really to distract everyone and to make Black women feel less, darker women feel less than they actually are, because a lot of women are never going to rise into their power or see themselves as worthy of these things or valuable if they highlight that, realistically.
And thank God for social media, because we're starting to see that with darker-skinned women, with Alondria from Love Island, with Janae from Love Island too. And it's like, oh, dark-skinned women can be soft, they can be,
And Shelly, let's not forget Shelly. I know she was with Ace, and I know a lot of people counted her out, but Shelly was, to me, Shelly, Alandra, and Janae, perfect. And Serena, too, but Serena, to me, was normal. I remember when people were villainizing her because she got up in Cordell's face. And I'm like, there's no difference between Serena getting upset and Kayla. The only difference was Kayla cried about it and Serena was angry, but it was the same reaction. But notice how when Kayla was crying, Liv, that's another example. Liv was very in your face. Liv was all in people's faces. Leah, too. But people were villainizing Serena, like, how could Cordell be with somebody like that? I remember that little, I can't stand him. The skunk face guy. What's his name? The one that looks like a squirrel. Kendall. Biracial, by the way. I know he's Black, but, he has multiracial history or whatever. He's a lighter-skinned Black man. And he was trying to demonize Cordell or demonize Serena in front of Cordell. You want to be with somebody like that? Meanwhile, Leah was all up in people's faces, getting upset and mad and erratic. And then look at Huda. Huda's the worst of the worst. She doesn't even compare to Serena. What Serena did was elementary compared to Huda. And yet, look at the fanfare, the millions of fans that she gets because people like that behavior, but not on Black women. That's the reality.
Girly, they can be soft speaking, but you still they're still like, social media scrolling and like there's still stuff coming against them. It's like, just let them exist. Like, let her be dainty and girly. Like, I don't get it.
I was just gonna say, they still trying to switch it around and say other stuff. So, but I guess that's just life.
It just made me think about like
She look like Snoop Dogg's daughter. She reminds me of Snoop Dogg's daughter. What's her name? Beautiful baby, beautiful girl. Corey? I think that's her name.
Growing up, Serena Williams and Kelly Rowland. Everybody thinks that you're supposed to be like a Kelly Rowland feminine, but Serena's not feminine, but she's just as feminine as, like, femininity in itself, it's different.
Serena is just as feminine. She just has muscles, that's all.
For any type of woman. Like, it's not, okay, you're supposed to be like this in this list. If you're not this feminine, then you're masculine. So the definition of femininity is an arguable question as well.
But the question is, who's telling us what femininity is? We're women. At the end of the day, we know what femininity is because we are women. We cannot listen to men or people who aren't women, but then tell us how to be feminine. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. She ain't lying.
That's why. And it is an important conversation because
that's why I always say femininity is behavior. It's not how you dress, how you look. And to be honest with you, you have both. Like, you can be masculine and you can be feminine. You can learn to turn it off, turn it on. You can be sweet. I'm sweet when I want to be, but I'm also vicious when I need to be. I will bite your ass. Don't play with me. You see, when I talk about pit bulls and Rottweilers in my videos, it's not because I'm just coming out like with those, oh my God, how dare they? Because I know I can definitely get down if I need to, but I also know how to turn it off. Everyone knows how to do that. So that's why this femininity conversation for me is asinine, because you can be both if you choose to be. And if you want to be more masculine, then that's okay. What's wrong with that? I just feel like your personality is your personality, and there are times where you need to be more assertive and you need to be more of a leader, and there are times where you need to sit back and be more submissive and let somebody else take the lead. You know how to turn it off and turn it on. I don't understand why you can't balance both. It's very strange to me. Just because you wear lipstick, like I said, my experiences, I have to bring back Korea because I lived in Korea for an extended amount of time, I should say, is that they were extremely beautiful on the outside, very feminine, but on the inside, it's not the same. So not all, like I said, but some women, the way they was talking to their men, I was like, well, damn. I remember one time this one lady, she was berating her man, y'all. I was like, oh Lord, I don't think she knew I knew how to speak Korean, because I don't speak, I can understand it. I was sitting right there like this, like, damn, you talking to your man in front of everybody like that? Oh Lord. And she looked as feminine as possible. Hair laid, makeup on point, beautiful as hell. But inside is not feminine, according to society, right? So that's why I say you could turn it off and turn it on. So it's not about how you look, it's about behavior. And again, you have both traits. You can choose how you want to operate within your realm of reality. And what's more, like, you can't be rah-rah reptar all day. You got to turn it off sometimes. It's just like men. You can't expect a man to be more masculine all the time, because there are some times where he needs to be softer. He needs to turn on that femininity inside of him. And he needs to be softer, in life. He can't always be rah-rah reptar. You got to also have that kind of submissive, I don't want to say submissive is feminine. When I say feminine, masculine is basically the yin and the yang. Y'all already know, like the whole yin and yang, the difference of personalities. I'm not talking about your sex or gender. I got to be very specific, okay? Because I know some people, they could take it other places. But my point is, I'm not talking about gender. I'm talking about behavior, okay? So you could be a man and be softer at times. That's considered more feminine. But then you could be a woman and be harder at times. That's considered masculine. You can balance both. God damn it.
So if a little girl or a young girl, I think of like a teenager. My niece she's 13. If she sees herself as so dark and so ugly, because that's what the world is saying, that's what men are saying, she's more likely to end up having low self-esteem, or even going the other way, being very promiscuous. And any guy who gives her attention, she's like, oh, finally, it's like, and then going down that road, it can be very dangerous to be perceived as undesirable.
But it could be a good thing. I feel like it could be a good thing. It just depends on your mindset. I feel like as a kid, I was very strong-minded, and you cannot tell me, if I think the sky's pink, and you're not convincing me otherwise. And I feel like with that happening to me as a child, it made me stand firm in everything I believe in. I'll go against the pack without having a problem with it. I'll have people look at me sideways without having a problem with it. Like, I was able to stand firm in everything. Like, nobody's judgment could steer me. Like, I'm unfazed.
I'm the same way. Even in my friendships now, I'm the most want to say not separated, but I'm very like, I don't do what you guys do. And I'm the darkest one in my friend group, my immediate friend group.
Why? What? I need to know who y'all hanging out with. You gotta, like I said, you need to diversify your friend group. If you're the darkest one, to me, that's a signal of who are you entertaining yourselves with. Because that's probably why these problems keep persisting. You're around people who are not like-minded. I gotta be honest, y'all. That's just what I'm hearing. I don't know if that's the reality, but I gotta go according to what they're saying. Why are you hanging out with people who do not look like you? You should be hanging out with diverse groups of people. White people do it all the time. I always see, well, let me tell you something. Whenever I see white women, white men, they can be as diverse as possible, but most of the time, majority of their core friend group, that looks like them. And it's for a reason. Now, I'm not saying that that's the right way to do it, because obviously you want to have people with diverse perspectives. You can't just be with people who think and act like you. But at the same time, there's room for that. You need to be around people who look like you. I think maybe I didn't have that experience because I did grow up in a predominantly black neighborhood. Even though it was diverse, but mostly black people. And so my experience was totally different. So that's why I always wanted to seek friendships with black women. That was never a side quest. It was a necessity. It was mandatory. So I don't understand how you could be the darkest one. I'm assuming, are you saying all your friends are black and you're the darkest black friend? But it's not sounding like that. It's sounding like people are lighter skinned than you and you're hanging around. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but you need to diversify your friend group. Especially if you're having these type of situations coming up all the time.
I've always been the one, if I don't want to stay somewhere, I'm leaving. If I don't want to do that, I'm not going to do it. And they kind of look at me sometimes like, you have the audacity to say no? It's like, yes, I have the luxury to say no. And
yeah, you see? Yeah, they're looking at her like you have the audacity to say no. See, I need to be around friends where when I say no, we all say, be like, what? We're on one accord. Hell yeah, we going. Why are we here? Why would I be around people who don't understand my perspective or don't understand my plight or are not willing to understand that? If I feel uncomfortable somewhere, you should be willing to understand that. No matter what my friend group looks like, especially if I don't have diverse friends. So that's what I'm saying. Like, well, I do, but sis doesn't. Come on now. We got to do better, black women. Something's going on here.
And I'm like, I'm tired of the world telling me I can't because I'm more darker than someone else. So I'm going to make my own rules. And if I want to change my mind, I can too. But yeah, just being different, I would say it's the best thing. The confidence level I have gained over the years. I'm just like, I love this version. I think I also inspire my friends who are lighter skinned. Like, wow, I want to be like her.
Oh, yeah. There we go. You see, I was right. So she does have lighter skinned friends. And she needs to... Oh, what is going on here? This is just... Oh, my God. We got to do better, y'all. We got to do better. We have to do better. That is it. That is all. Continuing. Y'all, even in Korea. I was in Korea. One of my roommates, shout out to Vanessa. Love her. I don't know if she watches my live streams, but shout out to her. She was from Malawi. And guess what? Oh, we were always together. And that's the thing. I have friends from all over the world. But whenever I made friends, especially if I had a black woman around me, I was like, oh, we gonna be friends. Oh, we gonna be friends. Even if we gonna be friends. Because that's just what it is, right? It's like you need to be around people that I don't know. Maybe I'm talking too much, y'all.
With her confidence level. Like, she's not afraid of anything. She wants to do whatever she wants. That, I hope I'm inspiring them to just, you can do the same thing. It doesn't matter what complexion you are. I hope I'm an example in a positive way.
I love that. Speaking of friend groups, I know you all have friends of maybe other black women. How does that work out when, let's say you're going out? Because oftentimes we'll hear women say, okay, we're going to all go out to, some party or whatever. But they know that the guys are all going to go for their light-skinned friend just because she's light-skinned, or feel like they're not going to get the attention that they want. Has anyone experienced that?
All the time. Like, it's bad. Like,
of course, because okay, sorry, I'm sorry, y'all. This is where the real, y'all know, if you watch my channel already, you know I don't mince my words. I don't give a damn. This is not going to help you. Why are you putting yourselves in this kind of environment? You already know that there's a colorism, there's colorism out there. You already know that a lot of these clubs, especially when you go to Miami, these establishments, Miami, New York, LA, wherever you go, if you're going out and you're trying to have a fun time, you already know that there's a stigma against you as a darker skinned black woman, as a black woman, period. And especially if you don't look the certain desirable way that they want you to look, you're going to have that experience. So now, why are you putting yourselves in these environments to have this? It's like trauma. It's like you're just reliving your trauma all over again by being around these type of people. If you want to be with your friends, I'm not saying that you can't have friends who are different. Like I said, I have a diverse friend group. I have friends who are white, black, everything in between. But I know that if I'm going to go out with my white friends, it's not going to be to an entertainment place where there's going to be a high percentage or a chance that we're going to have this situation happen. I'm not going out with y'all. No. Not there. We'll go other places. You know, you gotta have friends with different things. There's some friends I go out to coffee with. We could go and walk to the park. We can go and hang out at the beach. But then you ain't going to the night scene with me. Well, I don't do that anyways. But even if I were to do that, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna have the same experience. Why would I put myself through that? So I could show up at the door so they could say, you get in, but you blackie, you don't get in. Red flag. Hell no. I'm not putting myself through that. And you want to know how I know that? Because, like I said, I'm cognizant of that. I've been cognizant. When I was in Korea, you would not see me out in them clubs like that. No. That's just not how I roll, personally speaking. And also, a lot of people had those experiences. As soon as I saw on the Black in Korea forum that they were like not letting some black people into clubs, and I said, why would I want to frequent that establishment? I care where my dollars go. I am so sorry. I don't even care if it's free before. I don't give a damn. If I know that you're being racist and you don't like black people frequenting your establishment, you're never gonna see me there, period. And if I don't get the intel first and I go there and I sense the vibe is off, I'm out. Before you can even let me know that you're racist, I already could feel it. I'm out. You ain't gonna get no dime out of me. I don't give a damn. I'm not that kind of person. Well, I'm gonna spend money just to show them black people. I don't give a damn. I'm not spending my dollars there. And I'm not going to put myself in that position to go in there so I could be rejected. So first of all, you guys are saying all this, but then your friend group doesn't look like the women who are next to you. That's a problem. I'm sorry. I gotta call it out. Why are you doing this to yourselves?
To go out to the clubs with my friends, a lot of my friends are lighter. Well, they used to be lighter. And we'll get into places simply off their skin tone. They'll look at me sideways and try to like hold me at the door. And me, baby, I'll go home. I'm quick to rub these feet together. You don't gotta tell me twice.
Wait, so they let your friends in and told you to go home?
Yeah, and then my friends will have to fight for me like, no, we're not coming in. If she's not coming in and it's simply off my skin tone, we've gotten kicked out sections. Well, they've gotten kicked out sections because of my skin tone. Me, I'm not moving. Baby, get the security and tell them to take me home while you're at it. Cause like, I don't play that. Like, you gotta give me a better reason besides my skin tone. Once I know it's about my skin tone, it's raps. Oh, baby, we're going there. You're gonna hear my mouth every time. So that was always my problem.
That is awful.
But this is the thing too, like, why okay, we gotta have a conversation about that. Why are we going to these other people's establishments if this is the reality of what's going on? I'm not gonna go to a restaurant if I know that they do not like my kind. I'm not even gonna try to go there. Why would I do that to myself? I would rather frequent restaurants who do care about my business, who do care about me, who do want to see me. And I understand, maybe they didn't know, but then at the same time, it's like, people know, people talk. And also, what establishments are your friends going to, especially if they don't look like you? More than likely, they're going to those type of establishments because that's where they feel the most welcome. Because again, they are the privileged ones or the ones who are seen as the most desirable. So of course they're gonna go somewhere where they're the most desired. Come on now, let's be clear. Let's be for real. They're not gonna go somewhere where they're not as desired. So then what is this? A humiliation kink? I don't understand this, y'all. I don't know. Maybe My brain is maybe my brain works differently.
Have you ever noticed that with your friends?
Yes, I've been on both ends of that because I have friends who are 2-3 shades lighter than me with really long, loose, curly hair, and then it's like I'm not there, and so I see it firsthand. And then I have some friends who are darker than me, and we've been in spaces where we've gone out, and they're not even talking to them or acknowledging them. So it's really interesting because I think, especially with Black men, they have this indoctrination that they haven't really taken the time to dismantle, and I feel like if we just go all the way back in an alternate universe where lighter skinned people were working in the fields and darker skinned people were working in the house, and then you just fast forward and you see in the media like all dark skinned women with huge 4C afros, do you really think that that's something you would still want, like light skinned women on your arm? Because I feel like a lot of people, they just want that to show off to other people, and they don't even really like the person sometimes. Like, it's just, this is what's popular, this is what I want because it's popular.
You made an interesting note amongst light skins, because you said you have friends that are even lighter than you are, and you would get ignored. I experienced the same thing, because my other friends, they're very light skinned, very, very loose curls, like almost straight hair, if you will. I'm never the one to get looked at or hit on going out. Even to this day, if I am with those friends, nobody. I'm so serious. And it's just why.
Yo, okay. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Sis, come on now. Getting refused at a club and not getting hit on or getting refused entrance into a public establishment in the United States is completely different from you sitting in that damn establishment and not getting the attention or the male attention that your other friends get. It's a difference. There's a difference, okay? Number one. Number two. Oh boy. All right, let's continue, y'all. I'm confused right here. This conversation is going left. It started off great and then it just went left as time went on, as it usually does. This is why these conversations keep happening, because of this kind of situation. Okay, continuing, y'all. Lord, okay. Here we go. Centering herself again. Sounds very familiar. And I don't know why my camera keeps doing this. It's always when I'm in the kitchen streaming. I think I'm going to use my webcam.
Because in my head, I'm like, we're both pretty, different types of pretty, because we look different features, different background. But just radio silence if I'm with those friends, but then on my own, I would get hit on. So it's just, I don't know if that's like an LAOC thing specifically, that's everywhere, but that's what I've experienced as well. There's layers to being light-skinned too, which I didn't know.
I didn't know that either.
Oh my God.
I'm like, wow. The next prompt is, I have benefited from colorism in ways I didn't recognize before.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, someone who has benefited from it.
The first thing that came to my head, I wouldn't really say was okay. I had a couple things come to my head. So one of the things that, it's not a benefit, and I'm not condoning it whatsoever, but it can be perceived as a benefit. For an example, I was in my cousin's wedding, my cousin from Georgia, she's darker than me, and we went to a David's bridal somewhere in the South, and all of her friends were darker. I'm the light one there, and my family and her friends. So we go to try on dresses, and the lady who was helping us was a white lady. She would not touch the other girls. She didn't want to fit them, she only wanted to touch me. I didn't notice, because I don't know, I just was oblivious to it. But she kept saying like, oh, like you come here and like we can fit her. I'm not the bride. My cousin was the bride, but didn't really want to like acknowledge or touch them, like to zip up the dress. She would only offer to help me. And she was like, one of her friends had made a comment, if I was lighter like you, you didn't even see the issue.
And I hope y'all walked out of there and did not give them a dime. But you did. I hope you didn't. I hope you walked out of there. I hope you walked out of there. You may not have recognized it, but your cousin did. Stop giving these people your coins and your funds. Stop it. Stop it. Stop giving them your labor. Stop trying to make them understand. They understand. They don't care. Like I said, if I'm not getting service like everybody else, I'm out. And I'm going to write a report and a complaint to your head office. Get out of here. Red flag. I'm going to blast your ass. Don't do that. So I really hope that this was it looks like she seems like she's trying to learn, at least.
And so like things like that where I'm like, I didn't even recognize.
How does that make you feel when you or hear that from like internally? Does it faze you at all, or how does it make you feel on the inside?
It honestly makes me feel bad sometimes, because I didn't feel the pain that they felt. Like I didn't feel the direct discrimination that they felt because they were darker. And it sucks that it's even a thing, because at the end of the day, they were all beautiful. I didn't see like, oh, because you're darker, because I'm lighter. It's not that. They were all beautiful, and it was really hard to be in the middle of, in real life, watching the discrimination based off of tones that I didn't see. And I hurt for them, and I also hurt for the people who have experienced things like that. So it made me, in that moment, it made me feel really bad. Yeah.
I agree with what you said. I don't think it's right, but I definitely recognize that the lighter you are, the more privileged you are, the nicer people will treat you. I mean, I'm very well traveled. I've been to many countries. I've lived in many countries. So it's not just an American issue, it's a global issue. And I'm always advocating against it. I think it's very unfair. I personally don't see skin color just based on my background. In fact, sometimes I even forget how light I am until certain moments, treatment. Like I said, I'll be with friends that are darker and I'll see, how men approach them, or sometimes overly sexualizing them in a weird way, or bouncers, even staff at restaurant, like waiters, waitresses, and I'm just like, this is not fair, this is not right. And sometimes it makes me feel guilty for being lighter, and I feel like I can't compliment myself or hype myself up, and do too much, quote unquote, because it makes me feel uncomfortable, and I don't want to seem like I'm trying to become above, my peers, those around me. So it also just makes me feel uncomfortable in certain situations of not knowing how much I can say, not knowing how confident I can come across as well.
So do you realize it's happening around you, or someone has to point it out? Do you naturally just see it? Like, if a waiter came and was focusing on your order and all into you, would you think, oh, it's just because I'm pretty? Or would you think, oh, it's because I'm light?
I try not to focus too much on my skin color, just because...
You should. You see, I was going to clock you when you said you don't focus on race, but I let you finish your thought. But now I have to stop you. Red flag, you should! You should! Until this world can revolve and not be about race, then we going to make it about race. I'm sorry, every single time. I will, oh, you just trying to bring out the bad. Yes, I will bring it out when I need to. If I feel like there's no other reason, because you got to go through this deductive reasoning, right? If you're sitting there, you go to a restaurant, you, see everybody getting served or getting sat at a table before you, nobody greets you at the door, but they greet everybody else, that's already a red flag. Get the hell out of here. Why are you there? Next, if you go there, they sit you down. Let's say that, everything worked according to plan. And then all of a sudden, when it comes time to take your order, they are flipping with you, got an attitude, but with everybody else smiling and sweet. Get the fuck out of there. I'm not going to stay there. Get out. Excuse my French. So yes, if I see that I'm getting, I can spot it real quick. And you know what the sad part is that I already know. But when my husband moved to Canada, he understood. Now he knows. But guess what? I mean, there's only so many conversations you can do to prepare your spouse. I had to tell him, I was like, look, it's not the same as Korea. In Korea, you are an Asian man. You are around your peers. You're not going to feel the difference. He lived in Australia and New Zealand. So I'm thinking he understands it. But no, he said Canadian racism is different. It's quiet. It's passive. And I was like, yeah, you get it now. Now you understand. He didn't get it before. And now he does. And unfortunately, he had to learn it, because I was like, look, there's only so many things. Like when we were moving, I had to look at the cities. I had to look at, okay, which is a place that's comfortable for both of us, where we're not going to get profiled. Where can we live where we don't have to worry about this and that? And of course, you still have to worry about it. You're still in America, or North America, in Canada, I should say. But I was like, okay, we have to make sure that where we live, it's not going to be a problem for him or for me. I did all that due diligence, because I had to make it very clear to him that he is not only Asian, but he's an immigrant. That's already double, even if you're a man. So now that we live in Canada, he's been living here for 3 years now. Yeah, 3 years. We returned 3 years ago. He finally understands. He's like, yeah, I remember one time he told me somebody spoke to him differently, like, when he has an accent or whatever, like he felt like he wasn't being serviced right. Oh, I was like, okay, next time, let me know. I was like, you know what? Let me know next time. That person gonna get I said, get their name, their number, their batch number, employee number, get all that stuff together. Let me know. Let me know. I had to teach him all that stuff. And it's sad that I even had to do that, but it's like, that's the reality of it. So now he gets it. Because I remember when we were choosing a city, he was like, why are you always choosing cities where you feel comfortable and there's other black people? Now he's like, I see why you did that. I was like, yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to move somewhere where I don't feel comfortable. I need to have some black folks around me. I'm sorry. I don't care who gets offended. I need to see some, the black community somewhere. I need to see, I look at the restaurants. If there's an African restaurant, a Jamaican, a Caribbean, whatever, Haitian, I'm good. I'm like, okay, if there's a restaurant, that means there's enough of us there to go frequent that establishment. I need to see a hair store. I need to see a few people. I need to see that. Yes, absolutely. He couldn't understand it. Because he was like, every time he would choose a city, I was like, nope. I would look demographic, nope. He couldn't understand it. Now he gets it. I'm like, yeah, oh, now you get it? Now you get it. So now, everything is about race, my sister. I hate to tell you that. You can't watch and say, I don't think of too much about my light-skinnedness. You need to. You have to in this world. That's how you're going to be able to operate properly. Because I promise you, we've avoided a lot of situations. A lot. Because of awareness and being aware that you're different. And operating in that way and not being afraid to speak up and say something when you see something wrong, or not being able to walk, not feeling weird for walking out. I walked out of a place with Dawn before. I said, no, we're not going here. He couldn't understand it. I was like, nope, I'm out of here. I don't like the attitude. Oh, but honey, no, we out. Let's roll out. And now he does the same. He's like, oh yeah, I don't feel good. The energy's weird. Okay, let's go. I don't even question it. I'm like, if he feels weird, it's weird. If I feel weird, it's weird. We're out. It could be nothing. I don't care. I'll take my chances. Trust and believe me. You need to be aware. Stop hiding your heads in the clouds, people.
As a person, I don't want to be hyperfixated on skin tones, but I am very observant, and I think it's just a matter of discernment. Like, you can just discern when someone is being racist or having certain microaggressions, and I definitely do see that, and I think it's very, very unfair. So I can't imagine what that's like, just trying to go about your day and receiving different treatment. And, even with me, because I have an English accent, people are always like, wow, you're so proper and you're so put together. And there's even certain white people that are comfortable to tell me like, yeah, you're so relaxed, you're like not aggressive. And I'm like, you're talking to the wrong person right now, because I do not agree with you. I think they even forget themselves around me. And similar to you, I grew up predominantly white schools. I was in private schools. I was always one of the minority in terms of, being black people. But I think because of my worldview and my background and because I sound cool.
I remember one time somebody said I was well-spoken and I said, oh, because I speak white. Oh, gag them. Yeah, exactly. Gag them. When I do my code switch, because at work I have to be a little, hi guys, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, to circle back on that, and then sometimes it does jump out. I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? I remember one time I was talking to my friend. I told you I forgot sometimes I be forgetting, y'all. And I was talking to my work friends, and then we was just shooting the breeze or whatever, just hollering, and then it came out. The accent, they were laughing. They were like, oh my gosh. Like, they thought it was so funny. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know for real. But yeah, welcome. This is craziness to me, though. Because it's like, we got to be cognizant. Yeah, I'm telling you, they told me I was well-spoken. I was like, why? Because I can speak like a white person? Shut them right up. Oh, I didn't mean it like, it's always, I didn't mean it like that. Yeah, but what are we talking about? What did you expect me to talk like? What does that mean?
Unquote proper, that I had better treatment as well.
Awesome. Well, I know a lot of you ladies are models. So in the entertainment industry, the modeling
and again, I know you can speak proper. It's not a white thing, okay? But I'm just saying a white person said it to me, so I had to say it like that. Just to make them realize that it's stupid to say that.
Industry. Do you think that the entertainment industry in general prefers lighter skin tones?
Yes. Depends on the project.
I feel like in modeling, if you're a really deep skin tone, you benefit. I personally have benefited. I started modeling in 2016. And I feel like there was a shift in 2016 with the uprise of Afro beats. All of a sudden, everybody wanted to be deeper skin. It was cool to be African. And I benefited from it. I'm not going to lie. And that's when I started modeling. And I noticed that, almost every set I'm on, it's like, okay, we need a dark skinned girl, and especially if your skin tone is really, really deep, you get booked. I feel like if you're in between, it's actually harder. You know, I saw a tweet from Jay Versace he said that like if you're not like really, really deep, it's hard for you to model. And a lot of people came at him for that. But honestly, he's kind of right. Like you have to look different in some way, shape, or form. And you know, we do look different in America because we're such deep skin tones. So when you look different, you're more likely to be a model. So
yeah, what it is you look more ethnic. That's all. So a lot of companies, they prefer that because that fills the diversity quota. You're not just regular black. You're black. You're really black. You're not regular black like these other black folks. It's very strange to me. But yeah, like that has happened as well. I do know that because it's the I remember there was a debate on social media about the erasure of African American women in media and the entrance of African women with darker and deeper skin tones. That's been a debate as well. We're not going to get into that because that's a whole nother can of worms. But yeah, this has been happening as of recently, I'd say within the last decade.
I think that.
It's so crazy because I feel like, not to cut you off, you were done. No, I'm sorry. No, that's when I started to feel like beautiful. When I started modeling, because like when you're modeling, it's different than just being out in the world. It's like the models and the staff and people on the campaign, they appreciate your skin. They booked you because of how you look. Yeah. So you feel the most loved in those situations. So I wouldn't necessarily say I see the colorism like in modeling for me.
I do. I think it depends. It depends on what you're shooting. It depends on the project. It depends what they're using you for. Because sometimes they might just throw in a black girl or a dark skinned girl just because they need to just throw you in there. And sometimes you can feel the effects of them.
Mind you, I didn't even watch this video. You see the collective experience. And I bet you some of y'all in the comments, y'all commenting, saying the same thing I am. It's the collective experience, y'all.
Just needing one dark tone girl just to put in there because they treat you away. Like even the way they do your makeup, you can feel it. And I noticed that a lot.
Let's talk about Serena. Hold up. Before we continue, Serena on Love Island talked about it. Let me see if I could grab that clip.
Let me tell you something.
I didn't know if I was going to bring it up, but I'm so glad that you recommended this video. Shout out to you, Sophie, for letting me know about this. And Queen as well. You recommended a lot of videos too last week and this week as well. Serena Love Island. She spoke about hair. Let's watch that. Okay, here we go.
Braids in the US. Yeah.
Okay, so remember Serena on Love Island. She was on Love Island season 6. She's the one I was talking about that they were demonizing because Cordell chose her instead of Daya. And remember, I'm telling you, it wasn't as I remember when it happened, people tried to brush it off. But look at this. And there was a whole conversation. Look at this. So he was remember he went to Casa. And then Serena was the girl that he really liked. So he really wanted to be with Serena. But she was, she was kind of taking her time with him. She wanted to see if he was serious because he's 2 years younger than her. Totally understandable. And she was just, she was on a dating show. So she's trying to see if he's for real or not. Because, again, she's used to men being a certain way. And so she wanted to take her time and to, suss him out. Remember, Cordell is Odell Beckham Jr.'s brother, half-brother, right? So this man right here is his brother. Y'all know Odell Beckham. This is his Beckham's baby mama. This is his baby mama, y'all. These are the type of women he dates, okay? So his older brother dates women who are very fair to light-skinned, biracial. He has also been rumored to have dated Kim Kardashian. So his brother is used to women that look like her. And so when he got on the show Cordell, people expected him to be a colorist. I don't want to say his brother's a colorist, but to be with, because sometimes, it is what it is. I don't want to necessarily say that because I don't think his brother has said anything problematic, but they expected him to be like his brother and to follow in his brother's footsteps. And when he got with Daya, I think that was her name, people wanted him to be with her. And notice, she is a black woman, but she is lighter skinned compared to Serena. And she's of a lighter tone. She's very polite. She speaks very softly, very soft-spoken, very palatable. She's a palatable black girl. And so there was a whole, like I said, there was a whole campaign of, men in the villa, mainly Kendall. Where he at? Where his ass at? And I didn't forget Miguel either. Kendall, let's put Love Island, season 6. This is the man who was telling him, oh, wait, what happened here? Hold on, sorry. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, Kendall, there we go. This was the man who was telling him not to be with Serena. Look at his preference right here. Okay. So now, Cordell ended up choosing Serena. And they've been together for like more than a year now. And again, this was colorism right in your face. Like the reactions, people just dragging her for no reason at all, to be honest with you, saying she was being too mean to him. And he understood. And I love the way that he validated her feelings. He said, no, she has a right to be angry. Because they were trying to demonize her to be the angry black woman. And he's like, no, she should be mad because I broke my promise. See, he understood the assignment. We didn't forget Miguel Harachi. Yeah, he was on that train too, and then he stopped. But he was one of the ones who did not want Cordell with Serena. And then, mind you, he's with a woman who is best friends with Serena and who is actually has similar personality type as Serena, but she's Middle Eastern, so it's more palatable, like I said before. Now let's watch because they were talking about dark-skinned women or black women not having the same, like when it comes to hair, when it comes to makeup, being treated differently when they're modeling or on TV shows. So we're gonna watch her clip right now.
U.S. Justine, I saw she had braids, and I was like, okay, well, she did this. I'm gonna try and switch up last minute and add braids because I was interviewing in wigs and sew-ins and stuff. And they were like, keep the hair that you have in these interviews. But I was like, I'm not gonna lie. Look, the Fiji weather. Definitely about to put these braids in. If y'all don't put me in, y'all don't put me in. But I'd rather not be on camera than to like look. I'm very like particular about my appearance too, like just how I present myself.
Correct.
Very
to me, you're very gorgeous.
Yeah. Hello.
Stunning.
So and then they have no resources for you.
Right.
Like, you have to have it all. I know. Thank God I was there my season. I was doing everybody's hair, Cordell's hair. I was taking Golf Janae's wig, resewing hers down on break days. Everybody, all the other girls who wanted like maybe curly hair for the next day, I would French braid their hair in line. They didn't have anybody under the, what they did have? The boys did have a barber.
Was it one of the guys?
No. They had somebody come in and cut the hair. We didn't have nobody do our clothes. We didn't have nobody do our nails. And Serena was on hair. Actually, I need to invoice.
1000% you should. What? Hair and makeup styling. It should be actually in the credits. Yeah. Every single episode.
And then even like before I went on, when I was doing my like intro video, this was like before I even knew if I was like an OG or a bombshell, they had a hairstylist there. Obviously, they don't know how to do textured hair. So I want to say I sat down and she took a wig brush to my braids. And I was like...
To do what with?
I was like, oh, actually, my braids don't need any touching up. I was like, I don't need anything done to my hair. I was like, I'll do my hair for it all.
Serena? Could you fucking imagine?
No, I would have lost my shit.
A wig brush to braids. Red flag. And this is Love Island. They had a budget for that. Cheap ass people. That's why I said I'm boycotting next. I am not watching Love Island no more. It's one of the most vile reality shows. After last season, count me out. I'm not doing no more. Sorry, y'all.
I was like, wait, no. Because I have the boho pieces out. So I'm like, maybe you think like you're about to brush that, but like,
if those would have went fly, girl, if you don't get you some leave-in conditioner, some water, and go ahead and just, or actually get the fuck away.
I literally, after that, I came with the kit, right? And she did. I said, no. I put up my mousse. I said, if you want to do anything, just put this on. And that's it.
If you want to say you did your job effectively.
Right. Just put this mousse on and let's call it a day.
Scrunch.
Braids. And
no.
In the US, Justine, I saw she had braids. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, y'all heard Serena. So she was the hairdresser. Caretaker. Free labor, unfortunately, because they couldn't be bothered to give her a damn hairstylist or give them a hairstylist.
When it comes on to modeling and music videos, it's just now that I'm starting to see more darker tone women being highlighted because of the model Anoki.
I'm about to butcher her name, Lauren. But yeah, that model, I've been seeing her a lot in Travis Scott videos, and that's when I started seeing more artists. They were probably using darker tone before, but I started seeing it more so when Travis Scott started using her, and certain artists will use like 1 or 2 darker tone, highlighting them. But before, no. A dark tone girl leading in a music video, no boobs, no booty.
Yeah,
oh, baby.
crazy. Never heard of. Never heard of.
That's true. Any of you want to chime into that?
I would say, and correct me if I'm wrong, what you guys think. I feel like more like what you were saying, maybe more in high fashion and modeling. And again, it depends on the book, the project, the shoot. Darker tones are preferred. I think on social media, I think it also depends on your own algorithm, what you're consuming. I'm also light-skinned, so maybe I'm seeing more light-skinned influencers, but when I do tend to see ads or little commercials or on TV, if someone's black, they do tend to be light-skinned.
She is right. Actually, she's right about that. Okay, because sis said a few problematic things, but she's right about that.
Yes, I do see that.
Yeah, I do feel like sometimes light-skinned people are chosen because they meet, like, they're good enough for white people and they're still black, so it's good enough for black people too. Like, it's like
more palatable, yeah, than your black ass. My black ass too. When I say black ass, I'm not talking about because she's dark skinned. I'm talking about because we're black. Okay, just making it very clear, because I know some people like, why are you saying that about this dark skin? I'm also black, just a different type of black, because she's the darker skinned. But yeah, they do. Yeah, it's more palatable, 100%, because they can maybe see themselves in there, and it's softer for them. So they're like, quote unquote, you're too different. You look too different. That's the problem. So then that's why they are like, it's too different. It's way too different.
they're like the perfect mix. Not too black, because I have gone to castings where they say they want a black girl, but they don't really want a black girl.
They just want a Zendaya.
Sort of want to meet a quota, or they want a black girl, but they don't want a dark-skinned girl. You know, they don't want it too black. They just want black enough. And I feel like, yeah, that's where light-skinned girls definitely benefit in the modeling and acting industry. Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. I think I saw a video and it was very similar to what Jay said. He said you either have to be like super light skin or really dark skin, and there's not a lot of in-between room for regular black models. I think especially just in like commercials or the mass media, there is still a big preference for lighter skinned women. I'm also seeing like a lot of interracial families as well. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just what I've been seeing. And I haven't really seen a lot of big push for darker skin representation, unless, like you guys were talking about, depends on the role, which maybe is getting better, but in my opinion, not really.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I know we talked about like the men and kind of like pitting women against each other, and maybe they're not even attracted to someone that's light skinned, but it's just for the looks. Do you feel men within the Black community contribute to colorism more than the women do?
Yes.
For sure.
I don't feel like I haven't experienced, because my sister's light skinned, so I have a different outlook on it too, but I haven't really experienced it from the women. I don't ever blame the women. Most of the time, it's not them, it's what society puts on them. And it's like, that makes dark-skinned people or dark-skinned women or men mad at the light-skinned side, when it's like, a lot of them feel like how they feel. It's the world and society, the media, entertainment. It's the people that's working the production and booking the models and stuff like that. It's those people that's pushing it off on them that's making us think that it's them, it's not really them. That's how I feel.
This is a layered conversation. Is she wrong? No, but it's not the only factor. So many different factors, y'all. Where, again, historically, when we were bought in chains, when my ancestors were in chains, okay, we gotta remind people. When we were in chains, we were bought in chains, there was a differentiation, right? So I don't know if it was like that prior to that, but I can only speak on the history after that, because I am a product of the history after, right? So when I know that they used to have tribes, we still do, but like on the motherland, on the mainland, the motherland, there were tribes and differentiations based on, class and, your family and your origins, all that stuff. But when it came to color, it was life or death. So if you were white passing, you would be able to go up north way faster than somebody who was black. Also, if you were white passing, which means that the slave owner, he did something to your mama, he R-worded her, then that would mean you could probably get an education. You could probably learn to read. You were kept inside of the house, which they touched upon a little bit. So yes, that was then. Then it progressed into more, like she said, in social media, stuff like that. But it's also historically, like, if that is, again, because slavery did a number on us, so then it was passed down. So even if you had no TV and no media, there would still be this type of after effect and ramification because of the historical, I guess, evil that had happened prior. And so when you have these things that are passed down, it's normal, or it's been normalized in our society to differentiate people based on color, class, and all of the above, right? And so now, yes, does media contribute to it? 100%. But as a lot of mothers are raising their sons to want to be with a lighter skinned woman, who a lot of mothers and fathers are raising their children to want certain people because of whatever stereotypes they have. And yes, like it can be passed down in many different ways. So I understand what she's saying, like, don't blame the women because society expects you to have da 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 da. But then at the same time, it's also historical too. So there's like a lot of elements to it. It's not just media, it's also sociological, historical, political. There's a lot of different factors.
It may be some cases it might be light-skinned people treating dark-skinned people, but overall, I feel like it's the people that's running the productions and stuff like that.
But do you feel like those people are just trying to give people what they want?
Yeah, but it's like, to
Exactly.
a certain extent, you got to ask yourself, do you want to give people what they want, or do you want to fix the problem?
No, but that's the thing. You can't fix the problem without addressing it. And then that has to do with history as well. And then also the people who are in charge of those media companies, they are also going to... Do we need to get into that, y'all? Who owns most of the media? It's mostly Jewish men. Gotta be honest. Look at what's going on over there. Who owns the music industry? That I know for sure is Jewish men. We gotta be honest. Most of the record labels are now owned by Jewish men. Most of the hair, beauty supply stores in North America are owned by Korean people. Hair, where you buy your hair from? If you get extension, wigs, weaves, all that stuff, you're probably getting it from China more than likely. We did a whole video on that recently. I forgot. We might need to do a part 2 of that. So it's, again, like, yes, our other race is perpetuating it 100%, but then we are also consuming it as well. Because, guys, hello, I remember, y'all, being with my husband, honestly, has opened my eyes to different ways of seeing things, because I don't watch those things, but I remember, because he likes the song Taste by Tyga. And he loves listening to it. Does he know the lyrics? Who knows? No, he doesn't. Most of the time, sometimes he'll be singing lyrics, and I'm like, do you even know what that means? He's like, no, it just sounds catchy. And I'm like, you might not want to say that around people. I'm not talking about the N-word, because he never said that. Red flag. I gotta say that. Preface it by saying that. He's not talking about that. He's talking about, like, I remember there's a lot of song he was listening to. It was the fantasy song. It was like, big something, I could be a fantasy. I make da 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 da. And then he liked that song. He was singing, rapping to it. And I was like, do you know what that means? And when I told him, he's like, oh. He's like, oh my God, I didn't know it meant that. He just liked it. But anyways, point is that I'm going to show y'all this video real quick. We're not going to watch it with the lyrics because I know how they be getting. But look at this. He watched the music video because, sometimes, like, he'll listen to the songs on YouTube in the background while he's working. And then he watched the music video and he was like, oh, why are there so many, he's like, what did he say? He's like, the women, why are there so many women dancing like that? Because to him in Korea, they don't do that, right? And not only that, but he also clocked that there were no black women. I said, thank God. I was like, thank God. There you go. Here go your pool party, y'all. Here you go. Look at all these women, y'all. There's one black woman. Look at all these here. Look at all this here. And he's like, oh, this is the rapper life. He was like, my goodness. Yeah, this is it. He's like, oh my God, these guys are so cool. Look at all this. Look at this life. And then meanwhile, look at the girls in the video. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. We've had many conversations about that, and it was just so interesting to him because to him they're all black to him, right? Or they're all, I guess, not all black, but what can I say? He's like, they're all black men, but the women look different. And so for him, it's mind-boggling because if you watch a Korean music video, let's put J Park. Here, Moment. Okay, that's one of his most popular songs. Look at this. Look at the women in Moment. He could have easily had black women in his videos because this is about booty. He could have easily had other types of women in his video. Jay Park is Korean American, by the way. But he chose to have his women. And I know, of course, he's singing in Korean, but at the same time, when they have their, their songs, they have their women represented. And again, I'm not trying to say that this is the best way to put yourself in this light, because of course, like, I don't think it benefits any woman to be in this type of video because it's very sexually objectifying them, right? But at the same time, you have to really think about it in that way. It's like, you're gonna see that a lot. And again, it's perpetuated because there's so many different factors. But yeah, that's what they want to see. The record labels, that's what they want to see. That's what people are consuming. And so, yes, I'm glad that Dr. Daff brought that up. It's like, do you think that it's because people want to consume that? And I actually believe yes. Because if that wasn't the case, then we wouldn't have the garbage ass music that we have now. But somebody's buying it, and they're buying it enough where people are still producing it. That's what society wants to see, unfortunately.
You know what I mean?
So I oppose. I feel like they're not giving people what they want. I feel like the people, I'll say, I don't want to put it on one race, but I feel like there are higher ups that want certain things in place. And in order to make that happen, like I said earlier, there needs to be a separation. And of course, they're going to start with the head of the household, men and black men. If you could separate black men from black women or their families, or cause a separation and leave more single black women, it's better for them or what they're trying to do.
Okay, I agree with her on that, but there's another like I said, it's very layered because it's not hard for them to do it. You could easily, this is the thing, if you would want to keep it a stack, it would be harder to do if people weren't compliant or didn't want it to happen. But at the same time, I understand where she's coming from because it is true. It's very true. There is definitely an agenda out there. We cannot deny it 100%. But what I will say, though, is that, again, this is a conversation, like I said, that has many layers and many parts to it. So, yes, as much as the record labels and the music video record producers and the TV shows, they definitely have a big part to play in it 100%. But also, we cannot, like this, I believe this kind of rhetoric, it takes the responsibility out of the people who should be held accountable. So yes, there are external factors, but at the same time, there are also a lot of people who are perpetuating it as well. So we have to be honest about this conversation, because then it makes it seem as if the responsibility is only on the media execs, the music producers, all of these folks. But then at the same time, you have these rappers or these entertainers who, are perpetuating it and who will, sell themselves out for $1 or for $1. And again, you have the consumers who are consuming it. So then it comes to a point where it's like, why are we supporting that? Is what I'm saying. Let's go back to the Tyga video. $1.7 billion views. 1.7 billion views, y'all. And this is international song. A lot of people abroad, overseas, they love listening to this type of music, y'all. That's how Dom got into hip hop, and that's why he likes country music, is because it's exported. And EDM. So when you have these types of, look, so 1.7 billion views, this is who's watching it, who is supporting it. And it's not just people from other communities, it's also our community as well. So we gotta be honest about these conversations. So like I said, I'm not trying to say that she's not wrong. She's right. But there's more to it, and we gotta stop absolving people of their accountability. And also, they need to be held responsible. I'm tired of hearing this, like, oh, they took them away from the home. Yeah, okay, they took them. Let's say that argument is true, and we know it's not, but let's say it is true. That's not stopping them now. Y'all just saw the thing I did yesterday. Beautiful young sister. She had 2 kids, single mom. So she was already left by one black man. And then not only that, but the second black man she met in church, he also left her pregnant, high and dry, red flag. We just did the story yesterday. So then who's responsible for that? The government? He left a whole note, a whole letter telling her she's going to get evicted and she got to vacate the premises of the apartment because he's no longer paying for it. Who's responsible for that? The government? Okay. Continuing.
I don't know. I'm not no activist or nothing, y'all, but this is just what I see.
But listen though,
This is what I see.
The people that you're talking about, they're normally white.
Yeah.
They're not light skinned, they're not biracial, they're not, for the most part, they're white. So it's like, is this even a black thing or is this a white against black thing? You get what I'm saying?
I feel like they're using what they can do to poison the minds of black men because
they are, but black men are also poisoning the minds of black men. Let's keep it a stack. Oh my God, let's talk about it. It's both ways. Yes, they are doing that. 100%. We cannot deny it. It is in your face. But then, again, you have these entertainers. Like I said, Jay-Z, we're going to do the Beyonce and Jay-Z case study. Jay-Z would rather build a casino in Times Square than to... And I'm just using him as an example. And then also, let's watch his Big Pimpin' video. Let's watch that. Big Pimpin'. Y'all remember, we gonna get to them. Black History Month. They are the next case study here. Here we go. Look at the women here. Y'all gonna see. Look at this. This was in what year is this? 15 years ago this was uploaded. I don't remember what year this was. This was in the 90s, y'all. Look at this. Look at that. Here we go. Big pimping. Here we go. Here we go. The women were that's what it is. Let's keep it real, y'all. Let's keep it real. Look at this. And yes, like I said, do they have a role to play in it? 100%. But let's not absolve people of the responsibility and accountability. I don't like that. I think we need to have these honest conversations, y'all.
Realistically, the black men are considered the head, correct? So if you can convince them of something and they're pouring it into us women and convincing the women or beating that into a woman, you succeed. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't blame a light-skinned woman. I would definitely say it's more so the black men, and it's highlighted in everything in media and everything. Like a black man, they want, oh my God, I need a mixed child. I need a child that's like lighter. I need a child that's this because they'll be more beautiful. They like the soft hair, pretty eye baby. You feel me? They want that. So it's like, because it's deemed as, oh, I'm that man, or I got it all, or I got that thing going for me when that's the case. You feel me?
I can't blame the black man because we're the mother. We give birth. They come through us to exist, right? And if we're not pouring into our seeds, into our community, they're learning from us.
Thank you. Oh my God. Blue dress, blue shirt, blue blouse. Yes. And it goes both ways. It's the same thing with the racism in the white community. We got to be honest. Who's raising these kids? Who is their caretaker while the man is providing, quote unquote? It's the mom. They're with mom most of the time. So where are they learning this from? And then on top of that, society, like we have to hold ourselves accountable too, guys. Like, you know, as women, we are the caretakers. We are the ones who are educating the new generation. We're the ones responsible for raising them, right? If you are a mother. And if you're just part of the village like me, we are still a part of that village, right? So then who is really giving them this mindset? For example, Tyga, I brought up Tyga. His mother is half Vietnamese, or was. She passed away, rest in peace, but she was biracial as well. And I think she was half Vietnamese, half black. And so, again, where is this mindset coming from? I already told y'all historically as well. But then, you know, you're raising your kids, and some moms, they are raising their children to have this type of mindset. So it goes deeper than that. And then the fathers are nowhere to be found. We can't just blame the moms. Where's the dad? Absent. Either he's absent from the home physically or emotionally, but either way is detrimental. And so now society is raising. So that's what I'm saying. It starts in the home, and then society has their opinion, and they give the kid the opinion, and then it just matches and aligns, and then there you go. So starts in the home, spills out into society. Then society says, yes, your mom's right. Black women are this. Or sometimes mom's not even teaching them because she's busy working, making bread, and trying to take care of the family. Like I said, father's nowhere to be found, or if he's there, he's not emotionally there. So either she's emotionally laboring or she's financially laboring. Either way, she's laboring, and she doesn't have time to pay attention to that. So who's going to teach them? The streets. That's why we have a gang problem. That's why we have a lot of violence issues. They're learning from other degenerates. So then it's the cycle that keeps continuing.
They're hating what we created. They're hating us. So we're pouring them out into the world to be these things. It starts at home. Are we going to let society raise us? Are we going to rely on the mass or, the man, whomever, this person that is drawing division to continue to lead? So I'm not going to blame other people for my actions because, I too was the one following and, this is what, this is what's being put out there. So I'm feeding into it. My experience is Black women. I am proud of myself today that I can say I have Black female friends, but growing up, Black women was the main ones demonizing me for my skin, lighter women, So, and then the Black men just saw what they were doing and amplifying it. So I feel like if we take responsibility in our own actions, we raise our sons, we raise our daughters for self-worth, self-love. As a mother, a nurturer, pour into your child, your son, show him you are worthy, not just out here doing what you got to do, because they're going to the other races or the other things because you weren't what they needed. You hurt him. And then now he's hurting other people. It's a domino effect. So somebody got to be like, okay, let me stop, let me correct it. That's where the correction starts with us, I feel like, within the community versus wanting rappers to try to do it, wanting social media to do it, wanting...
Oh my goodness, Lord, she's speaking. Yes, all of that. And another thing I like to add is that, growing up, because I will say, like I said before, my mom was very adamant about not... making, she was pretty, I would say she was really good with making us have that self-worth. She always pumped us up. That's one thing I say about my mom. If you want to pick her up or call she may not emotionally be there all the time, but one thing she will do is remind you how beautiful you are and how smart you are and how great you are. You're gonna hear them accolades. Yes. And so she she never differentiated us, I would say, and she understood her plight as a Black woman because she used to always say that. She was like, I'm still Black at the end of the day. And and also my mom was the lightest out of all of her siblings, and her dad is super dark. She was very close to her dad. Her mom passed away when she was young because my mom's side of the family is more lighter skinned and my dad's side is darker, but she had a very close relationship with her father and her siblings. And so she understood the differentiation, and she understood that she was treated differently, not by her dad. Actually, her dad treated all the kids the same. It was by aunts and uncles and external people. And so I remember she didn't want us to feel that way. And also because my aunt went through a similar experience with her, like with my mom, because my aunt was darker, my mom was lighter. So my mom got a lot more privileges from the family because remember her mom died. So they had to scatter the kids in different places, right? And so all that to say, my grandfather, he basically tried to treat them all the same. And when my mom married my dad, she didn't want us to feel different. She was like, you're all my kids, you're all beautiful, blah, blah, blah. And so this is why my brothers, they only date Black women. I'll be honest. Only ones with a lighter skin, but he actually naturally dates darker women too. He just happened to fall in love with her. And all my brothers they're very assured in themselves, and they don't and that's the thing, they date who they want to date, but there's never been this colorist kind of behavior in my household because we never grew up that way. We're very proud of being Black, and we're very proud of who we are as Black people. And not only that, but you can date who you want to date, but just remember who your ass is. So that was the expectation, y'all. And so when you date somebody of another race, and of course I'm not saying you shouldn't, hell, I'm married to a Korean man, so who am I to tell you who to date and who to marry? You got to make sure that person also follows that guideline. I would have never married Dom if he was not appreciative of my blackness, because that's who I am. So if he had made statements, or if he had that kind of mindset, we would not be together. That was never a negotiation. Never. And my parents knew that. And I remember my dad clearly say, he's like, I know if my daughter bringing somebody around, then she made sure. Yeah, because you're not going to sit here and be with a black woman and not understand. Like, you gotta have some type of light bulb go off, right? And also you have to also be proud of who you are. I'm not going to change who I am for somebody. Let's just put it that way. But anyways, point is, let's go back here. It's about how your parents raise you. And are they making you feel like you should be proud of who you are as a black person, or whatever race you are? You should be proud of who you are and where you come from. And so there should not be this kind of like us versus them mentality when it comes to black people as a collective, because we're all black people. We should all embrace each other. But I understand, it's not always going to be that way. And I get that, there's too much historical division and too many things happening. But at the end of the day, yes, it starts at home, and we got to be honest and have these honest conversations. What is your mother telling you? What is your father telling you? Is your father there to tell you something? Is your mother there to tell you something? And then what society telling you is the after effect. Continue.
Jobs to do it. We have to give respects to ourselves. And then that's how generationally we can correct something that's been 400 years drawn into us.
And the next prompt is, I prefer men of the other skin tone. Okay, now you can discuss.
I would like to say that I really don't discriminate. If you're attractive, I'm into it. It's not like whether because you're light skinned, because you're dark skinned. It's like, if you look good, you look good, So that's personally how I feel. If you're light skinned, dark skinned, whatever, white.
Yeah. So you're attracted to both, because you have some women who will say it, and it's out of honesty. I'm not attracted to men who have light skin.
My friends,
okay.
I'm the only one in my friend group who is attracted to everyone. I like who likes me. I don't care what color, what background, as long as you're a good person, I'm okay with it. But my friends, they're like, no, he has to be a black man. Does not matter what complexion, but he has to be a black man.
That's me. That's how I feel. Because growing up in a multicultural house firsthand, not only with my mom being black and my dad being white, but also my family having the roles reversed with the woman being white and the man being black. I see what kind of problems can bring firsthand with two different skin tones clashing, and what the things that are just built up there from over time. And so just from my personal experience with dating and then seeing it firsthand in general, I'm like, okay, he black. Now he black.
And what she's saying is valid, but I want to add to it, sis, that it wouldn't matter if you're with a black man or not. You can still face the same situation. Similar, maybe not to the same magnitude, but it can be very similar, because you're hearing these sisters talk about how their mother, some of their moms were lighter skinned, father darker skinned, and they still experience similar situations of feeling left out, feeling like they were like not taken as seriously as their lighter skinned brothers or sisters. Y'all even saw that Erica Campbell just feeling like a video where her daughter Krista expressed how she felt being a darker skinned black woman and also being overweight. So we again have to have these honest conversations. And yes, I understand where she's coming from, and yeah, date the brothers if you need to. But all I'm saying is that you got to make sure that this person, like I said, whoever you choose to be with, whether he is white, black, Asian, whatever he is, you have to make sure that he understands who you are and that he accepts who you are and your family. And he's not afraid to be around your folks. He's not afraid to be around people like you. He has that kind of knowledge and that cultural sensitivity. This is what's most important to me. If he's making ignorant ass comments, he doesn't understand why your hair looks like this. Why are you even with somebody like that? Red flag. Why? He should already have some type of competence. And unfortunately, some of these women, they'll get with men, or men get with women who have no type of competence when it comes to your race. They don't understand who you are, and they don't accept who you are. They don't see, I don't see color. That's the fastest way to get somebody to get red flag to somebody who says, I don't see color. You should see color. Because then you would understand my experience. You may not understand it fully because you're not me, but you should. You should understand that when we walk somewhere that there's possibility that you may be looked at differently. And you need to be aware of that. And you need to understand that. And you need to validate that. And we also need to make sure we have these conversations in our house. We need to, I am not afraid to have any type of conversation in my household. Why? Because we have that open space. He can talk to me about anything. I can talk to him about anything. And there are some people who are even afraid to talk to their spouses about the experiences that they have faced as a Black person or as an ex-minority person. And that, to me, is crazy.
So,
Me, I feel like it depends. Like, I really like dark tone men. My dad was a 6'8" chocolate tall man. And I always saw that as like, it's like royalty to me. It's just like the skin tones. I was like, I've always been attracted to darker tone men, but I feel like a lot of them don't really value or see the value in darker tone women. So they just treat you anyway. So I really like whoever likes me, but I'm more so attracted to them, but I don't really get that, Yeah.
I hear you.
For me, I would say I truly don't see color. It's more of the character, kindness, are they a leader, are they God-fearing? So there's a lot of other qualities I see, and I don't even see it as like, oh, are they Black or not? I would see it as, are they cultured and well-mannered? Because, I come from a very big cultured family, being West African. So even if they aren't, it's like, can you understand my culture and somewhat adapt to it? So to me, that would be the main important thing then.
I agree with that. Yeah, that's most important than skin tone. Because, hell, I know some really, like I said, enough said, I've said enough. Continue.
Just the skin color. Because I, meet people that are from all over the world and they're very well traveled and they're very well cultured. And to me, I would put that on a higher pedestal than just the skin color.
How about you?
I would have to add to that. You have to understand culture. I grew up more with my Filipino side, so my Filipino culture, we do a lot of, like, we have debuts, we have different ceremonies for different things. We have a very rich culture that I grew up around, and for me, like, you would have to be open-minded to that.
Yep, she's right. And another thing I want to add to it is that, like, if you're with a man, because you could be with, for example, she's half Filipina, and she could be with a Filipino man who may not even understand how deep her culture is. And I'm not talking about Filipino from the Philippines. It could be a Filipino American or somebody who grew up differently. You can also date somebody who is Asian and may not understand your cultural norms and value. Like, there's just so many things. You could be of the same race and have somebody not even understand who you are. You could be Haitian, be with a Jamaican, and what if your Jamaican partner doesn't understand your Haitian traditions and your culture? That's what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, it goes across all spectrums. You with somebody, like she said, that respects you, respects your culture, respects your race, and who you are as a person, is not dismissive of it.
Because let's say we date, we have kids, our kids are going to be half Filipino and half Black or whatever. My kids are half Black, half Filipino, and Hispanic and Cherokee Indian. So they have a big mix. And that was one of the things for me when we decided to have kids, that you have to be open-minded to the culture. Because I've met people where they're like, I would never mix races. That's like looked down upon. And for me, that was such a shock to hear, because I'm just like, there's so much more out there, but you shouldn't discriminate based on like, oh, he's darker, I'm automatically gonna X him out, or, ooh, he's lighter, he might be soft. Like, I don't want someone like that. So I personally didn't answer because I don't see the color. For me, it's one day I'm dating to have children, and our children, I want them to be exposed to traveling and not seeing like, my dad is dark, my mom is light. Like, no, it's not a thing. I love my kids, he loves our kids, that's all that matters.
Yeah, thank you. Would all of you ladies agree that on the side that you don't see color? You both mentioned that.
I see color.
I see color.
Okay.
This is the thing. I get where she's coming from. I think what she means is she doesn't see color when she dates. She kind of gives everyone an equal opportunity. But you do have to see color in social interactions, because then it does frame what's going on. It gives you a frame of reference. So do you always have to choose the lens of when you should see color? No, because there's some times where you'll be like, you know what, I don't care who he is, whatever he is, like, as long as he loves me. That sounds like the Backstreet Boys song, y'all. But anyway, sometimes that does happen. But I get where she's coming from, but I still will add to that and say that you should see color, especially when you're raising children and you're putting them in environments where other people see color. You see what I'm saying? So maybe if you don't see them and you raise your kids not to see color, that's one thing. But somehow society will make you see that, and they will look at you a certain way. They will, sometimes people will stare. Sometimes you gotta be honest. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean other people don't. So that's why I'm saying you should see color, because that's the experience of the person from the outside. As soon as you step outside them doors, you're gonna really feel it.
I wouldn't necessarily say I don't see color, because I definitely do. But when it comes to dating, You need to have a personality. That is the number one. Have a job. That's probably number one. But in general, I truly, truly value so much more than just skin tone. I don't care. If you're dark skinned and you're taller than me, you're sexy, cool. If you're light skinned, cool. If you're a different race, cool. If as long as we can respect each other's cultures, that's fine. My first boyfriend was Korean. Like, I could respect it. Could his family respect mine? No. And that's why that ended. But I think it's just about like respect and attraction. That's just me personally. I see the color, but I don't mean that in a negative way, per se.
Right, exactly. So would all of you ladies here say that you're both attracted to both?
Definitely attracted to both sides. It's just, you said preference.
I feel like if I was walking down the street and it was a light-skinned guy and it was a dark-skinned guy, they was both twins, I would look at the dark-skinned guy first. I'm not about to sit here and play.
Okay, well, that's her preference, y'all. And you know what? And you know what? There's nothing wrong, like I said, with having a preference, because you're attracted to what you're attracted to. But at the same time, don't let that be your only base.
I'm not about to sit here and I'm looking at him first now. Does that mean the light-skinned one couldn't get my number? If he approached me and was like, hey, I'm interested, and the dark-skinned wasn't, then whatever. But my eyes are going to go to the dark-skinned.
Okay. Thank you for your honesty.
For real, y'all see here playing.
That's what I'm looking for. Okay.
To quickly mention, I think it's so interesting because Black women are always so uplifting to dark-skinned men and are always even like putting them on a pedestal, complimenting them. And I just wish that it was reciprocated.
Oh my goodness. Oh, sis, you done opened up a can of worms. Hold up. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. I didn't expect to be doing this long. How long we been on here? 3 hours. Damn it. We got to close this out. Oh my God. Oh, it's getting good at the end. What's going on here? Oh, I wanted to finish after this segment. Okay. I think we might have to watch this video through.
Back to you guys with, how they feel towards different shades of women as well.
That's sweet, though. I appreciate that for you saying that.
She's right. Yeah, you see, I choose the chocolate, brother. Not saying that you shouldn't, but because, yeah, she's right. You're uplifting them and they would choose me. That's what she's saying. Basically, she's like, yeah, you saying that, but listen, if it was a Black brother and he had to choose an example, not all. Of course, I know that. But an example, she's saying that, like, they would choose her instead of her. So, yeah, damn. Okay, let's see where the conversation goes from here.
Can you call them and tell them?
It's not listening right now. Like, do better.
You made a comment earlier. I could be butchering it, so I'm sorry, but you basically said something along the lines of dark-skinned men typically, or in your experience, not being attracted to dark-skinned women. I've also seen that because with my light-skinned friends who are lighter than me, dark-skinned men would love them and would never shut up about how light-skinned they were. And then when the topic of their own color got brought up, they're like, oh no, I'm not dark-skinned. Mm-hmm. They were very clearly dark-skinned. It's okay. And that's okay, but I think because they internalize their own skin color and they hate themselves in that regard, they want a light-skinned woman to also then have those lighter-skinned babies.
Did y'all ever grow up hearing light is right?
Ooh.
Yeah, I've heard that.
I did not hear that.
White is right.
White is right.
That's the one I heard.
That one. And the next prompt is, society is slowly becoming more inclusive towards all skin tones.
I feel like kinda. Like maybe like with the modeling stuff, and as time goes on, they have no choice. People are noticing. It's like they're doing it because people are noticing, not because they genuinely feel like they want to do it. Because I mean, if that was the case, they would have did it a long time ago. I think they're doing it because light-skinned women are starting to speak up. Dark-skinned women are starting to speak even more up because clearly we loud and crazy. So I think people are just starting to really be on one side. Like we're all here together. This is a big thing, us talking about it. So I think people are just starting to notice, and that's the only reason why they're trying to.
I think it's fake. I think it's for fake. They just want us to be quiet a little bit. It's almost like a kid crying for a piece of candy, right? You want the kid to shut up. Like after a while of them crying and being annoying, you're gonna be like, okay, let me give you a tiny piece of candy.
I have to disagree a little bit with her point because I think it's Black women speaking up. I'm not gonna say that light-skinned women haven't spoken up, but as a collective, we gotta remember we're not talking about individual light-skinned women or white women. We're talking about collectively, Black women are speaking up collectively. So we gotta see it from that perspective. Individually, yes, some individuals are speaking out, but I believe Black women are the loudest on social media. Hell, I don't know if it's just my algorithm, but I always see Black women speaking on those topics. And there's even this one woman, I love this sister's channel. I'm gonna shout her out. Mar, hold on. Natural hair. Here, Heal with Mar. I love her channel. I was subscribed to her before she went natural, and I love some of the topics that she talks about, and about natural hair, and about, you know, just loving yourself, being comfortable with who you are as a Black woman. There's a lot of Black women having those conversations on social media, and so I have to be honest and say that as a collective, I believe it's Black women. That's my honest opinion. Because look, I'm doing a live stream on that. Where have you seen, like, if you're looking at people who are doing live streams and are talking about these specific topics, it's mostly Black women. Even this one who brought it up, light skin versus dark skin, it was a Black woman, Dr. Daff. So it's like we're all making these conversations happen, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying individually they're not doing it, but as a collective, it's Black women. Let's be honest.
You a little piece, but the bag is still gonna stay over here. You know, it's one of those scenarios where it's like, with this situation, they want us to feel like we're getting somewhere, but in reality, we're getting absolutely nowhere because we're still separated. Yeah. It's still not fixed. It's just highlighting. Let me not say that. It's just highlighting certain things and aspects to make us feel better and calm down. That's it.
I feel like in society it's profitable, highly profitable to bring on the darker tones, because then it quiets down like kind of the riffraff that's right. Yeah. And takes away of just like the ethnic of everything. Like I'm tired of hearing that word, and it's going to be ethnic. Like what does that mean? Like in the sense of like, okay, when people say ethnic, you have the lighter tones and you have like maybe 2 blacks, or you have every race and then maybe like 1 black. So it's kind of.
This is how I know it's performative, is because when you see the casting directors, you see who's on the hiring panel, you won't see people who look like you who are actually working there. It will be people who do not look like you if you're Black. And so this is another conversation we need to have. Yes, I agree with sis who said it is performative, because remember when they were talking about we say EDI in Canada, but DEI in the US in 2020, especially after, you know, George Floyd and that whole movement happened, the Black Lives Matter movement. They, you know, remember when people had the black squares and they were like making commitments, Target, all these companies, and then 2025, what happened with Target? They were the first ones to pull out. And then it wasn't until Black people did the boycott, and we decided as a collective, especially Black Americans and people in the U.S. decided as a collective not to no longer frequent Target. And not only that, but white people joined in, and so did other folks, especially LGBTQ community. Then they decided to change course. And so this is why I said it's performative, because if you really were about that life, you would start hiring people who look like the diverse group of people that you're trying to market to, but they usually don't. And so this remains an issue because of that.
Like that makes it ethnic, or like you're being inclusive diversity, so you won't be like, oh, so you won't be targeted. So it's just for the hush. Like it's very pacifying.
Yeah, one thing white people hate is to be called racist. I swear to God, they don't like that. I don't get it. If you call a white person racist, they are offended. Even the people in the KK, they don't like to be called racist. That's the craziest thing to be. It's like you'll see it. I'm not being racist. What do you mean? It's not about race. See how quickly their face is going furry. They're going to be upset about it. And that's why you're getting this performative behaviors, because they are trying so hard not to be called a racist that they would rather do this performative act of like, and it's not just white people, Asian people too, and all other races. They don't want to be called racist, so they're going to do this performative, like, here you go, here's your black, here's the black thing we got here, here's this black actress here, we put on the magazine, here, you happy now? So that's why you're going to get this performative type of behavior. And they don't want to miss your dollars, because black dollar is very, very high. So most of the largest group of consumers, here you go.
I agree. I was actually just talking to someone about this. It's almost like, if we talk about like movies and production and stuff, it's almost like they just have to meet a quota. They just have to throw in a colored person, so they're not like, oh, it's too white of a cast. Or
ma'am, we don't say colored anymore, so this is a warning for you, okay? I'm so sorry, sis, but we do not say colored anymore, okay? All right. Just letting you know. I understand, you grew up in an immigrant household, but just putting you on notice that the word colored is not acceptable.
Or it's not diversified. So when you have...
Unless you're in South Africa.
Movies, for example, the most recent movie I watched was I Know What You Did Last Summer. And they threw in, they had a Asian or Hispanic looking girl, they had the white girl, or 2 white girls, 1 white guy, and then like I was telling my man, we were watching it, they threw in this guy who was half black, half white, but his dad was white in the movie, so I feel like they threw him in there to meet the quota of like, okay, he can still meet the white side, and we can grab the Black audience because, you know, the mom was Black or
And that's
whatever.
crazy because I saw the same movie. I thought the same thing
same
while I was
thing.
watching it. I
Yeah,
was like,
they just
there are
kinda
no
had to
Black
throw
people
it in
this
there.
movie. Yes, he is. You know, he's half, but I'm like,
He didn't look
he looks
yeah.
more on the other side, the Black side to me.
So
I'm like,
for
this movie,
media,
yeah.
exactly. Like I think it's more of just like it's a quota, and exactly to add on to what you said, like if we could just sprinkle a little bit of the candy, just to keep it quiet, and then there's money on the line. It just makes things better. But
like it's giving you better be grateful you're part of it.
Right?
Like,
Yeah. Like just be happy that you're here. Just so they don't.
Damn.
Exactly.
What about someone who agrees with that is getting better? There were some great.
I put that I agree because I think it's at least 1% better than it was before. So I think it's important to like recognize that we're at least trying, we're here having these conversations, bringing awareness, you know, children are hopefully being raised with different mindset and mentalities, but I do think it is the here down, like you said, and I do think that, you know, dark-skinned women do have to work harder, or, you know, like you mentioned, you have to really look very different and maybe be the extreme of one end, or like the model you mentioned, you have to be in like the top 0.01% of like women, or you have to have Eurocentric features in order to be considered beautiful, whereas I'm sorry to say, but there's some women that, in my opinion, are very mid, but just because of their skin complexion, they would be deemed more beautiful. And I don't think that's fair. So I do definitely think that you still need to work harder and fight for the things that you want.
Yes. Do you think healing colorism requires both light and dark-skinned women to listen to each other without being defensive? Yeah. And I don't think that you ladies are defensive
I think
at
this
all.
group of women alone, it's just been blowing my mind all day.
Because
like
it's not
everyone
the
is just so
women.
welcoming.
Yeah.
It's not the women.
It's not just the women. Okay, I hope they say that though. Let's continue.
It's never been the women. It's the men.
Yeah. Like I said, I had a sister that's light skinned. She used to come home to me and be like, yo, this other mixed girl, she thinks she looks better than me. Mind you, she red, like, you know, light skinned like them. And she feels the same way. So it's like, it's us against the world more so than us against each other.
Interestingly enough, I had brought up to some of the ladies before the shoot began that I've done a similar video, but it was Black men versus Black women. And the problem was indeed the men. That's where the tension was, versus this environment has been great. Even when we disagree, it's not.
She did a video. What, with Jubilee? Please tell us. Was she on Jubilee? Y'all let me know.
We're not coming for each other personally or being disrespectful. And I forgot who made a point on an earlier question about how colorist comments, it more so comes from the men and not the women. That's been my experience too. I've never once, regardless of color, again, in my experience, had other Black women have something negative to say about how I look or vice versa. It's always been the men. So I'm not trying to put it all on the men because I think there's work to be done on both sides. Don't get me wrong, there's light skins I know. They do think they're better than other people because they're light skinned. They're like, yeah, I'm light skinned.
Hold up. Can I go back 1 second?
And I forgot who a similar video, but it was Black men versus Black women. And the problem was indeed the men. That's where the tension was, versus this environment has been great. Even when we disagree, it's not, we're not coming for each other personally or being disrespectful. And I forgot who made a point on an earlier question about how colorist comments, it more so comes from the men and not the women.
You saying that with your mama? All right, I gotta be honest, yo. If we're gonna keep it funky, we gotta keep it funky. Are the men colorists? Hell yeah, but guess who's dating them? Who's procreating with these colorist men? Please let me know, because if they're colorists and we're all women and we are against it and we're in solidarity, then who is having kids with these colorist men? Can somebody let me know how 2 + 2 = 3? Because that's what it sounded like. 2 + 2 = 3. Y'all let me know. How is it possible that they are having babies with women if they are so colorist and we're all on one accord and we're all just in this together? Y'all gonna let me know in the comments, okay? Please let me know how this is working.
That's been my experience too. I've never once, regardless of color, again, in my experience, had other Black women have something negative to say about how I look or...
Black women. You said that. But what about white, Hispanic, Asian? We gotta call it what it is. Please. Let's be for real. What about them? Please let me know. What about it being on the other spectrum? Maybe not you, but what about for people who look like me? Sis, the first part of what you said, no problem. But now, what are you saying? I don't understand.
Or vice versa, it's always been the men. So I'm not trying to put it all on the men because I think there's work to be done on both sides. Don't get me wrong, there's light skins I know. They do think they're better than other people because they're light skinned. They're like, yeah, I'm light skinned. Every guy wants me. So
exactly. So they're exactly.
Definitely the women that are like that. But I would say there's work to be done on both sides for sure.
I've had both. So I do want to clarify there's like two sides to that, because I've definitely had darker skinned women before I even spoke. Like, she thinks she's better than me. Yeah, she thinks she's the shit.
Okay, I've been trying my hardest not to say this because I don't want to seem ignorant And I'm trying my hardest. You know, how you identify is how you identify. I'm not a person I will identify you how you want to be identified. But sis, you are not that much lighter than, I mean, yes, compared to the darker skinned black women. But if we're comparing you to a lighter skinned black woman like a Beyonce, I gotta keep it real, sis. We gotta keep it funky. Let's not even use Beyonce. Solange. We gonna use her sister. Oh, what? Get this off my damn screen. Oh, get this off my screen. Okay, we got Solange here. Let's move Solange to the front. I've been trying my hardest, guys. I've been being very respectful in this conversation. I don't understand how much I had to keep my mouth shut. I'm like, I'm trying my best to be very understanding because it's a very, very tough conversation. I'm trying my best to listen and to just, take in what they're saying. Where is it? Where's the picture? Did I delete it already? Oh, God, I gotta redo it again. Okay, where's Solange? All right, we got Solange back. Elevator girl. All right. I love Solange, though. Solange is my girl. Okay, here we go. We got Solange here, and then we got you. I don't know if it's the lighting, but, sis, like, I get it, and I'm not trying to take your experience away, but you're not that much different. I'm just going to say
he's
that.
half, but I'm like, he looks more on the other side, the black side to me.
So for media, exactly, like I think it's more of just like, it's a quota, and exactly to add on to what you said, like if we could just sprinkle a little bit of the candy, just to keep it.
Be grateful you're
I agree. Recognize that different model you meant beautiful, deep that you want.
without being defensive. My mind all day. And so then,
disagree.
They do think, I want to clarify, there's like two sides to that, because I've definitely had darker skinned women before I even spoke. Like, she thinks she's better than me.
Did they even know you were mixed? I'm sorry, I gotta be honest. Okay, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut my ass up. You know what? That's her experience, so I'm gonna shut up. Because if I saw you down the street, I wouldn't know you're biracial. I'll be very honest with you. I would just think that you just lighter skin. Because to me, like, you don't look much like, I would think Solange is, that to me is a light skinned black woman. Tisha Campbell, all them, you would look like, to me, I wouldn't think you were biracial, but not even that, but to me that is light, bright, but then everybody has their own spectrum. So that's why I'm being very respectful in this conversation. But is it because of your skin tone, or could there be other factors? I gotta be real, because when I'm looking at her, I'm not seeing it. But maybe, maybe in person it's different. So maybe it's true. Maybe it is. So I'm gonna leave it alone. We'll leave it alone.
She thinks she's the shit because she has light eyes. She wouldn't be shit if she didn't have light eyes. So I think there's two sides, but it's definitely not all on the women. I think is both. And I think I agree with you so much. Like, conversations like this are so important, because you never know who's watching at home and thinking like, oh, I have a similar experience. Or maybe we said something that they didn't think about, and they're like, I didn't think about it like that. Now I'm gonna think about it like that. So I love conversations like these. And I'm that type of person, like, I don't subscribe to the notion that racism is just gonna go away if we stop talking about it. And I feel the same about colorism and featureism, texturism. So I think this is so important. Yeah.
Just to quickly say something, I did have a similar experience, whereas actually the first time I came to the US, I was very heavily bullied by darker skinned women, because they would say, oh, are you faking your accent? Or you think you're so proper because you talk in a certain way? Or why are you talking like that? And I didn't feel accepted by them. And I actually was more, quote unquote, accepted by my white peers instead. So
it was your accent, sis. It wasn't your skin tone. What was the question again? Okay, it was your accent. And yes, some people can be very, very ignorant, 100%. But I don't think it had anything to do with just skin tone. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just projecting or something. But I'm hearing you and your story, and it just sounds like they just thought that you were faking your accent. So it was more of an accent issue, but not skin tone. And then the other one who said dark-skinned women bullied her or whatever because you think you're the shit because you light-skinned, I wouldn't have even known. To me, this is lighter skin. Like, if we keeping it funky. I don't know. Okay, all right. Maybe it's the braids and the lighting, so we'll just leave it at that.
So my first form of bullying did come from dark skins, but I think as I grew up, I realized the root of the issue.
And I don't like how they saying dark skins. Colored, the other sis, we gonna need to nip that in the bud. Dark skins. Dark skins. See, even the language it's frying me right now because I'm like dark-skinned women, dark-skinned people. What are we talking about? Red flag.
You know, it was social media and it was men, and I've now been able to like forgive and let go of that because I understand where that was stemming from.
And ignorance. Like, who walks around faking an accent?
I don't know.
A lot of people walk around faking accents. Okay. That's more common here.
Just be who you are, okay?
I feel like, but to be honest with you, I've seen a lot of white folks making fun of people's accents too. Like, you know, especially if you're looking at the Canadian accent, they make fun of it all the time. So it's like, it's an American thing. You guys just don't like people with accents. That's just what it is. Everybody makes fun of people. Remember when I did the Taylor Swift cake study and I said pip pip cheerio because that's what I know. I know that's what you Brits like. You like to say pip pip cheerio. But that lady, obviously whoever was against you was ignorant as fuck. Excuse my language. But at the same time, ignorant as heck. I need to watch what I'm saying. But at the same time, like, that doesn't sound like a color issue. It sounds to me like she just didn't like your accent and she was just making fun of you and saying, I don't like how you talk. Why you talk like that? I don't think that's your real accent.
So, like, with a former question where you asked if you've been benefited from colorism, I put yes. Unlike most people, I put yes because I feel like it's benefiting the darker tone more than we see it because there's young kids and young girls out there that's seen it and able to witness it happen via social media and stuff. And they're like, okay, I'm not alone. I'm not the only one dealing with this. And you're able to influence them. You're able to give them hope based on how you react, based on how you move forward with it. And you're making more people aware, you know? So yes, I feel like I've benefited from it because I've helped a lot of younger girls, not even just dark girls. There's light-skinned female that come to me like, oh my God, I'm the only dark girl in my family and this is what I had to deal with. And, you know, so it brings awareness. So I feel like at the end of the day, we all benefit from it.
Yeah, when she was talking about the modeling, I was like, I definitely benefit from it.
I have a question for you models on the side. If you grew up in an environment where people were speaking negatively about your skin, your family, your friends, your peers, what changed to allow you to feel so confident that you could be a model?
I would like to say that when I was growing up, I was bullied more by Black people than anybody else. People that weren't even as light as you guys, people that were maybe a shade or two lighter than me, felt like they were better than me simply because they were light. I know, right? Simply because they were lighter than me. And so I remember quite literally asking God, why did you make me this skin color? Because I cannot change it, and people keep bullying me, and it doesn't make sense. People who look like me are bullying me. Where do I go? Honestly, the white kids were more accepting to me than some of the Black kids. So when I got to high school, I joined the dance team and I was like, you know what? I think I could do this. So I made...
Yeah, so again, this does happen quite a lot. I can tell you, I even told you guys the experiences that I've seen other darker skinned women have, especially in growing up in school and in a different environment. But it sounds to me like you grew up in probably a more diverse area because you were around Black people. And so the white people, of course, they'll be more accepting of it because they're not amongst their peers. So this would be a whole nother situation if you grew up in an all-white community. We got to keep it real, guys. So when we tell these stories, I wish people would talk about how they grew up because you got to be honest. So for example, like I said, if I told you guys I went to a high school in Florida. It was very diverse. At the same time, though, there was definitely this segregation of Black neighborhoods, white neighborhoods, yada, yada, yada. I am sure that my friends who lived in Plantation, yes, it was called Plantation High School. Y'all, I'm not making this up. I am not making this up. I went to Plantation High School in South Florida, Lord. But anyways, my peers who lived near Plantation Acres and Jacaranda, if they were Black, they definitely experienced something different than me who lived near Lauderdale, near Sunrise on the other side, near Sunset Strip, okay? So, sis, you gotta be honest. Let's keep it funky, all right? I gotta keep it real. She said she was bullied by Black people. That means she was amongst Black people a lot. And which means that she probably grew up in a more diverse area, which means that the white people, of course, they'd be more accepting because they are willing to live around Black folks. Now, if you grew up in an all-white area, you would have a similar experience like the other light-skinned sister, the biracial one who's talking about her white mama. So we gotta keep it funky with these conversations, guys. We have to. We must, because then it gives another kind of layer as to why the acceptance was happening and why it wasn't in other communities. But either way, experiences are experiences. I just wish we said it a little bit more because now, you know, when she's saying that, it's going to make it seem as if the white people never had a problem with her skin color. But no, let's not get it twisted. You can have a bad experience with white folks on the other side, is what I'm saying. So if you live in an all-white community, you might feel it a little differently than you would in a majority black community or a diverse community. Just saying.
Made sure I was really, really good at dancing and being on the dance team, because I was like, you could say something about my skin color, but you can't say I can't dance. So I would just put it in there, and by performing, that gave me the confidence to feel like I'm good at something, you know? Like, you may look at me and think one way, but when I perform, you're gonna love it.
Prove it right now.
Dance off right here, right now. I don't even dance anymore like that, but it helps in modeling too. Like, the movement from dance helps with the poses in modeling. So when I started modeling, I was like, oh God, I see why you gave me the skin tone.
I have a very similar situation. I used to always like ask God, like, why me? Why I gotta look different? Just make me regular, please. Let me look like the rest of my family or something. And it took one, I have a daughter, it took my daughter, it took sports, and it took like understanding that, okay, nothing's gonna change. You feel me? Like, I can't change it. Once I got to the realization in high school that I can't change it, you guys can tell me I couldn't do anything I wanted to do. I literally became the best in everything that I can do. I made sure I was top in sports. When people tell me, oh, you will not be able to do this. I used to run track, for instance. I switched events, went to hurdles. Nobody wanted to help me. Nobody wanted to train me because they was more focused on the other girls. And they didn't, I never got my flowers, and I was okay with it as long as I was, you can see it. You can see my work. You know, I don't need you to acknowledge it, but you can see it as clear as day. So when I got really good in track, got my scholarship to come to Texas, that's when I got to Texas was the first time that someone was like, oh my God, I love your skin. In Connecticut, that's where I went to high school. In Connecticut, I did not hear that. You love my skin. What?
So Connecticut, she must have grown up around a lot of white folks. So you see, that's what I'm saying. So you can have the same type of experience, but in a different area because of who you're predominantly around in your environment. That makes a big difference. And so what other sis was talking about was a self-hating black people. And of course, you know, there are a lot of them in the community. We're not even going to act like this doesn't happen. 100%. I believe what she's saying. But what I'm trying to say is that when she said that, oh, she felt accepted by white people more than black people, we have to give context as to why she felt that way and the type of environment she grew up in. Whereas this one right here grew up in a majority white environment, because she said Connecticut. I already know. You ain't even got to tell me, sis. So then her experience is going to be totally different. And she might say, I felt more accepted by other races of people than white people. You see what I'm saying? So there's different layers to it.
So in Texas, I got that, and then I started building and gaining more and more confidence based on my gifts, my talents, and after I had my daughter, it skyrocketed, because one thing I never wanted was for my daughter to experience the same things that I had to experience, or to feel less than, less beautiful. She's lighter, but I want her to know, like, baby, in the summertime, you're gonna get dark. You're gonna get real dark, and the people's gonna get darker towards you. So let's nip this in the bud right now. So that's... They do.
Not that people gonna get darker towards
They are.
If you guys are like, it's gonna sound finicky, but like if you hear yourself talk, it kind of goes into what we as Black women have to do in general. And then also on Apple TV, there is a show called Number One on the Call Sheet, and the first episode was with Black men, and the second episode was with Black women. And what we're talking about now, what they were discussing on that show, is how much we have to perform, how much better we got to be compared to those of other races in order to be deemed accepted or even to validate within our own selves. And it's like, it's great. It's like, yeah, we're the best, but it's like, we got to push ourselves to a certain point in order to be the best. And like, it's like, two separate ends of the same stick. So like, it kind of breaks my heart, because it's like, damn, we got to do all this to be the best. But I mean, hell, I'm the best. And so like, it's really good. And I'm glad you guys felt that way. And I'm sure we all kind of feel that way. But even on the show, like, I think they said less than 2% of actors in Hollywood are Black women. And it's like, that's just such a small thing. So
less than 2%. That's a red flag. That's crazy.
I think like of all the roles that keep coming out, think of all the Black women that trying to go on the role, and then even now, like with me, when I get a role and I have to do a self-tape, it doesn't even say what race it is anymore. It just says like women and what age and like, you know, the description of the character. And it's like, I'm not even up against other Black women anymore, which is already a small quota that are trying to do this, and we're already performing at our best. I'm up against, you know, people of other races now, and they don't necessarily have to go as hard. They can be mediocre, but because they're of a certain pigment, they're probably going to get chosen, compared to us, where we do apply ourselves 125% and we're still not chosen, even though we could be better.
Yeah, because they don't see themselves in you and in that role. So that's another problem. Is because when they have these type of roles, then most likely they're going to choose a woman, one who's not only palatable, but who looks like the people who are going to watch the show. Even though it has been proven that all black casts, or, you know, when you put a black lead or like whatever, it does numbers from all demographics. So for example, Scandal, the reason why you had Kerry Washington as the lead is because of Shonda Rhimes, a black woman. How to Get Away with Murder, same thing. And then also, there's so many other shows. These are the top two that are coming out in my head. And so when you have, most of the time, it's, you know, black people putting black people on. And so this is something we still have to deal with today. And it's not even just the white Hollywood producers. It can also be, you know, whenever they do black movies or black shows, like I've said before, they will have a lighter skinned woman as the main love interest. And so the black woman will be the sidekick or the side character. That's just how it is, unfortunately. And so we have to be honest about those conversations too. So then, yeah, there's just a lot of layers to it. So yeah, don't want to get too deeply into it because that's another conversation for another day. But yeah, it's alarming that it's only what she says 0.2%. And then look at Keke Palmer coming out with what was her show? Korean Fried Chicken. Red Flag. What the hell was the damn show? Fried chicken and chicken grease. Then you have these women here who can make a change, who can do something. They're giving all this money. Is that her man? Oh Lord. Oh, Brad Paisley. Okay, that's not her man. Then you have women like her who are given the green light to do something great, and then they give you a chicken show. What was it called? Southern Fried Chicken? Here, what was it? Southern Fried Chicken? What was the name of it? Yeah, Southern Fried Rice. Sorry. Is that Southern Fried Rice? Here, this is the garbage that we have to see. Look at that. We already went through that damn show before. Here we go. One season, and I hope it never gets renewed again. Red Flag. This is what they're going to give us. This garbage. Continuing.
And so, like, it's just a sad full circle. It's like happy and sad because, like, we good, but I'm tired.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That's so true. Thank you. And the final prompt is, I would want my daughter to feel beautiful no matter how light or dark she is. Of course, anyone can share on this.
Well, my father is actually very light, and my mom, I'm her twin. I look just like my mom. And she instilled in me, obviously, her own things growing up, and now that has transformed to my own confidence. And so whenever I have a child, whatever complexion she is, I just want her to know that you're beautiful no matter what. Like, we are so blessed to have the features we have, to come from the lineage we come from. I want to teach her our history. That right there, I want her to take pride in. So yes, I want my daughters, however many I'm going to have, feel so confident and beautiful, and just know that you are more than enough, no matter what nobody else has to say.
I want to add to that. Okay. I have two daughters. Growing up, again, Filipino, my mom did not know how to do my hair. I love her, but my hair was flat ironed.
And that's another problem. Why are you having these biracial children and you don't know how to do their hair? Red flag. You see, hold on, I'm going to show y'all this woman. I love her channel, Sabrina. I think her name's Arbery or something like that. Yeah, her. She is half white, half Tongan. Her father is from y'all know the Polynesian folks. My bad, y'all, if I'm getting it right. Tonga or something like that. Her dad is Polynesian, her mama white. I thought she was full white, but then when she showed her baby pictures, I was like, oh yeah, you definitely mixed with something. She is married to a Sudanese man. And I really love I know some people don't like, they don't like to watch these kind of videos because they think the parents are being performative, but she is very respectful. I actually love her content. I would say the only red flag is that she had these kids very young, but then again, she seems like an amazing mom, so we're not going to take that away from her, right? But she always does her kids' hair. Learned how to braid, learned how to do different styles. She is extremely aware, and I love how she is teaching her kids how to be confident. She has books for them. She does a lot of she really loves her daughters. She shows them how beautiful, and they are very beautiful children, but she does not want them to feel different. And If you can learn, hold on, I'm gonna let y'all
There
watch
it
a little bit
is.
of
But this
it.
time we only have 30 minutes, and of course it's right before a family photo shoot. So the pressure is on. I know I'm posting this a little late, but one of my favorite traditions we started was taking photos in matching Christmas pajamas. Nothing is better than looking back and seeing just how much the kids have grown since last Christmas. And these are the same pajamas we all wear to bed on Christmas Eve. So they're just kind of the
Look at her detangling her baby's
background
hair.
of-
It's very simple. It's not that hard. If you don't know how to braid, that's okay. You could pay somebody. Just learn how to damn detangle your.
A
Even
lot of
just
photos.
doing this is bare minimum.
And obviously every year I switch it up pajama wise. Sometimes we're fully matching, other times we're just coordinating. This year I did the girls match and the boys match. One year I did my husband and I match and the kids match. Anyway, you get it. You saw for Zamira's hair, I just left it out. We were so shocked at
It doesn't take that
how
much,
well the
guys.
brush defined her curls. The shrinkage was crazy. And for Aaliyah, my girl that does not like wearing her hair natural, she's always begging me for styles that just get it out of her face. So we just did 2 little pigtails for her. I stole.
Okay, so that's just her doing bare minimum stuff. Hold on, I want to see one where she actually braids her kids' hair because she knows how to braid a bit. Hold on, let's see. And she lets them choose their styles. Hold on, where's she at? Here, them braids. Yeah, y'all see here, she did them braids. Let me see if we can find one where it's another hair day where she actually braids their hair. Okay, oh here, that's her mama right here. That's her mama. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I really like how they look at here.
Part of prepping for vacation is getting the girls' hair situated. I don't know about you, but I do not want to be doing hair on vacation. I want to be relaxing by a pool, not wrestling a 4 and a 6-year-old every morning. Both girls were due for a good wash. You know, on a school night, they shower with me and I wash their hair in the shower. But if it's the weekend and we're in for hours of hair, I'm not breaking my back over the tub. I love the Heritage products for my girls. I use the damage recovery shampoo and conditioner every once in a while. Usually when I realize their hair is just a little more dry than normal. We're going to Palm Springs. They're going to be in the pool a lot, in chlorine a lot. Because chlorine can be so damaging, I'm going to do whatever I can to mitigate the damage. You know, I usually pull up a Pinterest board and let them choose their hairstyle. But today is all me. If I could choose every time, I would braid along her edges. They're just the first to come out in any hairstyle. And this was actually a 3.5-hour hair day. I took about a half-hour break to eat dinner myself. And you guys, I had an emotional moment. My oldest came up and was like, "Can I please learn how to do her hair?" The way my eyes lit up, I have been waiting for this day for literally 6 years. I just got a glimpse of our future, right? They're both teenagers. They're both helping with each other's hair. Also, please remind me to never work out my shoulders before hair day. What was I thinking? We're back at it, and I'll be honest, like, although this looks like rainbows and butterflies, I got asked, "Are you almost done?" Probably 4,000 times. The most exhausting part of hair day isn't actually doing their hair. It's managing all of the emotions that come with sitting for that long. My girl's a queen. Look how it turned out. And
Is it that hard? Is it that difficult? Red flag, stop it. It's not that damn hard. Goodness.
Since 2nd grade up until like now. So now that my daughters are mixed, they have more of like the coarser hair. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what products.
You should be ashamed of yourself, ma'am. So you got with a black man and you still don't know how to do biracial children's hair. Red flag. Their hair is coarser. Okay. YouTube University is free. You got this half white woman showing your ass out. What's her name? The other one, Alyssa Llewellyn. That's another one right there. I know that family kind of crazy. But she does hair videos too. I've seen her on my timeline and Instagram. They show up quite a few times. Hold on. Where are we at? Where are the shorts? My timeline is full with everything, y'all. I get recommended a lot of things. I watch too many things. But yeah, hold on. Where's the hair video? Because I know she does braids too. She braids her daughter's hair. I haven't. Hold on. I've seen her braid her kids' hair before. Hold on. Let's see if we can find it. All right. If we can't, that's okay. You're letting. This is the thing. There's no excuse at this point. At this point, it's just you just failed to do it. I'm so sorry. Because there's no reason why in this 2026, with all of the YouTube hair videos that we have, that you do not know how to deal with your child's hair. If they are biracial or whatever. There's no reason at all. Hold on, I can't find her hair videos, but she braids her daughter's hair and she does really good braid styles. Her mother-in-law taught her how to braid. Hold on, let me just put braids because I ain't got time to be looking at through her whole damn. She posts a lot. Oh Lord, she posts a lot. Okay, here we go. This is when they were young. Hold on, did she do?
I can't go out. I'm sick.
Okay, here. She did those braids for her kids. Okay, I can't watch that because of the thing. Hold on. Did she do the braids here? Here we go. No. Here we go. Okay, here we go. She's styling her daughter's hair, y'all. Here we go. It's really not that difficult. You could even use rubber bands. She even teaches the other white mommies how to do their biracial children's hair. You don't even need to braid, but she actually does braid. Here, they even had a braid off with her mother-in-law. Here, you ain't even got to do much. Look at that. That's very easy. They even simplified it for y'all asses. Red flag. Hold on, let's see her do this one. Did she braid? No braid hairstyle. Okay, no, we want to see you braiding. Hold on. Okay, I don't know. I don't have time to look through all her damn videos. But anyway, she braids her kids' hair, y'all. So, yeah, these are inspos you could look at. Here, you even got Beyonce with her hair out here. Look, black children styles. Wait, black children hairstyles. Here, tutorials. You even have... how does she show up with the... child? Okay, here we go. Simple styles to do. Here we go. You got these braided hair. Okay, you don't even have to put black, because I know some of y'all be like, she's not black. Okay, mixed children. Here we go. You got a whole bunch of tutorials right here. There's no reason why in 2026 you don't know how to deal with your kids' hair. Red flag.
Love her, but my hair was flat ironed since second grade up until like now. So now that my daughters are mixed, they have more of like the coarser hair. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what products to use. I've always just had my hair straight. So when I teach my daughters about beauty and where I lack in knowledge, I want them, no matter what, their hair is a huge topic right now. My youngest or my oldest, she doesn't like the big hair.
Wrap this right up. So you're telling me that you still can't learn? What did she say?
Straight. So
you were doing so well too until now. And don't you got black family members? You say you could ask them. Why aren't you asking them how to do it? You don't need that long. You just need a weekend. It doesn't take long to learn. Go buy them baby dolls and start learning how to braid. That's how my sister learned how to braid.
Great up until like now. So now that my daughters...
Let me tell y'all something. My mom is black, right? My mama has 4C hair. 4B? No, 4B. She's like me. 4B. Lighter skin. She has the same hair. Me and my mom have the same hair texture. And my sister, actually, matter of fact, my mom's hair is a bit coarser than mine. So my mom and my sister have 4B, almost 4C, like some strands of 4C. My sister's hair is super thick. Mine is not as thick, okay? And so whenever my mom doesn't know how to braid, she never acted like she did. You want to know what she did? She took us to the hairdresser. She learned how to do little styles, and then she would have people always do our hair. I remember going to the hairdresser when I was young. I used to have braids in my hair when I was younger. My mom took us to the salon. She paid for it because she was like, hell no, I don't know how to do these kids' hair. She'll pay people to do our hair all the time. Matter of fact, I got burned by a damn relaxer. And it wasn't because my mom wanted me to have a relaxer. Matter of fact, my mom never wanted me to have a relaxer. It was because my sister got a relaxer because she was tired of doing my sister's hair. But she never wanted me to have one. But anyways, I begged her because all the other girls in school had a relaxer. But anyway, she used to make me go to these damn people's home kitchens to get a relaxer. I got burned one time. Like, anyways, I had a lot of trauma with hair. We'll talk about it another time. But she didn't know how to braid. She didn't have the patience to do our hair. And she knew that. So what did she do? She took us to the salon. You, man, this is despicable and embarrassing. Talking about, where the gap is. No, there's no gap. There's no excuse for it. Continue.
Are mixed. They have more of like the coarser hair. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what products to use. I've always just had my hair straight. So when I teach my daughters about beauty and where I lack in knowledge, I want them, no matter what, their hair is a huge topic right now. My youngest or my oldest, she doesn't like the big hair. My youngest, she doesn't care. And I'm trying to teach her. I brought her to my hair appointment with me yesterday, and she's like, Mommy, I don't like my hair. It's too big. At school, I'm the only one with the puffs. And it made me so sad because I know what she was talking about. You were the one who stood out, and I want to instill in them that no matter what your hair looks like, what society tells you, you have to know that, my dad used to tell me, you have so much to offer this world, the world has nothing to offer you.
Okay, I gotta bring up something too. People don't want to have this conversation. You saying all that and your hair is straight. You're beautiful just the way you are. And you do not look like her. Of course she's gonna want her hair to look like mommy's hair. Of course. And you said that she's the only one in her school that looks like her. Don't you think that does something to a child's self-esteem? But people don't think about that. You don't even have her around people who look like her. You don't even try to make her feel beautiful in her skin and how you don't even wear your hair the way that it naturally is. You said your mama straightens your hair all the time. And then you want your child to just suddenly have all this self-esteem when you're still working on yours. How? How am I supposed to tell my daughter to be proud of her natural hair if I have a silk press all the damn time? I barely wear my natural hair, wear wigs and weaves, and then I'm telling her, love yourself, be beautiful.
So what you bring to the table and who you are and your character, that's all that matters. And I don't want them to go through the struggles that I did going to
They are! Because you're not trying hard enough. I'm so sorry, ma'am. You're not trying. Try more.
predominantly white school, private school my whole life. I didn't even really have many friends of color till I got into my 20s and I met friends in college. So I want them to really experience beauty from the inside out and know that like no matter what they look like, their skin tone, whatever it may be, that they are beautiful and they are chosen and protected and loved always. And
you can teach them that. I'm not saying it's wrong for you to do that, but my point is that it's hard to land a message like that when you don't look like them. And kids are very perceptive. They're not going to understand the nuances. They're not going to understand that. They're just looking at you and they're seeing mommy with straight hair, blonde hair, might I add. It looks like it's blonde tips. They're seeing mommy is lighter skinned, and they're seeing that you go to the hairdresser where people probably look like you or lighter than you, and then they are questioning their entire existence because you have them around people who look like you all damn day. Red flag. This is ridiculous. At this point, wrap this up.
Really sucks that she's 4. She's 4 years old and already is picking up on certain things of she's deeming because society is saying it's not as beautiful. And it's kind of an inner struggle with me because she's like, well, mommy, you don't have big hair.
Exactly. You know the reason why my mama could say don't get a perm is because she didn't have one. Matter of fact, I don't even know why she gave my sister a perm. She was like, I got tired of doing it. My mom had other kids, I get it. But it was, to be honest with you, that was a mistake. She was making it seem like my sister's hair was so hard to deal with. No, she just didn't have the time or patience because she decided to procreate and have all these damn kids. She didn't have time. That's why I get on my parents a lot about that. And then they wonder why I have a dog I have a puppy instead of a child. I don't have time. I already know if I have a child, I got to shut all this stuff down. Because they're going to need my energy and my effort and my time and commitment. How can I tell my daughter to love herself if she looks like me, has hair like me, and then I'm sitting here straightening my hair all the damn time? How? This is why my mom had a point when she said, you don't need a perm. Because I couldn't say to her, oh, you don't have one? No. Actually, I didn't say that. I said the girls at my school, they have a perm. And people were calling me nappy head. Yeah, they call me peasy head, nappy head. They said I had peas. Yeah. That's why I got a perm. But then at the same time, sis, you got to do better. Your daughter's 4 and she's already talking like that. This is a problem. And then you probably got her daddy, who is probably a colorist. I got to be honest. Because, I don't want to say he is, but why are you responsible? You're half, so I get it. But still. And then you can't equate the fact that you look like how you look like. You haven't even fully accepted who you are as a biracial woman. And then you want your daughter to feel beautiful. Good luck.
It's not as beautiful. And it's kind of an inner struggle with me because she's like, well, mommy, you don't have big hair. Like, I have my natural hair is long and curly. And she's like, my hair's not like yours. And it's like, it's definitely a struggle because I'm like, I want to instill in you and I want to be that
She's
example.
calling you a hypocrite.
Like, I want my daughters to look at me and be like, and they tell me all the time, I want to be what you do. I want to be just like you. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm doing something right. But it is hard being biracial of the things that I can teach them because I didn't learn a lot in Black culture.
Okay, that's great, but you can learn. You have kids now. It's not you can. It's mandatory. You must. You see, if you're sitting here without kids and you're saying, I don't know how to accept my, okay, then I'd be like, you know what? You're going to deal with that on your own. Figure it out. But you have 2 children who you have to raise. And so now it doesn't become a maybe. It becomes a must. It's not a may. It's a must. Red flag.
Fortunately, and it's just now that I'm getting older that I'm experiencing things, and I want to instill that in them that, again, no matter what, like, you are the prize. You are the prize. And I hope that any woman or girl, little girl, whatever age you're at, you see this and you can see that it doesn't matter about the color. It's who you are on the inside, because we all bleed red at the end of the day. We all have our own struggles. We all have.
If you are not willing to learn and you are unwilling to unpack all of your insecurities, unpack, a lot of the stuff that you dealt with as a child, if you are unwilling to put effort, please do not have children, and especially with somebody who is not like you. Just take the easy route. Go lay with a white man or a Hispanic man or a biracial man, and even then, you might hit the lottery. I mean, it might genetically, sometimes that does happen, but the chances are much less. Do not procreate with a black person, please and thank you. Like, why is this so complicated? If you don't want to put the effort, white women, go be with your white man. You don't got to deal with none of that. None of that. You good. You gonna be straight. And for my biracial folks, maybe get with somebody who's less tech. Like, get with somebody who's similar to you, or there. It'll be easier for you. Then you don't have to deal with all of this, really, to be quite honest with you. You can sit there and live your life and have your kids in the communities you want them in, and it'll be all A-okay for you. But stop doing that, because you're damaging the kids and their self-esteem. And then after that, they're going to come online and sound like Natalie Nunn.
Have inner work to do. And I just hope that if my daughters ever see this, and all the daughters out there and the women, that beautiful is beautiful. And I'm so sorry to everyone who's had to experience colorism, racism, whatever it may be, that deemed you not beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, it's so sad, because if she was at home, she would love her hair. But because she has to go to school,
exactly.
It's so sad.
Yeah.
So I do have a daughter, and I do have another baby on the way. And
another baby on the way? Oh, snap. She's pregnant? She looks damn good. I did not know, sis. Congratulations. Oh my God, wow. I did not know.
That's one thing I always instill in my daughter ever since she was born. You guys, my daughter she probably thinks she's royalty in her head because she has the confidence. I've never seen anyone with her confidence. You cannot tell her she's beautiful. Like, she's so confident in everything that she does. And what I wanted to do was instill that in her from a very early age, to the point where she's pouring into other kids her age that's around her. One thing my daughter is known for is, especially at school, is helping other girls and kids be confident and just smile and be happy with what they have and how they are. And I feel like I've done a great job with that. My only thing is now with my next child, I'm very curious as to how things are going to go, because I have to do things slightly different, because their dad have kids that are interracial, and all the girls and his kids majority are lighter, and they can pass for non-black. And my biggest thing is
wait, hold up, wait a minute. So the first kid has a different father. That's what
I feel like I've done a great job with that. My only thing is,
and I love that she's instilling that confidence, but guess what? It's because you're confident within yourself. That's why. That is what it is. Kids will emulate, and they always want. Kids emulate. Hell, even my puppy emulates me. She thinks she's human, trying to eat my beef. I had to feed her a little bit of beef yesterday. Lord, she was sitting here begging me, sniffing her little nose at me, but she thinks she's human. She tries to be like us, and I'm like, girl, you're a puppy. You're not I had to put her in daycare for that. I'm like, oh no, she's thinking she's human. No. You gotta socialize with your folks. Even puppies. Imagine. What do you think little girls are gonna do? They're gonna try to emulate their mom. They want to be like mommy. You're their hero. You're around them all the time. So this is the problem here. Well, not for her. She's doing a great job. But then I heard the problematic here. Hold up. Because we got to rewind. I got to make sure I hear it properly.
Now with my next child, I'm very curious as to how things are going to go, because I have to do things slightly different, because their dad have kids that are interracial.
Who is their dad? Black?
And all the girls and his kids majority are lighter,
All the girls majority are light. Okay, so I don't know what the race is of the new baby's father. Okay, so
lighter and they could pass for.
Did she say her husband? Hold on, I gotta go back.
Is now with my next known for is, especially at school, is helping other girls and kids be confident and just smile and be happy with what they have and how they are. And I feel like I've done a great job with that. My only thing is now with my next child, I'm very curious as to how things are gonna go because I have to do things slightly different because their dad have kids that are interracial.
Okay, their dad. So she didn't stay. Okay. Okay. Anyways, that doesn't matter. I need to hear more.
And all the girls and his kids are majority are lighter and they could pass for non-black. And my biggest thing is I just don't want to have to face the idea of them being treated less than or different or less beautiful because I do see how, it can play a role when
she said light. She didn't say they're white. So, okay. Okay. She doesn't want her child to feel differently. So you're not with the baby's father? Because if you're raising the child with the baby's father, then how could they feel differently? Oh, but maybe if they're around their sisters. Okay, I get it. Okay. Well, is he a colorist? What do we need to know? We need more details. I feel like the questions are not being asked here, but I get it. It's a panel. I need to find out more about this man.
Siblings have to grow up with each other and you're different tones. So that's the only thing. My biggest thing is instilling confidence and making sure that they know to love themselves no matter what.
So basically, you repeated the pattern that you were trying to run away from. You were the only darker-skinned child in your family, and now you are doing the same to this new baby. Is that what I'm understanding? And not only that, but it's so crazy how patterns work. And this is another thing. Sometimes you don't even realize you're operating in that pattern. She doesn't understand that. She's saying it as if, and not only that, but she's worried about it. And in my mind, I'm like, why would you worry about it if your kids are, if his kids are, if they're very well aware of who they are as half black children, if they understand their blackness, then it shouldn't be something you should worry about. Because when Eve was with Maximilian Cooper, she made sure. Because remember, Maximilian, what's his name? Max Cooper and Eve. I think that's his name. When she got with Max, he had 3 kids. Is that his name? Maximilian, whatever his name is. He had 3 children prior. These kids, he was divorced. He had these Caucasian children. And Eve married him, but she said it was very important that, they would understand that, she blackity black. And so they have a son together here. And that's him and his brother. And so if your children, I don't know, this blended family sounds just like your childhood. And so now you're scared or worried, but sis, this is a mess. This is a mess. I need more context, actually. I can't even say anything. I need more context as to who the father is and how he's raising his daughters and their mama. That's another thing, too.
But that people are going to speak down on you, and it's inevitable. So, prepare them for the worst, but still instill the best into them, So, yeah.
On that topic of confidence in motherhood, I'm not a mom, but I want to say shout out to you guys. Sorry if I get emotional in advance. I'm a crybaby. But I just want to say, because my confidence is something that I've struggled with my whole life, because growing up in a predominantly white community, I genuinely did not feel beautiful till last year. And that's something my mom could have helped me with, but she was insecure in her own ways too. So that transferred over to me. And so it's just beautiful to hear that you guys raise your daughters the way you do, because I would hate for your daughters to take it to them to be 25 years old when they finally feel pretty, when they finally accept the big hair. I only started wearing my hair down curly this year. I always have it up in a bun because I'm always it's so big and nobody else looks like me. And it wasn't until this year I was like, you can't change how you look. You have to just accept how you are. And the difference is beautiful. I think it's hard when it comes to myself or yourself to see your own beauty maybe at times, because in my own head, I'm like, well, I'm not this cookie cutter example of a black woman or a light skinned woman, whatever it is. I don't look the way social media presents certain women to look. But that's the beauty of it. We all look different here, and we are all so pretty, and none of us look alike. And so I just think that's really beautiful. And I think the way you guys carry yourselves, it's going to travel to your daughters as well. So
I feel bad for her because it took her up until 25 years old to feel beautiful, because her mother just couldn't be bothered. She was too busy guzzling black penis, and she couldn't even be bothered to be a mother and to instill that confidence in her daughter, where her daughter is sitting here with an identity crisis, pretty much. And she's only been able to wear her hair out recently this year, and it's very sad that she has to go through that. So it's all of this is just crazy to me because it's very sad, it's tragic, but it's society, and this is what it is, y'all. And a lot of women, unfortunately, and a lot of men, they don't think about that when they decide to interracially date or marry. They just think about the cute babies, but they're not thinking about the pressures of being biracial, or even if you're not biracial, if you're with a lighter skinned parent, they're not thinking about your experience as a darker skinned child if you do not look like them, because people just naturally think their kids are going to look a certain way. I don't understand, but it's just very sad.
Just thank you for that, and like the future community of Black women that you're bringing into the world.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you.
Is that the
Thank you, ladies, for being here. This conversation was so beautiful.
Oh boy, we done. Okay, reading comments. Oh, sorry, I couldn't stop y'all because it was a long ass video. Okay, we gonna read comments. Oh wait, I should have kept the video up because I'm gonna read some comments. YouTube, Dr. Daff. Hold on, I gotta keep it up. Okay, what was it? Light skin versus, was it this one? Okay, damn it. Okay, Dr. Daff, light skin. Here, I probably spelled it. Okay, here we go. Okay. We're gonna keep this up. All right. Let's read some comments. Oh, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll use it after. Okay. So there's so many comments. Well, I'm gonna read the few. I'm gonna read the last few. Hey, welcome to the stream. She looks like she's wearing a wig, so she maybe doesn't know how to do her hair either. I don't think she does, and it's very sad. Kate expired. You said so she had bad experiences and she's continuing that trauma on her own kids. I'm confused about that too. I'm Black and I didn't have my mother growing up, but I was always encouraged to learn how to do my own hair. Yes, that is a necessity, guys. Like, it's a necessity. Learn how to take care of your hair. Learn how to be confident in your hair. Learn how to do your own hair. And it was so interesting because when I was I've never, how can I say this? Like, I do remember in high school, I did wear a lot of sew-ins and weaves and wigs. And it was only because I didn't know how to do my hair. Like, I had relaxed hair. And then when the natural hair movement came out, I learned how to do my own hair. Because like I said, my mom just always brought us to the hairdresser. And I got tired of going to the damn hairdresser and spending all that damn coin. So I learned how to do my own hair. I did the big chop. I went natural and I've been natural ever since. And it's such a freeing experience. Even when I went to Korea, I think the first few months I wore a wig only because of the hard water. But when I went to Korea the first time when I visited, I wore my hair natural. Natural. I didn't care. I didn't care about the beauty standards. I didn't care about none of that because and again, there's no problem if you wear weaves, extensions, wigs, and all that stuff. But I do have to bring it to your attention, though, that if you have a child, they are looking at you and they are seeing what you're doing and they're going to emulate that. And so you cannot sit here and say, oh, you're beautiful how you are, if you are putting extra, if you are not exhibiting that same type of confidence, because they can sense a hypocrite. Trust me, kids are very observant. They're very smart. We don't give them enough credit for how intelligent they are. So we have to also balance that. I think that is great that we have such diverse hairstyles. I think it's wonderful. I think it's amazing. But then we also have to make sure that when, you have a young daughter, especially if she's, a young Black daughter or a daughter of color, then you have to be confident in yourself and in your beauty, because I can't tell my daughter you're beautiful how you are if I'm not emulating that to her and she doesn't feel that way. She doesn't see it. She doesn't see that confidence, right? Hold on, I'm gonna go up a little bit and just skip through comments. Karma, welcome. Star Sky, welcome. You said, I'm late to the party, but I wonder if they brought up featureism and texturism because that adds another layer to this conversation. 100%. They didn't though. I feel that's another conversation too. 100%. Because if you have 4C hair, then or 4B, 4C, whatever, if you're in the 4 category, even 4A, 4B, whatever, it doesn't matter, then that's going to be there's going to be a different treatment than the threes, right? And so when men say, oh, we want you natural, or your hair natural, what natural do you mean? You see what I'm saying? What natural do you mean? Thank you for letting me know. I will watch the playback later. Oh, okay. You said Southern Fried Rice. Girl, I did not know that show. I thought it was Korean. I forgot. It was a Korean child. Boosters. I seen the clip. What Boosters? Yeah, you gonna let me know. You said them white women be asking us how to do their own kids' hair. This lady asked me and I told her go to YouTube. Absolutely. Refer them to YouTube. I'll be like, you can watch this channel and this channel. Why are you asking me for? The hell? People don't want to do their own damn research. That's the problem. Our childhood neighbor is white. She has 3 black baby daddies. My goodness. That's more than... That's... 3? And her first child was born with straight hair, but her daughters have curly hair and she refuses to learn and she doesn't want to lock. Yeah. They don't want to learn. And then they wonder why these kids come out with identity issues. And that's why I was saying that if you are suffering from that and you don't want to put the effort into learning and unlearning and, you know, trying to do better by your kids, then don't have children. Or don't have children with a black person, I would say. Go and have kids with whoever you want. There's other men of other communities who will give you the child that you desire. Do not expect to play the genetic lottery with a black person, especially a fully black. It doesn't matter if they're half or fully. It doesn't really matter, to be quite honest with you. Because look at Obama. Barack Obama is half white. His mom is white. His dad is black. And then he had a child with Michelle. And his children, to me, look like black children. I would have never known their dad was biracial unless if he hadn't said it. I didn't know Barack Obama for the longest time was biracial. I did not know it. And so this is what I'm saying, like, even if you end up with a biracial child or with a white man, black man, you're black at the end of the day. Like the pool, the genetic, the lottery could hit different ways. And so that's why I'm saying, like, you have to have a lot of confidence to instill those type of values in your child. And so if you are a colorist or a texturist, even if you're black, then I don't know what to tell you. You're going to have to unpack that because your child will come out with some features that may look like the ones that you're trying to run away from. And it doesn't matter if you end up with another community. Let's look at Gilbert Arenas before we wrap this right up. I'm going to read like 3 more comments and then we're going to get to Project Esther. Gilbert Arenas and what's his Gloria Govin. Was it Gloria? No, the sister Laura, my bad. Wrong one. Look at their children, y'all. And I'm not trying to be mean or trying to put their faces on the internet like that. This is public information. This is their children. I mean, these are their kids here. Y'all look at these kids, right? Look at their mama. Where's Laura at? This is their mama, y'all. Right here. This is their mom. And these are how the kids came out. And their mom is biracial. Same thing with what's the other guy? Lance Gross. Here we go. So look at the mama, again, biracial, and then look at the children. Here we go. So it's like it doesn't, and you can even have a fully white woman with black children. Again, yeah, this is her right here. This is how their kids came out. Very beautiful children, but that's what I'm saying. Like, her child definitely has 4A, 4B hair. And hold on. So that's why I'm saying the features you're running from, they gonna come find you. So if this is the thing, they don't understand that even if they have kids with a white woman, that kid could still come out. What I talked about Obama. Here we go. That's his mom, y'all. Pure white woman. Very white. Look at her. Look at her son, Barry. Look at her son, Barry, y'all. This is his mama and his daddy. Here we go. Mama, daddy. Here. And then we have the son right here. J. Cole, another one. I wouldn't have known. I thought he was just light skinned. Drake. We can keep going down the line. Here we go. That's J. Cole's mama, y'all. J. Cole's mother. Right here. Where's Drake? Let's get his ass. Drake's mama. That's his mama and his dad. Don't wear your mask, sis. Show your face. Here we go. That's his mama, Sandy. Miss Sandy. And then where his daddy at? Where is his father? Here, that's a more recent picture. This is him and his mama. Hold on. Drake and his mother. Let's hit another one. Hold on, I need one. Another one. I'm trying to think of a young woman who is biracial. Let me put biracial actress. Zendaya doesn't fall under that. Oh, Yara Shahidi. I mean, you can tell she is, to be quite honest with you, but her dad is Iranian. There you go. This is her these are her parents. Her dad is Iranian. Her mama's black. So sometimes, you know, you may be trying to run away, and I'm not talking about these folks. I'm talking about Gilbert Arenas. He definitely was trying to run away from his features, and then the kids came out looking just like him. Red flag. Not red flag because they're beautiful, but red flag to him. Because imagine, he did all of this. Hold on, we're going to put him right back here. He did all of that. All of this. Married her, got with her to escape his blackness. And then look at this. Came out with the kids and tried to escape. He tried to run away from black women. And then look at what happened. And the reason I'm saying that is because he said something really derogatory about Lupita Nyong'o. What he said about her? Hold on. He said a few problematic things about black women. That's the reason I'm digging on his ass. Here. He apologized to Lupita for colorist remarks about her beauty. What did he say about her? Let's see. This was years ago, though. So, he said, where did the grill block? Is the grill not up? Okay, I gotta see. He said that, I forgot what he said, but he said something about Lupita and saying that she's not that beautiful or something like that. Truly sorry for my coon behavior. That's what he said. Please. So, Gilbert Arenas experience, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to say it here. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, Gilbert Arenas has experienced a sudden change of heart in regard to his attitude toward Lupita, whom he has shamed on multiple occasions for her dark skin. Imagine, this man is shaming Lupita for her dark skin when his kids look like this. Hold on. I'm so sorry. I know it keeps going up and down. Here. His daughters. He talking about a black woman here, and he thinks his daughters do not have the same experience as her. Why? Because she's a bit darker? Is that it? Is that why? You think they passed the paper bag test? That's why? Again. He did all of that, and his kids still came out black. So that's why it doesn't matter. If you're a black person, you have to be comfortable with your blackness, because you don't know which side of the rainbow your kid's gonna come out of. You can't escape it. I'm so sorry. You're not gonna ethnically cleanse your kids as much as you think you will. Continuing. I'll read a few more comments, y'all. You said she could go to a black hairdresser. Exactly. Sasha. Hey, welcome, Sasha. You said, same, Romy. My mom couldn't really braid either, and she wanted me to relax it, but I refused until I got older. Yeah. That's the thing. A lot of our moms didn't know how to do hair. But it's like, you got to make it work. You don't have to be the best braider. I don't know how to do hair. Hell, y'all see me doing my hair the same way. But you just got to learn how to tend to your hair. Just even if there's only one style, do that style. It's okay. Put it up in a ponytail. Put it in side braids. Lock it up like I did. I was like, I'm tired. I'm just going to lock it up at this point. But do something. You can still look presentable and do simple styles. I saw y'all, the lady was doing her pigtails. There was this one lady I knew, she only did her hair, her biracial daughter's hair in pigtails. And I said, that's enough. Detangle, put it in pigtails, put it in cinnamon buns. If that's all you know how to do, then that's all you know how to do. But damn, do their hair. My mom cut off her perm when I was like 4 to be an example of her children. We weren't allowed to have a perm. That's what we call a relaxer down here. Yeah. A lot of moms are doing that. And because they understand that, hey, I got to start raising my kids a different way. And also they want their kids to see the beauty in their appearance. And there's no way you can do that if you're still struggling with your insecurity. I got to be honest. Mocha, you said she wearing a wig. I don't even know. She's definitely teaching her daughter self-hate. Yep. And we need to hold some of our black mamas accountable. They perpetuate the same BS. Yes. I know it. Trust me. I've seen it. I've seen it many time and time again. Time and time again. As an African, it was literally the norm back then to relax your child's hair. Yeah, it was. And you know what? We're unlearning a lot of that. And I'm not saying that it's wrong to have a relaxer. You can have, like I said, you just got to be careful with how you're doing it and also like what your child is seeing. So for example, if you have a relaxer, like let's say you prefer to have your hair in a straight style, then you're going to, if you have a daughter and she has natural hair and one day she comes up to you and says she wants to get a relaxer, then you're going to have to start thinking some things. And if you're sitting around talking about, oh, I got to get my hair done, because a lot of people say that, oh, I got to get my touch in because my hair is starting to frizz up, or I hate my frizz, and you're starting to say negative things around your children, they pick up on that too. It's little behaviors, y'all. Learn behaviors. All right. Thank you, Dr. Daff, for this informative video. Look at them right here. Okay, we had to show the other side too. We're wrapping them right up out of here. All right. Now let's get to the next story. I was here for a minute. Okay. But this was an important conversation. Jeannie, we're going to have to wrap you up yesterday. I was going to play a little bit more, but I think we got the gist. Jeezy did you dirty, and you're learning to choose peace. Let's continue. This is gonna be our palate cleanser. Growing number of Americans prefer pets over kids. That's our palate cleanser here. All right, next video. How long is this one? Oh, this one's a long one. Okay, we might have to park this one till last if we don't get through everything, because I want to talk about Project Esther, y'all. This one is extremely important. And then, this is something else I wanted to watch. Okay, so we have 3 more stories to cover. So let's do... How long? This one's an hour? Oh, this one's a pretty long one. Okay, we're doing the serious topics first, so we'll segue into the DV one. We're not going to watch a whole one for real, this one, because this one's quite a lot. But shout out to you who sent it to me. I forgot who sent me this, but shout out to you, sis. I'm going to start writing people's names down. So this one's about Ekane and Girl La La La. If you guys don't know who Ekane is, she's a social media content creator. She's more popular on TikTok than on YouTube. And she is in an actual DV relationship, y'all. This is not alleged. This is on social media. It's been documented. And she is still on social media and people are still watching her content. It's kind of like watching a train wreck, right? And then you have Girl La La, who unfortunately lost her life. She was a trans woman. Her partner unalived her in Miami, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And she also was a social media content creator who kind of showed the dark side, I guess, of her relationship online. And so this was sent to me because, we're talking about these type of issues. If you are triggered by DV issues, I highly recommend that you exit out of here. We're only going to watch a snippet of this. And then after that, we will come back to the other topics, which is Project Esther. And then we'll do our palate cleanses and call it a day because, Lord, it's a lot. So let's watch a little bit of this because I do always feel like it's an important topic to talk about DV. I understand that, it's uncomfortable to talk about, but we need to talk about it because the rates are rising, y'all. They are rising astronomically. And I think it's because there's awareness. We need to be more aware. That's one, especially these young women who are getting into relationships. And number 2 is just where society is heading, and it's not looking good as far as relationships go. But I will say that there are some people who have green flags. There are people who have been working on themselves. So I don't want people to be alarmed. It's more of an awareness thing. And we need to start teaching our young women to be more vigilant and aware about it. And not only that, but we need, like I would say as a society, to stop platforming people who are monetizing off of DV. This is ridiculous at this point. There should be no reason why somebody like an E. King can still have a social media content, a channel. No reason, especially if she's showing these type of situations, right? So I think that, again, okay, let's watch this. I'll give my opinion after, but I do think that there's some type of monetizing going on about that, and people love to see Black women being abused, trans women or not. And so we need to really get into this kind of conversation of what are we showing, and not only that, but why, who is consuming it? Because if this is normalized in our community, and not only that, but it's being monetized, then we have an issue here. So let's continue and watch this.
Oh, fucking pussy! Hello, bro, please, I need help, please, I need help!
This was in Broward County. Red flag. That's where I grew up, y'all. That's Broward County. I grew up in Broward County. Damn, she was in my city. Oh my God. Y'all don't know Broward County, Florida. That's my city, y'all. So you see Fort Lauderdale here. I grew up in Sunrise. Where's Sunrise at? I grew up here, and then I went to school in Plantation here. That's why I told you guys I know a lot about Florida. That's where I grew up for like a big chunk of my life, actually, my childhood. Wow. Okay, so she was in the same county as me. Oh God. Okay. Well, I don't live there anymore, but that's where I used to live. That's where I grew up.
911, what is the address to your emergency? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, and shout out to Jewel Amina. Shout out to you, sis. Thank you so much. I'm just watching a few videos. Y'all go check the rest of the video out because I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. But I want to definitely see what's going on here.
Punch me. Who cares? Been taking punches since I was 18 years old. I'm 24. Hello. Punch me, drag me out the house. Was breaking my phones while I was on the ground. Well, this phone. You leave, you stay, you get beat on. You leave, you stay, you get your hands and feet put on. You leave, you stay, you get shit poured up your nose and get drowned in your driver's seat.
Y'all thought I was capping in it. Everybody in there be getting right.
Us after we fought, wigs snatched off, cursed each other out like dogs. This is Girl Lala, I'm assuming, right?
If some...
Oh, where did I put TikTok? Oh my God. Girl Lala. Was that her channel? Yeah. So imagine she had 27.5 thousand followers. This was her channel, y'all, or her TikTok channel. And then E. Kane. $5.7 million, y'all. People watch her. 5.7 million. People follow her, I should say. Who's doing this? Who's watching this? Hold on, where's the video? Uh-oh, did I lose it? Uh-oh, did I lose it? No, oh my God. What happened to the video? Yeah, I need to start timestamping my stuff. How did I lose the video? Oh, here it is. Okay.
Sorry.
And let's continue.
Okay, y'all, this day 3 of surviving a wig snatcher, cause Lord knows he get down, so he don't play, y'all. Like, how long y'all think?
And we need to stop glorifying this "he don't play about me" culture. Red flag. He don't play about me. What that mean? That he can be violent and erratic? He doesn't play about me? Okay, he cannot play about you, but within reason. But this sounds like he's abusing you. That's not him not playing about you. It sounds like he's just abusing you and controlling you. There's a big difference. So, like, we got to start calling this out. This is ridiculous, y'all. And I feel bad. Rest in peace. And it's sad because the help should have been there. We should not be glorifying this, y'all. This is ridiculous.
Pinky gonna stay in, cause Lord knows that boy gets down, he was not playing. Y'all, so we just got done filming a YouTube video, so y'all cannot say we've been going hard for y'all. But during the YouTube video, Dodo broke my glasses, smacked my glasses off my face. So if y'all want us to drop the video, make sure y'all click.
She got out of jail. She broke up with him. She heard what he was saying while on TikTok while she was in jail, and she wanted a better life and a new life.
Which it was in, and this is the thing with those kind of relationships, and it's very tragic because, again, she probably watched it growing up or thought this was normal. Now that she wanted to escape it, then, you know, this is why I said it's not funny, and this is why I said we got to start deplatforming people like that, because when you have they're only there for the monetization. And so what ends up happening is as soon as you remove yourself from that situation, the clock is ticking. They are going to implode and explode. They don't care how famous you are, how popular you are. It never mattered. DV is DV. It hits everybody. In this, like, it's one of those things where it's like, it doesn't matter the race, doesn't matter the gender, doesn't matter the sexual orientation. DV is DV. It is the cancer of our society, right? And so now when you're monetizing off of it, and I'm saddened because she tried to do better, but then, you know, you're going to be running for your life. And they said it takes multiple times for a victim to actually leave a DV relationship. And now you have social media egging this on. And of course, I'm pretty sure some people told her to get out of that relationship. But at the same time, it's like, when people are egging it on, you're getting monetized off of it, then it's harder to leave because that's your bread and butter. Thankfully, she tried to leave, but then unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. And so now it's sad because she's gone. And people were supporting that whole relationship. This is sad, y'all. This is all the way sad. No recourse, no nothing. And society's egging it on. And this shows you how depraved society is, because if you can see somebody getting their glasses smacked out of them or off of them, and you think that's good content, and you are even asking your audience if you should post a video, and you know your audience is in agreement with it, this is sad. And I think it's because society has gotten to a point where they want people to feel the pain that they're feeling. A lot of people are watching just to see you fail, just to see you crash out, just to see you fail, because it makes them feel better about their lives and where they are in life. And there are some evil people out there who will, like, remember that young lady we watched who unalived herself on a live stream, and people were egging it on because they hate themselves. They hate their situation. They hate themselves. And so if they hate themselves, they're going to hate you and want you to hate yourself too. Because nobody who loves you, nobody who cares about you, nobody who's watching you and actually gives a damn about you as a human being would want to watch this type of content. I'm just being honest. You would never subscribe to that.
He couldn't accept it. A trans that made him come out gay, try to break up with him. He's like, hold on, you're my first, you're breaking up with me, and it's hard for me to go back straight because I went public with you.
Public with her because she is making money. There's gonna be a lot of these relationships, y'all. I'm being honest. There are a lot of these relationships on social media where you're gonna see the real person come out, the demon come out once you remove the monetization, because that's all they have left. This man was in jail. He didn't seem like he had anything going for himself, and then he met the trans woman, and she's the one monetizing off of their relationship. And so you're gonna see a lot of these cases, y'all. I'm being honest. And it's not just on social media. It's when you start to do better for yourself, you start to try to get yourself away from them, that's when they will decide that they no longer want you on this earth. This happens quite a lot. And so we got to be careful of what we're glorifying, because then we have, again, the young people out there thinking this is normal. And like I said, it starts at home, but then there's also a responsibility on us as content creators to be mindful of what we share and how we share it and what parts of our relationships that we want to publicize. And to be honest with you, it should have been a public service announcement and not an actual, like, you know, people getting all these followers for what? To watch somebody getting beat up and traumatized? Like, this is ridiculous at this point.
Things being laughed off, with jokes that doesn't sit right with being brushed aside, with public embarrassment being called love, and with an audience that's been taught to see chaos as entertainment. Social media has changed how abuse shows up. It's no longer always hidden behind closed doors. It's filmed, it's posted, it's argued over in comment sections, it gets turned into clips and views. And just to be clear, abuse is abuse, whether it happens in private or in public. Being hidden doesn't make it less serious, and being online doesn't make it okay. Domestic violence is never justified. The issue is that when people see it over and over, especially without anyone calling it out, it starts to feel normal. What should make people stop and worry turns into content?
My problem is, how are they monetizing it? How is this even possible? Y'all, okay, let me show y'all something. How is this even possible? Red flag. Here, I'm going to show you guys a live stream I did the other day. I got yellow. You want to know what I was talking about? Hold on, let me do the math so you guys can see what I'm talking about. This is real, y'all. It was a live stream. Hold on, let's go to manage videos. Y'all gonna see what I'm talking about. Look at this here. Hold on, where's the live? I did a live stream. The topic was the price of selling out. Limited. This video may earn limited or no ad revenue due to content identified as not suitable for most advertisers. We use a combination of automated systems and human reviews to detect violations of our advertiser-friendly content guidelines. It remains fully payable and is eligible to earn subscription revenue. Look at this, yellow, right? Everything else is green. And then look at this. I was talking about Don Lemon, Kanye, Ray J, and I don't remember who else. This is not even about DV. And yet people like her can get 5.7 million followers and monetize off of this nonsense. Red flag. Imagine. I'm speaking the news. I'm telling y'all what's going on. She's watching. She is showing you guys. She is showing herself getting beat the hell up. Getting mushed up. And yet I'm getting yellow. And I'm not even, because some people will be like, oh, you're on YouTube, she's on TikTok. There are other TikTok creators who are getting shadow banned for telling the truth about what's going on in the real world, in the news and sharing information. They're getting deplatformed, demonetized, and yet she's still able to live off of this. Where's her YouTube channel? Here we go. 312,000 subscribers, y'all. With this man right here who is actively abusing her. And yet I get the yellow for sharing information.
What feels scary becomes a trend. Over the past few years, influencers like Ikane, they have grown big followings by showing unstable and unhealthy relationships online.
I want you to be as mad as you was in that house when you see me with that nigga, so I can have another swollen mark on my face.
You don't got no swollen mark.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Haircut.
Quit touching me.
Oh, damn the police.
I don't give a fuck. I'm supposed to be scared. You think I'm gonna protect you if they ask me about something?
I'm out.
I wouldn't give a fuck.
I'm gone. Bye.
Thank you. And when they circle back, I'll be answering any questions, honey. Fuck wrong with him. I could be a stalker. I'll be that. Immediately I'll be that after what just happened to me.
This shouting gets called passion, the control gets called loyalty, and the pain gets dressed up as ride or die love. And that doesn't just stay on the screen. People are watching and learning, especially young boys who are still figuring out what love is supposed to look like. When harmful behavior is shown again and again as normal or forgiving,
It's not young boys, sis. If they're watching Nick Kane, it's young girls. They're the ones watching her and supporting her. It's not the young boys watching her and supporting her. But of course, young boys do learn it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to minimize their actions, but it's the young girls that are watching E. Kane. That's the sad part about it. It's women watching women get beat up.
It changes.
Girl Lala too. It was women watching her, or trans women too.
How people see danger. And that's why Girl Lala's story matters. She openly admired Ikane. She shared that she was in an abusive relationship herself and she was later killed by her boyfriend.
Why you so worried about me and my phone? All right.
So when it's your turn, it's your turn.
Well, no, I don't care about none of that. I'll be started. But no, that's not why I started this video. Y'all, I am gagged. Why you can't start following me, please? Everybody that knows me knows that
So E. Kane started following me. So E. Kane was the other young woman who is also in a DV relationship, and then she followed her, who's also in a DV relationship.
I love EK. She's my favorite TikTok. Like, I am gagged. Oh, babe, I'm gonna get up. Stop. Okay. I'm telling them he can't follow me. You do too much. But y'all, I am gagged. Why he can't follow me? Like, I'm about to bite my ankles.
Her story isn't about weakness. It isn't about bad decisions. It's a warning about what can happen when unhealthy relationships are constantly excused or cheered online. When people see abuse happening in public and no one challenges it, you can start to believe that pain is just part of love.
Sorry.
This is not about drama or pointing fingers. I'm not here to point fingers. I'm just here to tell the truth. Social media has helped many things feel normal that should never be normal. Ike's rise just shows how easily abuse can be turned into entertainment. Girl Lala's death shows the real cost of that. Abuse is not love. Abuse is not passion. And it should never be defended, shared, or treated like content.
I agree. There's nothing funny about that. To me, there's nothing funny about war, violence. There's nothing funny about, especially domestic. There's nothing funny about crimes. There's nothing funny about it. I don't know what's so funny. Racism, what's so funny? I don't get. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't understand who watches this. Like, this is ridiculous to me. The fact that people watch this is very concerning.
That being said, let me introduce myself. Hi guys, my name is Jewel. Kindly like, share, subscribe, and if you love this video, I would love to see you next time and next week. That being said,
I gotta do the same for Dr. Death. My bad, ladies. I forgot to subscribe.
Get straight into this video. A viral star built on toxic drama.
Hi guys, it is January 2nd, 2026. As you can see,
Ikane, often known by the handle Big Ikane, is one of TikTok's most talked about creators, mostly because of how much of her personal life she puts online. She is in her mid-20s and has built a following of millions by sharing her relationship drama in real time. From the start, her content has always been loud, emotional, and very unfiltered. She began posting around 2020 and quickly realized that chaos pulled in views. Even after having multiple accounts banned, she kept coming back and rebuilding her audience, which only added to her notoriety. What really set Ikane apart was how she turned her relationship into something that people watched like a show. Her on and off relationship with her boyfriend Chris, who is also the father of her 2 children, played out
I believe they had a kid recently, if I'm not mistaken.
Publicly in front of thousands of viewers. Breakups, screaming matches, emotional breakdowns, and reunions were all broadcast live to millions and millions of people. People tuned in knowing things would probably go left, and that unpredictability became part of the appeal. Even people who criticized her admitted that the content was so hard to look away from.
What is funny about that? Like, look away from what? It's hard to look away from somebody macing somebody? Y'all, why a Kane done mace Chris? I'm on the floor. Laughing, 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 laughing. Who's watching this? That's what I need to know. What's the demographics of children? Like, it sounds like it looks very childish. Caught him putting in my spare key he stole or got made. I don't know. Into my door. I was wondering how he kept getting in, so I set up and waited on him. He literally gets invited over every day. Why would he need his own key to my house? I think that's what she wrote.
Better without you.
I just cooked up food over 8.
I somewhere to go. No.
I just cooked up for 3 hours. Mommy, go upstairs. Thank you. It's okay.
Damn. Weird ass shit.
I didn't even. I was just saying, just please everything. I didn't say that. Did I? Look how you acting in front of your kids. Relax.
And this is the sad part. The kids are going, this is not only documented, but the kids are living it in real time. And I know some people are saying, oh, well, it's just for views. Who would do this and traumatize their kids for views? Red flag. Why would you do that? But then when you're in a DV relationship, like I said, it is hard for you to realize that this is not normal. And even if you do, you're going to stay, especially in this kind of situation, because that's where they're making their money. She doesn't have a career, and it looks like he doesn't either. And so they have to keep this going. This is why I said that these social media platforms are dangerous, because if they are platforming people like that, then they have no reason to get off and stop doing what they're doing. They must keep it going. And then it becomes a battle of, okay, how bad can it get? Look at what happened with Girl La La. So if she decides that she no longer wants to deal with him, good luck. And this is the problem here, is that you're monetizing somebody who might end up 6 feet under in this kind of situation. I hate to say it like that. I hope she gets the help that she needs to, but she has too many people supporting and enabling for her to do so. It's too lucrative. 5.7 million followers, that means you're making pretty good money.
Like somebody back and be with you.
Why you just throw the food I just made?
Do I got a place? Do I got a crib to go to?
Oh my God.
You want to do
just
shit, but I don't got nowhere to go.
But you just
I
said
don't got no crib to go
leave.
to. Now let's get out.
You said I asked
But when I
you
get
to
a
be quiet. Why are you trying to do this?
Okay, we're gonna wrap this right up. Sorry, y'all. I can't finish watching this. It's a bit much for me. But what I can say, though, is, hold on, let's get to her talking here. And then we're going to wrap her right up. And then we'll watch a new segment about Girl La La La. But yeah, this is very disturbing, highly disturbing.
He like what I do. You just was watching me. We just was cooling. All right. Give me about 3-4 days, depending on shipping. All right.
Let me get my words together. Because, I actually have a lawyer. Unlike you bum ass bitches, I actually have a lawyer that told me what the fuck I can and can't say. Baby daddy broke my mirror off my car in my Dodge Journey. Fuck a mirror. He broke the whole thing off my car before I touched anything on his car.
Y'all see all the things, the join my team, all these things, that's people giving her pride, like money. Monetizing off of this. And not only that, but the live streams you do on TikTok, you can get people to buy stickers, all these things. That adds up.
Baby daddy broke everything off my car before I touched anything off his car. I bagged up. I waited till he pulled out. I followed him up 44th Street. We came into 44 from Braden Cameron to show you, which you will be in court when court come up. All this is public information. Christopher Douglas Smith Sr., if you want to look up the court cases. Christopher
Okay, here we go. Christopher Douglas Smith. Booking date, February 18, 2023. Release February 21st, 2023. Oh, congratulations. It's your 3-year anniversary of being incarcerated. Red flag. All right. So, 43 years old male. All right. Hey, you gave us his name. Might as well look it up. Curry County. Where is that? Oops, upper country. County. Oregon. Is that the same person? This might not be the same person. Okay, I'm so sorry, but yeah, Christopher Douglas, whoever this is, okay, you served your 3 years, the 3-year anniversary here. Okay, I don't know if it's the same person. Christopher Douglas Sr. Let me figure this out. Let me put E. Kane. Maybe that'll bring something up. State of Tennessee. Why is there so many? Oh, this is him right here. Okay, he's 31. My bad. I had the wrong Christopher Douglas. My bad. My bad. Whoever the other one was. I hope you've been doing very well and staying your ass out of trouble. All right, now for this one. Smith Christopher Douglas. Yeah, this is him. 31, black. Okay. 720 ILCS, domestic physical contact offense as cited. Look at him. Look at this. Look at this man. Look at this demonic man. Red flag. Why would anyone want to procreate with this? Look at that. Look at that. He is so angry. He can't even look at his eyes. This is ridiculous. Oh, boy. So now, this was him in jail. Here, somebody even put it on Instagram. I don't think okay, here. These are his mugshots, y'all. This is terrifying. This is terrifying. These are all of his mugshots. You can't, yeah, baby. It's time to go, baby. A man that ain't got nothing to lose will help you lose everything. 100%. Look at his mugshots, y'all. Look at all these. Look at all these. Look at this. This was recently 11/8/2025. This was just a few months ago. Hold up. We're going through all of these. First one was 1/15/14. 2014, y'all. 2014. Then the next one, 9/12/21. That's during COVID. Remember when she was getting famous? Like, she started 2020. 10/24/2019. Look at these photos. He's doing a photo shoot. He's modeling now at this point. Look at that yellow jacket. Look at that. 2019. Twice. So he got arrested October 24th and then October 5th. Domestic. So all of these are DV, assault. Oh, listen. Assault. MDOP. I don't know what that means. DV. That was 9/23/20. Disturbing the peace, DV again. 3/6/2023. And then we have 8/24/2014. Suspended or revoked license, assault. How many people did he assault? Then we have 3/16/2017. Oh boy. So he got arrested in August 2014 and in March of 2017 for the same exact thing. So his pattern is already there. Then we have 1/5/2022, 11/16/2022. 9/8/20, and then the most recent one, 11/8/2025. Total bond $100. And then look at him smiling. The glow up. Look at that. He cut his hair, and then now he has social media money. This is very, very disturbing, y'all. And I know some people are probably going to say, well, maybe she's documenting it because of, she wants to have proof and evidence for future. No, this is not the way to do it, sis. I'm so sorry. This is not the way to do it. Not the way to do it at all. And they're having a baby together, y'all. So she's pregnant. I think she was pregnant or is pregnant or had a baby. I'm not going to show these kids. I don't want to. She cut her hair bald. Who is this? I don't know. This is just really sad, y'all. And look, they're doing TikToks. They had the baby together. This was recently. You're tired. Here we go. So, all right, we're going to end it right here. Y'all go watch Jules' video if you want to see the rest of it. I think I'm done. I'm done at this point. But go check out the rest of her video, y'all, because all of this she was saying here, unfortunately, she is still with him. And, you know, sometimes what can you do, right? You're monetizing off of it. It gives you more of an incentive to stay. This is not helpful at all. Yeah, y'all go watch Jewel Amina's video about the rest of the video if y'all want to. Let's check Girl Lala, her news story here. Just really quickly, there's 1 minute here. So here we go. So this is Channel 10 News. This is a Florida news station. So
now an arrest has been made
here. All right.
In the death of a transgender woman in Lauderdale Lakes.
And Local 10's Brett
Oh,
Neese
damn,
says-
she from Lauderdale Lakes? Yo, that's really right around the corner from where I grew up. My goodness. Yeah, not far. Like maybe 10-minute drive.
Now an arrest has been made in the death of a transgender woman in Lauderdale Lakes.
And Local 10's Brett Neese is live in Fort Lauderdale with what we're learning about the suspect tonight. Brett.
And Calvin and Nicole, we're learning a lot of new details here at the 9 o'clock hour. Friends of this victim tell me that she and the suspect have been in a relationship for a couple of years, but they had a history of fighting and arguing. These same friends also tell me that they turned in what will likely be a key piece of evidence to investigators. It's video from a Tesla door camera that shows the final argument between the two and the shooting. Known for the different wigs she would wear, this is Maurice Harrison, a.k.a. Girl La La La.
Oh, real Girl La La La. What happened?
The TikToker had hundreds of thousands of followers on the platform. Friends and family tell us she was always smiling. But on Friday, this is where her life was cut short. Broward Sheriff's deputies say the 21-year-old and her boyfriend, Shanoid White Jr., were in an argument inside a car.
21. Sorry.
Friday, this is where her life was cut short. Broward Sheriff's deputies say the 21-year-old and her boyfriend, Shanoid White Jr., were in an argument inside a car in front of this home. They say he shot her multiple times. She was rushed to the hospital, where she was pronounced dead. White Jr. was in bond court on Sunday.
I'm finding probable cause, and I'm going to keep the no bond hold on Mr. White.
The family, too devastated for an interview, tells Local 10, quote, "As a family, we appreciate every prayer, kind thought, and gesture during our time of bereavement. Now, we are just praying that justice is served to the fullest degree." Sadly, this is not the first time that this family has dealt with a tragedy from gun violence. Just a little over a year ago, the victim's brother was also shot and killed. Meanwhile, White Jr. remains here in jail.
Where he belongs. And under it, might I add, red flag, you belong in the ether of hell with your daddy Satan. Now, let's watch another Florida news story since this has come up. Davie. Community mourns a student who was unalived, y'all. Similar situation. Let's continue. But except she's not on social media, but she was trying to get her life together. And look at what this demon did.
In the deadly shooting at the Aveda.
Not only that, there's another news story. Hold up. The Haitian couple. I never brought them up, but Lord, I might have to save it for another live stream. Haitian, I think her name was, what's her name? Oh my God, I watched her. Okay, I'm going to try to find the news story. Let's watch this one first. And then we're going to move on, y'all.
Institute in Davie, we're learning more about the victim, 20-year-old Eileen Martinez, and the man suspected of killing her. CBS News Miami's Joan Murray is your reporter in Davie with what the family wants the community to know about Eileen. Joan?
Well, it is now 2 days since this tragedy unfolded here at the Institute just off University Drive, and you can see behind me that friends and classmates continue to leave flowers here at the Institute. Now today, Davie police finally released an identity on the suspect, and we are also learning a little bit more about him. Music was her life, and her family said 20-year-old Eileen Martinez was studying cosmetology at the Aveda Institute to open her own salon and pursue her passion for performing. But that dream ended Wednesday when Martinez was shot to death in her car at the Institute. Police said her former boyfriend, 25-year-old Jose Orpi, killed her before turning the gun on himself. Orpy's family in Pembroke Pines did not want to comment. A memorial post online said his passing has left family, friends, and neighbors deeply saddened. Jose was known for his warmth, kindness, and unwavering dedication to those around him.
Red flag. So this is the reason why. This is it right here. That's what they had to say. They didn't even talk about her life. What happened to her? They're focused on their demon of a son who is exactly where he belongs. He was known for his warmth and kindness, right? He was such a warm, kind person, and he did this. When are we going to have these conversations, y'all? He was not warm and kind. He wasn't. I am so sorry. Maybe to you, but not to her. He was a demon. Let's start calling it what it really is. Y'all sitting here coddling and enabling. And then look how he's treating other folks outside. But you can't see it.
That picture difficult to reconcile for Eileen Martinez's devastated family.
Exactly.
Who say after she broke up with him last fall.
No condolences to her, by the way. Oh, it's all about, oh, he was such a warm person. Nothing for her. Nothing for her family. And y'all focus on him. This is exactly why he did what he did. I don't even need to know who he grew up around. I don't even need to know his parents. I don't need to know none of that because I already know by the statement. The statement alone spoke volumes.
He called her excessively, and recently she thought of changing her phone number. Martinez's family said, "We condemn the violence and stalking that led to this unimaginable loss. No parent should have to bury their child, and no one should ever live in fear for choosing to walk away from a relationship."
And I feel so sorry for her family. And I feel bad for her. She was young. She didn't understand. She didn't understand what she was dealing with and what she was under. Changing your phone number wouldn't have done a damn thing with somebody like him, unfortunately. And this is why, we have to have self-awareness. Not self-awareness for her. I'm saying I'm not victim shaming her at all. I'm saying we need to be aware of the signs. And we need to be aware of who you're encountering. You need to be aware of all of those things. And this is why I talk about patterns, childhood. I talk about family. This is why it matters. Listen to what his family had to say. They raised him. They're just like him, y'all. There's no difference. I promise.
Now, the Institute is supposed to reopen on Monday. As for Martinez, her family says arrangements are being made for her funeral.
Not only her. This was in Davie. Now, let's get to the Haitian couple. This was
reporting in Davie
before New Year. Or after New Year, sorry. Haitian couple. Here. It was in the man was a doctor, y'all. A doctor. No, it's not them. Hold on. Let me see if I can find. I don't know why it's not pasting. Hold on. Let me try to copy paste this. Haitian doctor, y'all, went to medical school. He was featured on a lot of channels and stuff. And then this is what he ended up. This is how his life ended, y'all. Being a demon too. Red flag.
News starts right now.
Up at 6 tonight, a one and only exclusive. A quiet Coconut Creek neighborhood suddenly becoming a crime scene.
Neighbors say they had just seen a family together during the holidays, and then days later, police swarmed the street. And tonight, we're showing you the moment officers rushed in, guns drawn, and what happened next would devastate an entire community.
Let's get right out to Local 10's Roy Ramos live at the scene with our exclusive top story. Roy?
Y'all want to know how I know about this story? Because, I grew up in Florida, right? Coconut Creek is not far from where I grew up. And I still have friends and family members out in Florida. And a friend from high school, a childhood friend, had posted this doctor. And I was like, oh, my God, I thought that something I thought that he passed away from natural causes, had cancer or something. Thank God I didn't like the picture. I almost did. I was like, dang, I feel bad. But then, I don't know, I think I forgot to like it, whatever, right? So now, come to find out, this man unalived his girl and then unalived himself. And they were sitting here sending pictures of this man as if he was a martyr. Unfortunately, this happens in a lot of communities. Thank God. I was like, oh, hell no. When I saw the full story, I was like, so y'all posted this man knowing damn well what he did? Because mind you, this wasn't even in the news yet, because news travels fast on Facebook, so people started posting. Here I am thinking that this man died of natural causes, and then look at what he was doing. Look at what he was up to, a whole damn doctor. Imagine the people's lives he could have saved if he had focused on that. Imagine the children he is no longer going to be there to grow, that no longer have their mother, because she had seen children prior to meeting him. They had one child, and I think she had 2 children from another relationship. You took her away from all of that, all because you couldn't handle your anger.
Nicole and Calvin, this is an incident that really caught this community off guard, and I say that because, as you mentioned, they just saw this family out and about during the holidays with their children. Just days later, tragedy would strike. Sirens blaring as cell phone video showed Coconut Creek police inside the Paloma Lakes neighborhood after officers said they responded to reports of shots fired early Saturday morning.
I just saw a whole row of cops this entire street. It must have been the entire Coconut Creek department.
Neighbors shared this video of officers with their guns drawn and SWAT surrounding a home in the 4800 block of Acadian Trail. For hours, they said they could hear police telling the people inside to come out.
They were just calling his name just to come outside of the house that he was under arrest.
Days after the response, we spotted shell casings from flash bangs, a shattered front glass door, and what appeared to be walls riddled with bullet holes. The unit still blocked off with crime scene tape after investigators say they'd ultimately find 34-year-old Jean-Dominique Forello dead after they said he shot and killed the mother of their 2-year-old son, then turned the gun on himself.
2-year-old. And what was a doctor doing with weapons? And then they said, oh, he was in the military, he had PTSD. Why didn't he get help for it? See, excuses. Everybody was making excuses for him because he's a doctor. Doctor in Creole. Whole time, I'm pretty sure he was enabled. This is the enabling behavior. You can't take no for an answer.
So the victim identifying her as 38-year-old Veludra Petival.
I always saw him, the kids. They didn't move here like a long time ago. I think it was like a couple months ago.
We learned Forello is listed as a 2024 graduate of the Broward Health Graduate Medical Education Program in Emergency Medicine. While his LinkedIn page lists him as a chief resident for the hospital, Broward Health said while he completed a portion of his medical training within our health system, that training concluded in 2024, and he has had no affiliation.
Oh, don't try to backtrack now. Oh, y'all trying to distance yourself away from him. Look at that.
With our organization since then. This as neighbors are still trying to grasp the unexpected tragedy that happened right next door to their homes.
We were sad, really, mainly for the little ones.
Beautiful woman, look at that. No, now they don't have their own.
And Coconut Creek police continue to investigate as to what led up to this tragedy.
Nothing. Whatever it was wasn't worth it. I promise you guys that. No matter what, it wasn't worth it. I can almost guarantee
that. That said, they say no arrests are...
He just snapped. Here we go. All right, I'm going to read a few comments. We're moving on, y'all. But I do want to do a members-only live stream about that because I want to get into real tea, like real situation as to what's going on with these demons walking on Earth. Apparently, he raped her. What? He did. I did not know that. You can't want better for someone that doesn't want better for themselves, sis. You said a word right here. That's what makes it so sad, is because you could clearly see they could do better, but they don't believe it. And unfortunately, people enable them. A lot of people enable that behavior. People heard her scream. I saw the beginning of that deep dive. That's crazy. Very crazy, y'all. Oh, okay, we're going to move on to more Project Esther. All right, let's talk about it, y'all. I'm going to finish this live stream at 7 my time. So that's 10 your time. We're definitely ending at 7 o'clock, so we got to speed this right along. Project Esther. So this is all connected, y'all, because the more that you see these kind of cases happen, it's because there's this, I guess I want to call it a shift, right? Women are starting to know better, do better, want to be better. And a lot of men aren't raised to see women in, one, a different light. And two, they're not used to people saying no to them. especially if you've been enabled and coddled your whole entire life. And so this is why when we were talking about colorism and the Dr. Daff interview, I can also relate it to now to what we're talking about here, because a lot of people and a lot of men, I will say especially men, they have grown up with mothers who enable them. We got to be honest about it. And sisters too. And so, and people around them, aunts, uncles, whoever, fathers, or they could care less about what's going on in the household. And so now when you have this type of behavior, especially with these young men who need to be diagnosed, to be quite honest with you, a lot of them have undiagnosed mental health issues. They don't want to get help. They refuse to get help. And then you're supposed to be the anchor, the beacon, their new mommy. Because remember, they're going from mama's house to you, and they're supposed to be the providers. But that's not happening these days. Usually women are the provider and also the emotional caretakers. Let's be real. With a lot of men. Not all, but a lot. So now you're going to have these type of situations that the better you get in society, the more they're going to try to push you back into the dark ages. And so Project 2025, we talked about Project 2025 a bit. We touched on it in the members only live stream. But today we're going to talk about Project Esther. And this is the new situation that's going on here, because that's a whole nother, like from Project 2025, Project Esther is derived from it, and it's coming from the Heritage Foundation. So let's watch a few videos that I saw that were very alarming, and we're going to talk quickly about it. And this is not only an American thing, y'all. Like I said, if we do the news and we're American focused here, that's only because that's where it starts. If it starts in America, best believe it's trickling down in other places. I can almost guarantee that. Just only a matter of time. A lot of countries, as I said, are regressing towards more authoritarian ways and also controlling, because again, when you have a society who's losing control, especially the men in the society, if they're losing control, they're going to do whatever they can to keep that power. It's the same thing with when you have again, non-black people, we're starting to do better, starting to make different strides. There was a lot of diversity, equity, and inclusion, especially around after 2020, and now we're regressing right back, because again, the people who benefited the most out of it, they don't want that. And so you're going to see a lot of more of these situations happening, especially with this turd on in power. Scrolling. So let's watch this sister's video quickly. We're going to watch a few other videos. These videos are pretty short. And then we'll move on to Venus and Serena and other topics, and we're going to wrap this up in about 40 minutes. All right, let's watch this one.
Yep. Please do not get comfortable on this app. If you bank anywhere but a credit union, pull your money out now. Either get it in cash or transfer it to a credit union. Switch over your direct deposit. Anything that you get coming in, move it now. Do not panic. Panic doesn't do you any good. It's just time to get organized. I will help you. If you made it this far, leave a golden heart in the comments. Now send this to any other female person you know. Age doesn't matter. Get as much overtime and as much work as you can by now, even off to the side. If you can make it in cash, even better. Get to know your neighbors, especially the women. Start setting up exchange programs in your neighborhood. Get to know your local farmers. Do as much as you can right now as if you're preparing for the loss of employment.
I agree. And I've been saying that since last year, mind you. Get your house in order. I think I had a live stream called Get Your House in Order. I don't remember. I've been saying that for the past year or so, even before this maniac entered. It's just that time. You should be preparing. And I love how she said, yeah, we're not in fear. We're not scared. We're just prepared. Trust me, when you're prepared, you're not going to be scared. Because you already know you already have the resources already there. And when I say get prepared, it's like what she said, like just try to make extra income if you can. If you can't do that, try to, save money as much as possible. Don't spend all without any discretion. Be very wise about where your money is going. And please, for the love of God, don't have children if you can't afford them. Please, guys, please. Please, I promise it's not, I know it's easy for me to say, I get it. A lot of people be like, well, it's easy for you to say, I don't have kids for a reason. I don't have them for a reason, guys. And it's because of this. It's like when you have this kind of situation happening, you got to make sure you can take care of you and yours. And when I say you and yours, I'm talking about with the person you procreate with your husband. I would hope so. And you got to make sure that you guys can take care of your kids. He can provide for you and your children, and you can provide for your children in case he's not there. So there's a lot of layers that goes into it. But what I will say is that just be wiser about your choices. Please and thank you. Stop having these babies all willy-nilly for these dusties. Please and thank you. No matter what race they are. It's not just black men who are dusties. It's all types of dusties all over spectrums. I cover them all the damn time. Please. Okay, now about the credit union thing, that's up to you. I'm just playing this video as an informative thing. So y'all just let me know. I mean, you don't have to, but it's good to have your money in different places. That's what I do. I got at least 5-6 accounts. I know I'm crazy, but that's just me. You always got to have different sources, y'all. Resources.
Distinguish networks outside of social media. That means get on Signal, get on Telegram, and get each other's phone numbers. Start getting on those message boards. Print out a map of your community and your city. Track nearby and local bodies of water. And make sure you establish non-electronic forms of communication. Figure out non-electronic forms of food storage. Hit up Reject NOLA for Plan B and try to get your hands on mifepristone. Any men who pursue you romantically, ignore them.
Hey, I just said it. Listen. Listen. Again, we don't operate off the spirit of fear. So if you, because I met Dom during COVID. I told you guys that. So, hey, honey. I met Dom during COVID. So it was like when we were in the middle of a pandemic. So I'm not saying don't date. I'm just saying be careful who you date. And also make sure that you protect yourself. Please and thank you. Stop having babies by these bums. I'm really serious about that. And number 2, stop, dating men who exhibit the crazy, I don't want to say crazy, but these red flags. There are red flags galore. You can spot them right away, y'all. Even the way they talk about their childhood, there are so many red flags you can identify. And you got to be careful. So if you are out there, I'm not saying you can stop your life because you still got to live your life, right? But just live it wisely. So please, this is a time to be very protected. Very much so.
If you have a wife, no, you don't. If you have children, no, the fuck you don't. Get a year's worth of clothes that have a utilitarian purpose. This isn't just for America, by the way. This is for women everywhere. If you don't have a physical, non-digital skill, now's the time to learn it. And don't forget to pick up a second language. Get a copy of all official documentation, birth certificate, passport, license, ID.
You should already have that. So this one right here, no excuses. It doesn't take much to photocopy. I do here. You got to have them in different places. Matter of fact, my sister, she's really good with that. She always photocopies everyone's passports. And she's like, hey, give me a copy of it. Let me send the passport to my mom, whoever, so that they can have a copy too in case something happens. Y'all should be doing that regularly, even without this situation. Please.
Park your car in a garage. And if you don't have one, park it somewhere out of sight. If you're female, stop scrolling. Yep.
Okay. So that's her tips, y'all. Those are her tips, and I agree with a lot of them. Local farms, there are farmer markets everywhere. Start getting to know your neighborhood, neighbors. Start getting acquainted with different types of measures. Start saving and storing food, dry food, wet food, whatever you can. Start stocking up. Start stocking up because it's going to be a long winter. Okay, continuing. So we're gonna hear more about this Project 2020. Esther. Was it Project Esther? Sorry about that. All right, let's listen to this one here.
Want to charge you $17,000 if you don't get married and have a child by the time you're 30. I kid you not. Russell Vogt, Trump's head of the OMB, and his Heritage Foundation are proposing $17,000 in additional taxes if you don't get married and have a child. The Heritage Foundation spent 160 pages telling us that if women get an education, they're less likely to pop out kids. Yeah, I could have told them that. They say we can't legally ban women from getting an education, so we'll just make it economically more difficult. It says that since women get paid less anyway, it's probably a good idea for them to just skip higher education and a career and have babies right out of high school with men who are a lot older than them. They want to eliminate student loans because women carry most of that debt, and they want to give you a tax penalty if you marry too late. And then you'll get a bonus for every additional child you produce for the state. And as a reminder, if you have a miscarriage, they'll deny you the care that you need to protect your health and your fertility. And they'll make sure that you don't have time off from work and you don't have any support and you're just completely on your own.
This falls in line with I'm telling you, it's all connected with the mortality rate for Black women when they give birth. It's as if this is purposefully planned. You would think, right? Because it doesn't make sense.
Their solution to make us have more babies. Good luck with that.
And when she said make us have more babies, she's right. She's talking about people like her. Just letting y'all know. That's what they want. That's what they want. Another video here. This is just information, y'all. Just sharing the information.
This grand plan this year to like get a second job to help pay off my credit card debt so that my credit score could go up so that I could, eventually get a better apartment and have like a good credit score for that. But now with like all this Project Esther stuff going on, talk about marriage camps. I'm hearing people talk about like raising the taxes and raising insurances for women who are single. I'm trying to figure out if it's even worth it to pay off my credit cards. Like, should I just be like closing out my accounts and just like pocketing all the money I can until like October and just leaving here?
She was sleeping the whole time, so she didn't eat yet. She didn't even eat anything today? No, not at all. She's too tired. Yeah, she's too tired from yesterday. I noticed that whenever she's really tired, she doesn't eat. Yeah.
Like, what is our plan? What are we doing? Where are we going? Are we going to Canada? Are we going to the Philippines? Like, what's the overall plan here? Because I'm not going to a marriage camp and I'm not getting married just to stay here. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing a lavender marriage.
Wait. So, okay. Sorry, I got interrupted really quickly. So, she first said that she's not gonna pay her credit card debt. I'm not giving financial information. I'm not a financial person. You're gonna do what works for you. I would recommend though that them bills, like I said, they still gonna be there. So if you gotta do minimum payments, you do what it do. Figure it out. But what I will say though is that when she said moving to Canada, moving to the Philippines, that's just temporary solution. You gotta think long term, and also like if you move to Canada, that's another can of worms because they're not accepting immigrations, right? I mean, the immigration numbers have dwindled. We're also going through our own issues. There are a lot of layoffs going on here too. And it may not be as easy as you think it is unless you have a skill that they require. So I know a lot of nurses are moving to Canada right now because we do need a lot of doctors, nurses, those type of healthcare professionals. Look it up, y'all. Y'all can look it up. There are a lot of people who are immigrating to Canada. There are different programs for them. You can look it up. But what I will say, though, is in the situation right now, because it's going to take you time to do that, and we don't know how much time you have. So you just got to start doing what the other sis said and stacking up as much as you can. If you got to pay minimum payments, then you're going to do that for a little bit and then keep going.
I'm not going out of the way to do those things. I don't know what to do. I'm ready to just get passports for me and my kid and get the F up out of here before things turn even more south than they already are. I had this grand plan this year to like get a second job to help pay off my credit card debt.
Sorry. So that was her, y'all, and she has a child. So that's another thing you have to worry about. Continuing, there's other videos about this Project Esther going on.
Time to pack your bags, they're trying to send you to a singles boot camp. The organization that will remain unnamed is currently petitioning the White House for a new initiative called Saving America by Saving the Family. Successful completion of the program would mean that couples are ready to walk down the aisle at a communal wedding by the end.
Why does this sound like some type of Mormon? No offense to my Mormon folks, but this sound like remember that guy, the ones that would marry off the Warren Jeffs. I remember that loser. They would have them marry off to multiple women. Like, why does this sound like communal weddings? This sounds like a cult, y'all. Oh my God, in Korea it's called Shishiji. I forgot the name. Cult in Korea. They used to have communal weddings. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Shishikaji? I forgot their name, y'all. Communal wedding. There was a whole expose on them. Korean cult. Here. Yeah, Unification Church. Here we go. That's what it was, y'all. Y'all could go watch it if you want to. They would do a whole bunch of communal weddings. That's what cults do. Religious cults do that. So it's very interesting that they are acting like a religious cult. Interesting. Who's the head of this F? We gonna find it here, y'all. This is scary, y'all. We're just getting started. America the Beautiful. My God. Never mind. They got black people on there. Time's up. Oh, red flag. They got us up. Oh, damn. I'm so sorry. I had said before, they just want it for people that look like you. I lied. They even got the black folks up in there. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God, this is bad. This is worse than I thought. Saving America by saving the family. Because it sounds like, you see how it sounds on the outside. It sounds very good. It sounds like, okay, you're saving the family. You're saving the children, feeding the children. Building a stronger America. My goodness. This is where they're getting all their talking points. Lord, look at that. They had them black folks all up in there. Who are these folks? Hold on. Y'all, we might need to do a deep dive. I might do a deep dive on these folks in another live stream. I need to see who. Reveal yourselves. Reveal yourselves. Hold on. Let's put Project Esther 2026. What is going on? Yep, it's by the Heritage Foundation. And mind you, okay, we're going to finish watching Sis's video, but this sounds like a cult, y'all. I know a cult when I see one. We need to do a deep... Okay, you know what? I need to write this down. We need a deep dive on cults. Deep dive on all of this. I might have to do a whole live case study on this because... Goodness gracious, I want to keep the balance. I still want to keep my main case studies entertaining because I know you need a distraction from all of this crazy ass mess. But at the same time, my live streams will be used for more deep dive case studies. We might have to do that because this is craziness.
The boot camp. The bride and groom would also be matched with a mentor couple to help them to navigate the highs and lows of early marriage. And don't forget to mention cold hard cash. They're offering couples $5,000 if they stay together. They're basically saying women are too picky. We'll just pick somebody for you.
5,000? That's not even enough to deal with a man. Red flag. That ain't enough money. That's not enough.
This is their solution to the male loneliness epidemic, just mandated by law. Instead of encouraging men to make themselves better catches for the woman that they want by increasing their earning potential, getting an education, being emotionally intelligent, not weaponizing their incompetence.
Oh, that's too difficult for them. You already know that, sis. They can't be bothered to be working hard because, they're babies. So they need somebody to do the work for them. Ain't that what they've been doing this whole damn time?
Being thoughtful, being kind, going
and of course not all. Because I got one staring at me right now. Yeah, but damn. Collectively, sorry.
Healing their past trauma instead of bettering the quality of the men in the dating.
No, I'm talking about collectively. You see, he said you talk about me. You know damn well I'm not talking about you. But yeah, this is craziness.
They're just gonna shrink it. I know you've tried it all. Bumble, Hinge, Tinder, plenty of fish. You tried meeting men in the wild. Girl, forget all that. Let the government find you a mate. Because everybody knows they care about your well-being, am I right? They're in your womb, they're in the classroom, they're in your bedroom.
And everybody's business but their own. Red flag. They could be all up in their business. Their marriages would be A-okay. But no, they rather be all up in yours. That's what they do.
They want to be in your marriage. Nothing says freedom like the government wanting to pick your life partner and the father of your children. They don't care about the quality of the marriage. They just care that you are married to a man that could hopefully keep you in line. They can't have these women out here thinking they can be whatever they want to be. We almost had a female president. Single ladies, it may be time to pack your bag.
Oh, Lord. Continuing, y'all. There's more.
White women, they're coming for your uterus.
It's not just white women, sis. I thought it was them too. I apologize to my fellow white women. It's not just y'all, because look at this. What this look like. And she got locks. They're not playing, y'all. They said as natural as possible. They didn't even have a sister they made sure it was look at that. All natural children, natural father, natural mother. She got locks, y'all. Blonde locks at that. Did they know that their picture was going to be used for this propaganda? I need to know. It's not just the white women, sis. I was sorely mistaken, but we'll still watch your video.
They are going to try to make you have sex with these white men and produce them lots of white babies. There is a growing policy movement, a policy plan, published, in fact, from the same people who gave us Project 2025 and Project Esther. That's right, the Heritage Foundation, that claims that they want to restore the American family. And this plan focuses heavily on marriage, childbirth, and reversing the declining birth rates. But here's what they're not going to tell you. Here's the part they're not going to say out loud. When politicians start panicking about birth rates while actively attacking immigration, reproductive freedom, and non-Christian, non-traditional families, understand that this very quickly stops being about families and starts being about who they want to reproduce. And let's be very real. This country has always regulated women's bodies.
Okay, hold on. We're going to continue. Sorry.
Especially during moments of racial anxiety. Enslaved black women were forced to reproduce. Indigenous women were sterilized. And white women were pushed into being domestic so that they might secure the future. So no, you're not protected because you're white, because you're conservative, or because you're married. History says otherwise, and those systems do not love women. They use women. And when you having bodily autonomy conflicts with their demographic goals, baby, you lose. So this is not about love. This is not about families. And this is not about helping people thrive and survive. This is demographic control and racial panic. See, in this plan, they avoid saying white, but they instead say American. However, history tells us exactly who these systems were built to...
Sis, I hate to break it to you, but I'm going to tell you exactly why they have a black person up in here. Black couple. Because their America cannot exist without somebody laboring for them. I got to be honest. We got to be honest, y'all. So when they put black people up here, black Americans specifically, they are sending a message. You coming along with us by choice or by force. And I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because this is egregious. Red flag. Where the Hispanic folks at? Nope. Nowhere to be found. Indian? Nope. Asian? Nope. They put your ass right here. They said you are the new face with us. Together, collectively. That's how we started. That's how we ended. Native Americans, where are you? I don't know. But why is it is very interesting to me that there's a whole black family right here. I didn't expect to see this. This is crazy. So when they're thinking about this beautiful America, they can't do it by themselves. They know they can't. They need you. Your labor. So it's like, okay, you guys are accepted into the fold here. This is how we started. That's how we started. We gonna start like that. Keep y'all here. We need y'all here. The frick is going on here? Hold on, I need to see more pictures. I don't see no Hispanic families here. Nothing. I just see white folks and black folks. Look at this one with his hair looking like that. Red flag. Cut it all off. And then look at this. White. That's what I'm saying. White family right here. Forefathers. You see, that's what I'm saying. They're trying to take it right back to where it started in the slavery days when they took us out the continent. That's what they want. This is craziness. Okay, let's continue watching what sis had to say. All I see is, look at that. Look at the demographics here. I don't see nobody else. This should be scary, y'all.
Serve. And we know that the Heritage Foundation and Project Align policies are openly and heavily obsessed with declining birth rates, with declining marital rates, and with traditional Christian value families, nuclear families, heterosexual, white Christian families. Y'all aren't making them enough white babies to ensure a white future for America, and they are terrified. You are not marrying these white men nor making them enough white babies to ensure a white future for white America.
Yeah, and notice they are making it very clear that they want you to be with somebody who looks like you. And so Dom and I, we don't count here. You're too interracial. We need this right here. This is get it going.
So they're coming for your uterus. Sure, it may not say it's by force now, but history tells us it usually is. White women, we need you to understand that patriarchy does not offer you power, nor does it offer you its loyalty. It simply offers you proximity to the illusion of power until you're no longer of use. White women, they're coming for your uterus.
Okay, so thank you, sis, for the announcement, because, Lord, we got more, y'all. Just a few more, and then we wrapping it. Well, not yet, because I got Venus and Serena done. All right, so here we go. We got 2 more.
So you guys can make them more white babies. Because I know they're not talking about me. The Heritage Foundation is...
They're talking about you, sis. Sound the alarm. Ring, ring, ring. Remember I told y'all I'm very loud. Where my bell at? I'm like that little kid that was ringing the alarm. The peoples are coming. The peoples are coming. They talking about you too, sis. Disclaimer, this is not just for white women. It's for black women too. They got your face all up in here. Right there. They made it. Listen, this is how I know they made it very clear. You got to look at the imagery here. They put the American flag first. This was by design, guys. This is very strategic. We're just getting started. America the Beautiful. Watch the video. We're going to watch the video after. And then look right there. Who's that? You are there. They don't want it. They don't want this new world without us. It would be too hard. They need you there. And y'all know what they need us for. Servitude. You already know what it is. This is what it was like in the olden days. They had black people work labor for us. They want it back to how it was, y'all. So please stop this rhetoric that is only white women. No, you're in there too. Look at the website. That's very clear to me. And then look. And then look. And then look. And then notice here, even in the picture where the kid is being whatever, bullying, you just see a black kid and a white kid. I don't see nobody else here. Look at that. Look at that. Oh boy.
Billions of our dollars to camps to get people to basically like speed date and get married by the end of these camps. Their goals, they literally say, are to have more men and women from graduation of high school to have kids and be married and settle down. They want the birth rate to go back up. They want more white babies. No way they're talking about my kind of people. About
why are we so y'all? I was drinking the Kool-Aid. I was like, they ain't talking about us until I looked at the website. Go on the website, y'all. Go on the website. Go on there. Here, it's more than enough. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. Let's hear what you gotta say. Sis, stop it. It includes you.
We don't want women to have jobs, any careers anymore, because we need them to focus on the family, the home. That is the crux of the American society. It's all about this guise of family. Talking like you're Vin Diesel from Fast and Furious. Mind you, this is all because of the fact that they need workers. Because if you're going to deport and take out so many people from this country, they need their workers. And
who's going to be the workers? Y'all let me know. Riddle me this. This is like the other time where I asked you guys. I had 2 riddles today. Riddle me this. Let's make this mathematical equation make sense. With the first one, I asked them. I said, remember the ladies who were talking about colorism, this, da-da-da. And I said, well, who's having the babies with the colorists? If we're all aligned and we're all one accord and we're all women's rights and women's solidarity, then who the hell's having these babies with these colorists? Nobody could answer that question. Now, I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about them. Now here, riddle me this. You're getting rid of all of these immigrants. You're getting rid of everybody. Then who's supposed to do the labor? Riddle me that. Who's doing it? Because it's not their asses. They're going to sit comfortably at home in the mansions. And like, remember how I told you, DT, if you were in the members only, he was 18 years old when the Civil Rights Act was enacted. So he grew up probably having a maid or 2 that looked like me. He was used to that. Oh, yeah, I remember I was large and in charge at that time. My maid would do everything for me. My man, we barely paid pennies on the dollar. They were scared of us. They feared us.
Birth rate is so low. And also for their agenda, because there's not a lot of white babies. Like, white women are not having babies like they used to have babies anymore. So scary and weird because, like, not even being subtle about it anymore. They're not even being subtle. In fact, they were saying they're going to tax single people $17,000 a year after the age of 30 if they don't have children.
They're building camps.
So wait, what about married people who don't have kids? Then what? Are we considered that too? Because I'm not having no damn kid. I don't give a damn. Tax me all you want to. You don't have to put me in jail. I'm not having kids if I don't want to. So how are they going to force this to happen? What about women with infertility issues? Have they fixed that too? Like, have they figured that out? Or do they have a treatment all of a sudden? They're giving us this crappy ass food. What about people who have infertility who can't actually physically have children? Then what are you going to do? What about people who have hysterectomies? What are you going to do then? What's going on here? This is why this plan's stupid. But then, of course, you know, you already know how I feel about those folks who come up with these type of plans. They have no type of brain cells.
Primary testing ground for a new marriage-first economy. It's not just a suggestion. It's a massive shift in how your tax dollars are spent. The state is already using $23 million in federal funds to integrate marriage incentives directly into programs like TANF and jobs. A new report from the Heritage Foundation advocates for shifting $280 billion to prioritize married couples while cutting benefits like Head Start for unwed households. There is even a push for an executive order requiring every federal grant to be measured by one question: does it help or harm the traditional nuclear family? The goal is to use financial sticks to force marriage. This includes the proposed Make Marriage Great Again Act, which would make it significantly more expensive to be single or cohabiting than to be legally wed. Throughout 2026, taxes and insurance premiums for single people are expected to rise. Officials are now framing single-parent households as a national crisis. This is the government using your data and your wallet to decide what your family should look like. Stay informed because these changes are already hitting the ground in states like ours.
So North Dakota already started. There's a pilot. Whew, Lord. 2026 can't get any worse, y'all. Here we go. We got one more of this. A look at Project Esther and Trump's approach to combat anti-Semitism on campus. And this was published July 28th of 2025. So last year. All right. 6 minutes. PBS News Hour. We'll watch a little bit of it. Let's speed this right up because I gotta speed this up. 1.2. And I'm going to read a few comments after we finish this segment.
Administration has launched numerous investigations into colleges and universities and withheld billions of dollars in funding, accusing the schools of not doing enough to combat anti-Semitism on campus. About 60 schools have been notified of possible investigations. Last week, Columbia University settled with the administration in a major deal that could be a blueprint for other battles with other schools. Ali Rogan looked into one of the key players behind the administration's approach.
This is all part of a broader push that the White House says is meant to get elite schools to better address anti-Semitism. But how did this effort start? To help answer that question, we're joined by Arno Rosenfeld, an enterprise reporter for The Forward, where he's also the author of the Anti-Semitism Decoded newsletter. Arno, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, how does this administration define anti-Semitism, and how is it that it's become so central?
Hold on, this ain't got nothing to do with Project Esther. Where Project Esther at? I'm so sorry, folks. All right, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, this might be better. We need Project Esther. Okay, we might have to do Joy Reid. Okay, this was 33 minutes. We can't watch all of it. I think I'm going to park this for next week. Let's listen to this real quick because it's short. I'm going to park the Joy Reid interview next week and this one too next week because we got to talk about that. This is getting really ridiculous.
Project 2025 is the blueprint on how to transition the American system of government into an autocracy. Project Esther is the means to do it. And what it is, what they claim it is, I should say, and I want to be very clear what they claim versus what it is they claim it is a national strategy to combat anti-Semitism throughout the country, that they believe it is a national priority to combat anti-Semitism. And they label everything that is not essentially conservative as the Hamas support network. And then they go through systematically on how to attack those organizations to essentially eradicate, quote unquote, anti-Semitism from the United States government. They claim that our colleges and universities are rife with anti-Semitism, that they're filled with foreign money, and that our universities should be defunded until that is properly addressed.
Oh, that's where that came from. Okay, my bad. I had turned off that news story. Okay, we'll address it next week.
I can rightfully say how many universities at this point have had their funding cut. Had Harvard, Columbia, UCLA system, the UC system in California have all been threatened or have had funding cut for quote unquote anti-Semitism. But what's stark about it is that what they're cutting isn't money to the Middle East programs. It's for cancer research. It's for robotics. It's for artificial intelligence. And to which I say, that is not, if the issue is what's being taught in the Middle East studies, what is being taught there, what does canceling cancer research do to protect me as a Jew?
Okay, so we're gonna park it here for Project Esther, y'all, because there's a lot to unpack here. And look at the fertility crisis. So even us in Canada, we have the same issue. There's a drop in fertility rates. Let's talk about, there's only 2 minutes. We're gonna watch this real quick, and then we'll get into the Venus and Serena story because I put that in the thumbnail.
From Statistics Canada shows a sharp decline in fertility rates.
So this is not just the U.S.,
Back
it's
in
worldwide.
2023, Canada joined, quote, ultra low fertility countries like Japan, South Korea, and Switzerland. And this new data is offering insight into why. CTV's Harrison Shin joins us now to break down the numbers. So Harrison, what does this data say?
Well, Marilee, the downward trend in fertility rates started in 2009 when it slid minus 1.6%. That accelerated to minus 6.9% in 2022, with 2023 at minus 5.2%. It's generally accepted women need to have 2.1 children on average to maintain a country's position.
But guess what? There's a reason why people are not having kids. We talked about it a bit. We touched on it, but we'll touch on it tomorrow, next week, because I'll do a specific stream for Project Esther alone. We're gonna really deep dive into it. I need answers, because I need to know why they got people that look like me right here. I thought this we wasn't part of the plan. Why are we here? Why is my sis here? Why is my brother here? Why are we here? That's what I need to know. Okay, so let's finish watching that quickly. The reason why you guys already know, but we'll touch upon it next week.
As of 2024, that number in Canada was 1.25. The survey finds that close to 1 in 4 Canadian women in their 40s do not have children, and that varied proportionally by age group. For the 30s, 43.2% of women do not have children.
By choice.
While 88.5% of all women in their 20s were childless. Lori Wilkinson, a sociology professor at University of Manitoba, says there are many reasons behind the trend, including the cost of living.
And I'm not the only one, y'all. I know many people who have decided not to do it.
It's incredibly expensive to raise a child from 0 to 18. And increasingly, right, we're spending money on our children well into their 20s to help them get through any kind of training or even just getting into the labor market.
Not only that, but the government's not helping you that much. You're paying like $1,000 something. I know daycares in my area is like at least $1,200 and up 1,000 and more a month. That's a bill, y'all. That's a whole car note. That could be a car note and then
Wilkinson
some.
adds the StatsCan data makes it clear couples are more likely than single people to have children. This is true across all the age groups. Women who practice religion are also more likely to have children according to the data. And in general, there is a higher proportion of women without children among university graduates and those employed.
That is true. I check off that box. So we'll touch more upon that next week. And we're going to watch the Joy Reid show next week because of time. Let's move on to Venus and Serena. Let me read a few comments before we move on. You said that's how Meghan Markle's parents got married. The Moonies? Stop it. Oh, that's news to me. Okay, I need to add that. Let me add that to the stream for next weekend. We going to dig up on Meghan Markle's history. You said the blacks, yeah, all up in there. Black men do not want anyone saying they have to marry black women. Well, the Heritage Foundation has made it abundantly clear, not just black women, black natural women with locks. They done made sure you had the locks and all. They said you need to look as ethnically black as possible so we could drive the point home. They want the black family, the black nuclear family together, y'all. They don't want y'all dating out. They like, we tired of this race mixing nonsense. We're done with that. All right. One more comment. Let's see here. Oh, Aaliyah's here. Hey, sis. You said, so they trying to take us back to the 50s. Hell no. They been. It's okay, Rosa. You can catch the replay whenever you can. I leave them up forever. You can catch it next year if you want to. So now let's get to lighthearted topics. I know it's such a crazy topic, y'all. Let's get to Serena and Venus. It's only 10 minutes, so it's not that long. And then after that, we're gonna play the palette cleansers, and then we out for tonight. We gotta wrap this right up.
I'm very, very happy and excited because it's like a dream come true for me.
And she's going to notarize it on the spot, and it's going to be official, and you're not getting out of this.
Wait, someone recommended for me to watch this yesterday. One of, someone on the replay. Was it this, sis? I hope this is what it was. Hold on, let me look. Serena. Oh, sorry, Venus. Sorry, wrong one. Venus Williams. Venus and Serena. Let's put Venus, Serena, and what's her name? Her husband's name? Sorry, Andre? What's his dang on name? Andrea? That's his name? Oh, yeah, Andrea. Okay. I hope this is what you were talking about, sis. Whoever recommended it to me. Podcast. Okay, this might be it. I hope it's it. Yeah, it is it. Oh, this is the full episode? Okay, this is the episode. Yeah. Okay, so this is it. Wedding episode. Okay, this must be it. It's got to be this one because I don't see nothing else. Okay, we're going to watch it. Even with all the music, Lord, the music is kind of a little loud, but that's okay. All right, let's watch it.
Venus is changing. She's changed the landscape of tennis. Yes. She's changed fashion in tennis. Yes. And I promise you, she is changing fashion in wedding. We're in love. I always tell them that. We're in love. We're in love. We're in love. Hey everyone, welcome to Stockton Street Podcast. We are here literally.
Wait, this is craziness. Serena has a podcast and it only has 5.9K subscribers. What's going on? What happened? As many followers as you have, red flag. Y'all should be supporting. Well, listen, I gotta watch this first before I support. Okay.
In the middle of a wedding, so there's a lot of activity happening. You might see a lot of things going on, but we wanted to bring you to this very special podcast to talk about a wedding, a very special wedding near and dear to my heart of my very special sister, Venus, and her amazing, very special husband, Andrea. Welcome to the Pretties.
Yes, thank you.
And you'll see in the background people walking by, servers getting ready, the whole thing. So you guys are here with us. So Venus and Andrea, how does it feel to be married? Well, yeah, I mean, we are married because we had a ceremony in Italy, but now we're putting it on paper.
She looks gorgeous, by the way. She's so pretty.
Which we're doing here, and we went to the courthouse yesterday, which was so beautiful to get our marriage license. And every state's different. So I think when you got married, you signed at the location. Like it was crazy. You signed. We didn't realize we had to do it. Signed when you got married, right? Yeah. We signed at the courthouse.
Serena, how did you not know you had to do it? Red flag. You know you have to get a marriage license to make it legal, or else it's just a religious, symbolic ceremony.
I wasn't expecting that. I thought you had to sign today. So it was super emotional. No, we signed I think a day before at the house that we were staying in. Okay. Yeah. So we're still, you have to notarize it because, guys, Serena's a notary. So she's going to be our notary. Yeah. And she's going to notarize it on the spot. And it's going to be official. And you're not getting out of this. So what about you? How does it feel to be married?
I'm very, very happy and excited because it's like a dream come true for me. It's like a
Of course it is. Oh, we know. We got your number when I did that live stream. But this is an update, y'all. Updated clip.
Feel like enclosed like a circle of life, but it's just the beginning. Mm. And married is a beautiful soul, and sweetheart is the most amazing thing that could happen in my life.
So it was always Andrea's dream to be married. It was? You've always wanted to be married?
Yeah, it's true, yeah, because I have a big example in my life about my aunt and my uncle. You need family to grow up like their kids, with all those values. And so that's my example of family. Grow up together, respect, and grow up the kids together. So I know we are in a moment in the world where everything goes so fast and people run away from weddings, from like commitment and the words that they give, the vows, you know. So I know there's a hard job today. It's get married. So this is our work today.
And Venus, you never was your dream to get married, was it?
I mean, I felt like eventually I would get married because it happens, but I was on the path to nowhere.
Nowhere.
I
can confirm.
Path to the club, path to foolishness, whatever you can think of, but not married.
I love a Cinderella story. I always wanted to be married. Love is like my love language, and love is like my thing.
Isn't she a Cancer? Hold up. Serena, what's your sign again? I think she's a Cancer. Serena Williams. Sorry. Is she a Libra? Hold on. September 26th? And I think Venus was the Gemini. September 26th, Zodiac. I think she's a Libra. Oh, yeah, of course. That track, yeah. For my man, the Riders. I done told y'all Libras are the Riders. And Libra, Sagittarius, and what's the other one? The Cancers. There's another sign, Pisces. Oh, Lord. Okay, there's a few of y'all. Venus Williams. When's her birthday again? Wait, why isn't her? Oh, yeah, she's a Gemini. Okay. All right.
But so tell me, like, how did you, like, let's tell everyone, because I already know. So tell everyone how you guys met and how this happened.
Yeah, tell them.
We met in Milan at a fashion show. I ended up going to this Gucci show with you. I wasn't even supposed to go. It was like last minute, like the day before. And I was like, oh, okay, I may as well. And so we get to the show, and after the show, we're upstairs, and this guy comes over. My feet were hurting so bad. I was walking around like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, like, and I just got him off my feet, and I was breathing, like, oh my God. And then I was like, oh, he's coming over. Okay, dang, I gotta put my shoes back on. My feet hurt. In any case, I put them on, and it was like, that was it. And I didn't start
to talk.
We started to talk.
So you guys started talking. Because I was there too.
You were, so
but I
whole
feel
thing
like I was there. I was in a different area though. What was I doing?
You were busy. I know, you were doing selfies.
I don't know what I was. Taking pictures, content.
Yeah.
Okay, so then, and I remember
Lynn and I were together.
Okay.
My mom was there.
Lynn.
So he meets everybody first day.
Oh, wow.
It was so nice. Everything was so fast. But I think like we had a moment where we were looking at each other and we were
at the show.
At the show and what was happening. You know?
I didn't see you at the show.
No, at the show. At the after show. Yeah.
After the show. Yeah, so then he acted so normal and like texted me. He asked if we could have a call. And I was like,
wait, how did you get his...
Hold up. Because that was another story we found out from the Italian media.
Each other and we were
at the show.
At the show and what was happening. You know?
I didn't see you at the show.
No, at the show. At the after show. Yeah.
After the show. Yeah, so then he acted so normal and like texted me. He asked if we could have a call. And I was like,
wait, how did you get his number?
Oh, Lynn got his number.
Let's tell the truth.
Tell the story.
At a certain point, I asked her, do you want something to drink? She said no. So I asked her, do you want something to drink? She said, no, but maybe some water. So I went to the bar and got something to drink. Then Lynn arrived there and she said, can we share the number? Because I think like my sister likes you. So let's do like a...
She said that? She was supposed to be like, oh, she don't like you, but it's like me who wants a number.
No, she said the truth.
So you liked him when you saw him?
Yeah, so Lynn, whoever Lynn was, so it was accurate. That news story in Italy, they said that her sister, that's another sister of theirs, went up to him and said, she likes you, you should exchange numbers, making it easy for him. Red flag. Stop being so desperate for your family members. Let things take their natural course. If he had naturally asked her for her number, then this wouldn't be an issue. But it's the interference that's the problem for me.
I didn't know. I just thought
you liked him. You liked him.
I was so used to nothing. People acting so crazy that I just didn't imagine that it could really be a serious thing. But I said to Lynn, at least we can make a friend in Rome.
Yeah.
That's really kind of what I said. And I was like,
a good-looking friend in Rome.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but it became much more than that. And then he acted so normal. It was so weird because everybody's not acting normal in the dating market these days. And when he said,
she ain't lying. She ain't lying about that.
I would call you. I was like, what? People only text, in my opinion, these days. So the call is like, okay.
It was like normal. I'd call you and listen about your days, how you feel, what you were doing. It was something like normal and special at the same time.
I'm trying to figure out why they keep saying normal so many times. What are you trying to sell us, that this is normal? Like, if it's normal, we don't need to say it so many times. That's a red flag. Why so many times y'all saying normal? Yes, we know it's normal. You have normal conversations. You're normal human beings. But should we know something else? Because now that you said normal too many times, my spidey senses are tingling, and I'm like, is it supposed to be abnormal? Like, what's going on here?
Because we felt something in that moment, I guess, so...
Yeah, so then
Do you think it was love at first sight? I love love at first sight. I do believe in love at first sight. Of course.
We know. You're a Libra, Serena. Stop it. What sign is your man? That's what I need to know. Alex Ohanian. What's his sign again? April 24th. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Is he in Aries? I think he's an Aries, yo. Oh, Taurus! Oh, boy. Okay. But, I mean, he treats her well. I told y'all they're a family member. Oh, Lord, they got a whole other dictatorship side. We talked about them last week. Okay, continuing.
Colpo di fulmine.
Is that how you say love at first sight?
Yeah.
Strike of lightning.
Colpo di fulmine, yes. For me was, yes.
Wow. Yeah. Then he's like, I want to come see you. And I'm like, what? People don't make the effort to come see you, you know.
Especially out of Italy.
Only the ones you don't like really want to come. And the ones you do like, they like don't want to do anything. You're like, okay, I don't like, you know.
Venus gives me that she's just so shocked that he gave her more than the bare minimum. This is sad, yo. This is very sad.
I forget about people who don't like me. You know, you're not into me. I'm not going to like pine after you. I forget because you're not on my mind. In any case, he came to London and, you know, met everybody the first day. Wow. And I was like, you know, and I'm now at this age, I don't have anything to hide. You know?
And what age is that?
Well,
at this age.
Look it up on Wikipedia if you want to. But at this tender age that I am. In any case, you know, and the next day I was like, you know, I didn't have lunch with the family. I'm not going to not spend time with you guys. We're all together. I was like, listen, I got to have, you know, breakfast with my family. You want to come? You know, no pressure. And he's like, I want to come. And I thought, this is bold. He's surrounded by 5 powerful women. And he just handled himself. And, you know, we've been together ever since.
Yeah, but also because, like, we just met. So there was no problems to meet, like, the family, hang out, have, like, some talk with the family. And for me, it was something very normal, deep at the same time, but normal because we were not in a commitment yet. So, you know.
I was. So you weren't committed?
No, I was committed, but, like, you know. I wanted to meet your family, but I was not like under pressure.
So I loved you more first. What I love about
Oh no. Hold on, y'all. I gotta use the restroom. Honey, can I use the restroom real quick before you use the bathroom? Because you won't take forever. Are you in the bathroom? Okay, give me a second, y'all. Let me rewind. I'm rewinding it. Y'all gonna have to watch it again because I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
That was it. And I didn't
start to talk.
We started to talk.
So you guys started talking because I was there too.
You were, so
but I feel like I was there. I was in a different area though. What was I doing?
You were busy. I know you were doing selfies.
I don't know what I was. Taking pictures, content.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I remember.
And Lynn and I were together.
Okay.
My mom was there.
Lynn.
So he meets everybody first day.
Oh wow.
It was so nice. Everything was so fast, but I think like we had a moment where we were looking at each other and we were
at the show.
At the show and what was happening. You know?
I didn't see you at the show.
No, at the show, at the after show. Yeah.
After the show. Yeah. So then he acted so normal and like texted me. He asked if we could have a call, and I was like,
wait, how did you get his number?
Oh, Lynn got his number.
Let's tell the truth.
Tell the story.
At a certain point, I asked her, do you want something to drink? She said no. So I asked her, do you want something to drink? She said no, but maybe some water. So I went to the bar and get something to drink. Then Lynn arrived there and she said, you know, can we share the number? Because I think like my sister likes you. So let's do like a
She said that. She was just supposed to be like, oh, she don't like you, but it's like me who wants a number.
No, she said the truth.
So you liked him when you saw him?
I didn't know. I just thought
you liked him. You liked him.
I was so used to nothing, people acting so crazy that I just didn't imagine that it could really be a serious thing. But I said to Lynn, at least we can make a friend in Rome.
Yeah.
That's really kind of what I said. And I was like,
a good-looking friend in Rome.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but it became much more than that. And then he acted so normal. It was so weird because everybody's not acting normal in the dating market these days. And when he said, I want to call you, I was like, what? People only text, in my opinion, these days. So the call is like, okay.
It was like normal. Call you and listen about your days, how you feel, what you were doing. It was something like normal and special at the same time because we felt something in that moment.
Yeah.
Again, so.
Yeah, so then he...
Do you think it was love at first sight? I love love at first sight. I do believe in love at first sight. Of course, I'm like, girl.
Colpo di fulmine.
Is that how you say love at first sight?
Yeah. Strike of lightning.
Colpo di fulmine, yes. For me, it was, yes.
Wow. Yeah. Then he's like, I want to come see you. And I'm like, what? People don't make the effort to come see you,
Especially out of Italy.
Only the ones you don't like really want to come. And the ones you do like, they like, don't want to do anything. Like, okay, I don't like, I forget about people who don't like me. You're not into me. I'm not going to like pine after you. I forget because you're not on my mind. In any case, he came to London and... met everybody the first day.
Wow. Hey, let's fast forward.
At this age. Look, on the next day, I was like, no pressure. And he's like, I want to come. And I thought, this is bold. He's surrounded by 5 powerful women. And he just handled himself. And, we've been together ever since.
Yeah, but also because, like, we just met. So there was no problems to meet, like, the family, hang out, have, like, some talk with the family. And for me, it was something very normal, deep at the same time, but normal because we were not in a commitment yet. So,
I was. So you weren't committed?
So we were not in a commitment yet. Then she said, I was. Sis, you should have just, why did you have to say that, Venus? You ain't had to tell us. Red flag. Hey, Mimi. Oh, y'all, yeah. That's why I wanted to rush and finish everything. Don't play with me. Get over here. Hold on, y'all. She want to play. Okay, let's finish. Let's wrap this right up. Y'all, so I made the mistake and I fed her beef yesterday because she kept looking at me with them little eyes of hers while I was cooking my beef. I made it unseasoned, of course, for her. And Dom thinks that I have led to her only wanting beef now because she didn't want to eat her doggy food today. I don't know. I got to figure this out, y'all. That was a mistake. Y'all let me know if y'all feed y'all dogs human food. I just gave it to her as a treat, and now she can't get enough of beef. Okay, let's continue watching. And then she just ate now, so that's why she's acting a little crazy right now. Okay, let's speed this up, y'all. We got to wrap this up.
No, I was committed, but like, you know, I wanted to meet your family, but I was not like under pressure.
So he's not under pressure, and he wasn't as committed. Interesting.
I loved you more first.
I loved you more first.
What I love about...
And notice, he said yes. What they...
We were not in a commitment yet, so, you know.
I was. So you weren't committed?
No, I was committed, but like, you know, I wanted to meet your family, but I was not like under pressure.
So I loved you more first. What I love...
Red flag! He said, you saw that? I loved you more first. What the fuck? Sis, I would have... Serena, sis, this did not need to be published. It really didn't. You could have cut that part out. Why did you leave that part in there?
Love about Andrea is that he's a real family guy. He's a real family. Yeah, and I love how he always wants to be involved in the family, and even with me and my family and our kids and all of us, our four. He always wants to be involved, and you know, it's really nice to see that. We grew up so family oriented, you know, and so to find. Well, some people are intimidated by that. Oh, wow, your family.
Serena, you need better makeup. What is going on with your makeup? This is craziness. This is alarming.
This is too much.
I was, you know, when people were making fun of you and stuff, I was defending you here, but why does your makeup look all ashy?
Like they don't like it. It's like, oh God, yeah. You know, so it's like when you marry
her, it doesn't even match her skin tone. What is going on here? Venus's makeup is on point. Serena's makeup looks crazy. Is she bleaching? No, she's not. I think that's just makeup.
Venus, or you can marry.
She's wearing too much. The makeup doesn't match her.
You marry the family. Yeah, you know, marry anyone's family, and that's why I always tell people when you get married.
Why didn't you use Venus's makeup artist? Red flag. Okay, shut up. I'm gonna shut up, y'all. Let's watch this.
So you're thinking about a relationship for eternity is about good family, good values, has a job. People have to work. So if they don't work, you know, it could present a problem depending on your situation, but those are the three most important things. Of course, attraction has to be there, but you can be attracted to someone because of their family, their values, and because they take care of themselves. So those are Do you think that's just for you, or just should be more?
I
think
that's
values. You know, if you have the same values, same spiritual values, same, you know, good family. If you're marrying into a family that's going to be chaotic and tough, it's going to affect you. Those are so important. And then if someone refuses to work, that could be a lot of pressure. You know, so finance really can be stressful.
Look at his face when she talked about work. Hold up. Look at his face.
You know, good family. If you're marrying into a family that's going to be chaotic and tough, it's going to affect you. Those are so important. And then if someone refuses to work,
if someone refuses to work, y'all see his face.
That could be a lot of pressure. You know, so finance really can.
Look at that side. What you mean by don't work? Wait, what does that work? Can you define that for me? Red flag. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the body language here. We're not even okay. Listen, we're not even gonna let her talk. Look at his body language. Same values, you know, good family. If you're marrying, you see he's listening intently. I know English is a second language, so I'm not taking that away from him. But look, refuses to work. Look at that side. Look at that. Look at that side. All right, sir.
If you have the same values, same spiritual values, same, you know, good family. If you're marrying into a family that's going to be chaotic and tough, it's going to affect you. Those are so important. And then if someone refuses to work, that could be a lot of pressure. You know, so finance really can be stressful. So those are the big three. And if you're focused on attraction, you're not ready to get married.
But your family is incredible, because you make me feel like from the first time, like part of it.
Okay, that's great. What about your family? I'm tired of hearing about Venus and Serena's family and you spending time with their family. What about yours? I need to hear about that.
And I always felt safe with all of you girls. With Isha, you, Lynn, and after a bit also with your mom, she treated me like a son. So it's very easy to stay around you girls and stay around the kids, the girls. They're so lovely. And for me, it's very easy because this is what I always wanted from my family and always what I was wishing for. Yeah. So taking care of my family, taking care of your family is the same to me.
One thing I don't know if everyone out there knows, Andrea is Italian. So how is that? Like, Venus, do you speak Italian? Like how do you guys communicate? Yeah, I'm working on my Italian, but we speak English. I need to make a better effort.
But she speaks very well Italian.
She's not giving herself credit. Tell her how much people, how much Italian she speaks.
That's true. And she can read in Italian. She can write in Italian.
I can read real good. You can write in Italian?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
A lot.
Yeah, you can write real good. Yeah. But yeah,
I can speak Italian too.
But it's different to speak and to read and to write.
But you can speak and you understand very well.
But that's, you know, anyway.
I know, that's true.
I can't even say anything because I know how to speak, read and write in Korean, and my speaking is abysmal. But we need to work on that, Venus. We got to get better for our men here. Well, mine more than yours. I don't know about yours right now. I saw his history with that other lady, the Carla lady. Was that her name? I don't remember. Well, he was crashing out. But all right, let's finish watching. So far, I like that he said so we could take care of what he said, my family and your family. Okay, mi casa y su casa. That's what he's on.
I'm a linguist. I love languages. I love languages. Yeah. It's like my forte is languages.
It's also one of the easiest language to learn. You know, like from the Latinian language.
Yeah. I think it's easy in the beginning, but as you start to dive in, it gets harder. It gets hard because you flip the.
He's lying as hell. The Spanish is supposed to be easier, not no damn Italian. Oh, no offense to my Italians out there.
Verbs and stuff. Yeah, it gets intense. You know, I feel just added e on there, emozione. So you just kind of sometimes I just guess and it works. I'm like, oh, let's talk a little bit about the proposal because we still have a wedding to get to. So how did that happen? By the way, I knew it was. I don't know. I have this feeling thing, and I feel things, and I just was like, I just knew it was happening when you were like, oh, we're gonna go somewhere. I'm like, okay, that's a proposal. I did because we always go places. You don't feel anything though. But yeah, I'm a robot. You know this. I knew it, and I was waiting on the call. So tell everyone else about the proposal and how it happened.
On our free time, I like to organize always like, we call them gite. So some adventure. 2-3 days of adventure and go like discover new places, museums around Italy. Like
that's nice. Okay, I think that's very nice of him to do that. That's actually really romantic.
Around the world. And
you lost me at museums, but we'd make a good brother-in-law then.
Yeah. And I thought it can be the right place at the right moment to propose. The only problem was that the ring was not arriving. So I had to wait like 2 months. And we went to
so you went to propose earlier?
I went to propose earlier, yes. Before Christmas. It was before Christmas, but then the ring didn't arrive. It was not ready yet because it was like homemade and whatever. And I wanted like that, to look like that. So I had to wait. So we wait after Christmas. But she was working, so I had to find the right time, right moment, right place. And everything was set up. We arrived to this amazing place. And I was dreaming about to do something under the stars. Very simple, under the stars, with amazing view, simple in Tuscany in Italy. But it was raining. That day, it was raining. It was like a rainstorm. So I say, oh, no, I didn't prepare plan B. But at a certain point, God, thank you, blow up everything. And it was full of the stars. And at a certain point, you can sit rest.
Yeah, so we went out on this patio, the room that he got, and then he said, you want me to tell you my dreams? Or what was it? I love these type of things. Yeah, and then and so he said, you want me to tell you in English or Italian? I said Italian. So he was like behind me, and he was telling me all these things, like, oh,
wish list with the stars,
yes.
Look at the stars.
Can you wish on a star? And then he turned me around, and then he was down on his knees. I was not prepared. I was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I was like jumping. And then he was like, is it yes or no?
Yeah, it was like 10 minute dances like this.
Are you serious? Yeah, and I was so happy. And it was just like a dream. It was just such a dreamy moment and a dreamy time.
And she said, I want to say that to my family. I can't wait to say that to my sister. We have a group and everything. Yeah, tomorrow morning. Yeah. And we're so excited. I think it was like, we both wanted. Also, if she didn't expect that in that moment, but I felt that she wanted.
Well, I always thought that women should be a part of the plan and the proposal. Why should you have to wait for someone to decide when your life is changing? But he didn't want to do that. He wanted it to be a surprise. I said, okay. So it's nice to be.
Venus likes to be head honcho. Sis, you're gonna have to learn how to balance that. Okay, you're trying to be in the middle of everything. Yeah, and he's already younger than you, so he should step up even more, in my opinion.
Surprised, but I still think that, oh my God, I want to be totally surprised. I don't want to know. I want to just be like, walk in there and change my life. But I think there's a lot of women who are waiting to get the proposal, and it makes you crazier and desperater, more desperate. And so just because of that, I think that, if you don't want to wait, you shouldn't have to. I think there's two ways. I never knew you felt that way. I'm totally the Cinderella girl that wants to wait and just wants to be surprised. And I just want the whole romantic story that I was fed as a child. Now, is that right? Actually, I don't think it's right.
No, that's why you were with Drake and Common for so long, Serena. You ain't had to tell us. Thankfully, you met Alex. Thank God. But okay. Anyways, keep going.
Right, but that's just what I was fed. So
I agree that all the women deserve to have a huge surprise. It's a man thing, to propose and to get the ring, to choose the ring, the place, the moment.
Right. We kept our engagement private as long as we could, which was about a day. And I was so sad that someone took a picture and put it on the internet because I hadn't even had a chance to tell Dad. I wanted to tell him in person. I was just crying. So it is hard to navigate, that public space. And
you couldn't have told him that night, Venus. Please, you already know you were in public. The paparazzi was probably there. You could have called your daddy Richard, because y'all know I watched the movie King Richard. You could have called him up right after, made a whole family FaceTime call, sis. You already know. Please, stop blaming the paparazzi for doing their damn jobs.
We got engaged on January 31st, but, I didn't want to post. I just wanted to protect our relationship, have privacy. But I finally posted last month. And people went crazy. And they're like, hey, congrats. I'm like, we've been engaged a while. We're actually married, even though not in the eyes of the law. But it was I just wanted to, share because the pictures were so nice. And I was looking, I was like, oh, we got to share a little something. Yeah. Well, I am the law in this wedding. Because like you said, I am a notary. One unknown fact about me, I am a notary. And so I will be stamping those papers today, officially. Yeah. But I never wanted a wedding. I thought weddings were dumb. I was such a jerk. I would tell my friends, I'd be like, if you get married, I won't be there. I don't like weddings. And then he said, no, I want a wedding. And I was like, okay. And I said, you have to walk down the aisle. Let's walk together. He said, no, you're walking towards me. So
is that an air sign thing? Because I also didn't want a big wedding. I just like smaller weddings. I like just the close people close to you, have a nice vacation while you're getting married. I prefer destination weddings, to be quite honest with you. But his family was pushing for it. So I was like, God damn, I gotta do it. But if it were up to me, I would have had an intimate wedding. I really feel like it's unnecessary to spend that money. I'll be honest, but I get it. It's for the memories. It's for, it's for the memories, and also for kind of like your parents to transition you off. But personally speaking, it's a lot of money.
We ended up not having many weddings. This is our second wedding, but it's a different feel, right?
Yeah.
It's a different feel. It's just as beautiful, actually. Even though Italy is an incredible place, somehow it's still just as amazing here, right? It's just different, but just as amazing.
It's different. I feel like I loved Italy. I love Italy, but I feel like this is more, I don't know, more fun is a word? I don't know, because Italy was a lot of fun.
We had time to, the fun went longer. So our wedding started on Monday. Maybe
that's what it
Serena
is.
made an amazing gift to give us a boat so we could go sailing on a yacht. Tuesday, we had the bridal shower here. We had dances and performances. Wednesday, we had a beautiful dinner. Andrea hosted everybody in Miami. Thursday, we had sports day and a pool party. We had pool parties every day. You could just come to the pool anytime during pool hours. Last night, we had an amazing band. We had the Michael Jackson experience and a wonderful dinner and cocktails for everybody. So we've been...
See, that's a lot of work. This is why I don't like weddings. Red flag. That's a lot of hosting right here. That's too much. You gotta host people. You have to talk to people you ain't seen in years. Then your parents trying to make you invite random ass people to your wedding that you haven't talked to in many years for the family. And then all of a sudden you gotta talk to people, blah 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 blah, do all this schmoozing, and you don't even get to eat that day. I didn't even get to eat my food. I didn't even get to eat my cake. I didn't get to do anything. All I did was walk around and smile, kiss babies, and walk in handbooks. That's it. That's all. One day cost us almost 15 grand. Red flag. Celebrating all, and I know theirs is way more than mine.
We're really tired, but it's been like a great reason to celebrate. An amazing journey.
Who said I love you first?
She said that.
I did.
Wait, what? Hold up.
Experience and a wonderful dinner.
Oh, now I see why sis recommended it to me. Oh, now I know why. Okay.
I tell everybody, so we've been celebrating all week. We're really tired, but it's been like a great reason to celebrate. An amazing journey.
Who said I love you first?
She said that.
I did.
Red flag. Why you had to say it like that? Oh no, wrap this interview up. So first, she was the one that was more committed, and then second, she said I love you first. And notice how he said she did. Yo, he's proud. He loves that. Oh, Venus, you're in for a rude awakening, sis. I'm so sorry. Oh, no. And then look at your sister hyping you up, the Libra. You listening to a Libra sister about love. I don't want to hear no Libra talk right now. I told y'all my mama's a Libra. So is Cardi B, Queen Naija. Need I say more? Y'all want? Okay, wait. No, because, I know I'm going to get some Libras in here mad, foaming at the mouth. It was Scorpio season. I've been whacking Scorpios this whole damn time. I forgot to add them to the rider list. Scorpios too. Libra women. Let's put celebrities. Hold up. Where we at? Where the hell are Kim Kardashian? Here we go. Hear me, we mother effing go. Cardi B, already said her. We got more. Hold on. Cameron D. Hold on. We got to make sure we got the right list here. Hold on. Matter of fact, what was it called? I forgot the name of that star. That's when I need to wrap this up. Libra women star. No. Celebrities. There was another page. Oh yeah, here, famous birthdays. There we go. Here we go. Jenna Ortega. Leah Jeffries. I don't know some of these folks. Let's go to the people I know. Hilary Duff. Bella Thorne. Kate Winslet. She passed away. Rest in peace. I ain't gonna say your name. Catherine Zeta-Jones. Okay. Millie Bobby Brown. Zendaya. All right. Cynthia Erivo. Margot Robbie. I don't know some of these folks. Marilyn Monroe. Oh boy. All right. And then I done told y'all about the melanated ones. Okay. Do I need to say more? Need I say more? The riders. Kim Kardashian riders. Red flag. All right, let's continue. You listening to your sister hype you up, and then she didn't even cut none of this out. Serena, what's going on here?
I don't want it to
Miami.
end.
I don't want it to
Thursday,
end.
we had sports day and a pool party. We had pool parties every day. You could just come to the pool anytime during pool hours. You know, last night we had an amazing.
By the way, one thing men will do is remind who was the one who chased who first. They will be the first ones to tell you. That's why you got to let them do the work.
And we had the Michael Jackson experience and at the wonderful dinner and cocktails for everybody. So we've been celebrating all week. We're really tired, but it's been like a great reason to celebrate. An amazing journey. Who said I love you first?
She said that.
I did actually. And you know, in Italian, there's like in Spanish, like ti quiero and also te amo. Two different kinds of love.
So did you say ti quiero or ti amo?
In Italian, ti amo and ti voglio bene. So I said ti voglio bene. And so, you know, it was interesting. I was going through a tough time when I met him. Like I had, you know, just found out that I needed kind of a major surgery on my uterus. And he really supported me.
No, baby.
He did. Yeah. 10 days after we met, you know, and I was so scared.
Trauma. Oh boy, here we go. Why are you eating my leaves, Mimi? Give it to me. Why is she eating from my plant? Poor plant. Oh, my mom's gonna kill me. She gave me that plant. Oh boy. Mimi, come back. Oh my god. Yeah, we gotta wrap this right up. Okay, we're gonna finish this, and then we'll show the palate cleanser.
I didn't want to scare you guys.
No, baby. I was not scared.
He was never afraid, and I just wanted to give up at one point, you know, because I got a lot of bad news, and I don't know. He was just helping me. I was at this internship. You know, I had an internship set up for myself.
You got fired from?
I got fired from. It's not my fault because I had surgery, but and I was, you know, it was a lot, and I just kind of fell off the map. I didn't mean to. So sorry.
So all this negativity was happening, and he was the beacon of light. Lord, ladies, stop doing that. Please have a clear mind, okay? Give it more time. Because he was your knight in shining armor. He was the hero. You know, men love a good damsel in distress. I done talked about that so many times in the Remy Ma case study. It was the same thing. She was going through her legal problems, and then Papoose was there. Oh yeah, showed up right up at the right time, and look at how that ended. Do not be the damsel in distress, y'all. Look at that.
Sorry, Andrew, I love you. But I just, you know, I was in the office, you know, and I could just go to the doctor and I had the worst news. And I was just like, I'm a person that doesn't sit still or just wallow, but I just went back to the office. I just like, what am I going to do? Sit and cry? And then we were talking and he asked me how the doctor.
Lean on your family members. Do not share that information with a man. I'm being honest because they will use it to their advantage. I don't care how good intentions if they have good intentions. If you have something going on, first of all, you should be focused on that instead of dating. But sometimes that does happen. You'll meet somebody by surprise, right? And mind you, she's going through all of this. And then remember her sister's like, give his number. And then she was going through surgery soon, right? Anyways, he was there during this distressing time. She said it was within 10 days of when they met. So you should have never told him none of that. You should have just kept it lighthearted. And maybe told him, oh yeah, I'm going to go in for surgery, but just keep it light. Oh, it's just a routine thing. Don't worry about it. Lean on your family and friends, the people who've known you the longest. Do not lean on a new love interest. I don't care what nobody says. You gotta be able to watch them, y'all, like a hawk. Because the problem is, yes, they can be a support, but then what's the intention? What's the motive? You gotta think about that too. And more often than not, whenever you're going through some type of vulnerable situation, I don't see it ending well. Like I told y'all, Remy Ma and Papoose, she was in all types of legal problems. And here he goes, saving the day.
Doctor's office went, and even though we had just met, and then at the end of the conversation, it was so natural, I just said, Ti voglio bene, and he said, Ti voglio bene. Like,
you see, she said, I love you naturally because she was under distress. In other circumstances, she would not have said Ti voglio bene. She would have been like, let me observe him more. Let me see what's going on. Let me see if I could identify her. She would have had a clearer mind. But because she was so thankful for the support, because now the thankfulness has turned into desperation. Like she needs him by her because he was there for her during her troubling era. You know, her times in need. This is problematic. I don't like this story, y'all. I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
Natural. So I said it first, but it was just an interesting circumstance, and he saw me straight through that. Straight through that.
Because I remember pictures of you at the hospital.
Yeah, I was so positive always because I was praying a lot. I felt like God was always with us, and I felt it was the right thing to do in the right moment, like to do the surgery.
And I know some people are gonna be like, "Oh, well, you know, you need to go through these situations because if you're a couple and this happens, it's like your first test after 10 days of meeting." I could understand if they had been together like a few months, 6 months, 10 months. They just met each other. He doesn't know her. Red flag. You don't know him. He don't know you. Lean on your family members. I would be singing a different tune if it were like 6 months, a year. Something like time had gone on enough. You guys were dating under different circumstances, and then situations happen. That happens. But this was right at the start. Oh yeah, I'm going in for uterus surgery. One, we don't even know if she's able to have kids, so that must have been really hard for her. And then on top of that, she's leaning on this complete stranger. You don't know him enough, sis.
With the right team, I felt the good vibes with this doctor, the surgeon. He's amazing.
And he made me go to my appointment because I had to get an iron infusion before the surgery.
She didn't want, and
I thought, why should I go? It's not,
I was so
this one doctor told me that,
yes.
he made me go. Anyway, I had such bad news from a couple of doctors that I just
So
thought.
now he gonna be her daddy, y'all. This is how it sets up. He gonna be telling her what to do, how to be. Remember, Papoose became Remy's manager right after. He was leading the charge, handling all the funds, and then look at what happened to her.
But I needed to get that iron infusion so I could have the surgery a few weeks later. And if I hadn't gotten it, I couldn't have had the surgery. Anyway, he made me go. And the rest is history, and we're here now in love. Yeah. We're in love. I always tell him that. We're in love. We're in love. We're in love.
Notice she's convincing him. Where he at? I didn't hear nothing about that. I just heard him say he's a family man. He takes care of family. He was attracted to her. Nothing about love. All that love commitment was her. Everything was her. And then look, we're in love. He didn't even say we're in love. He could have said that. He'd have been like, you know what? We're in love now. Da da da. He ain't saying none of that. His mouth is.
Made me go. Anyway, I had such bad news from a couple of doctors that I just thought. But I needed to get that iron infusion so I could have the surgery a few weeks later. And if I hadn't gotten it, I couldn't have had the surgery. Anyway, he made me go. And the rest is history, and we're here now in love. Yeah. We're in love. I always tell him that. We're in love. We're in love. We're in love.
Okay, we gotta wrap this up because I need to keep a mimosa coming.
Wrap it up, Libra. I'm tired of you, Serena.
Like out there.
Yeah, we actually have to get married. Our guests are coming.
Oh my God, we didn't talk about fashion. Let's give us 2 minutes to talk about fashion.
Okay.
Let's 2 minutes to talk about fashion because Venus is changing. She's changed the landscape of tennis.
Yes.
She's changed fashion in tennis. Yes. And I promise you, she is changing fashion in wedding. So let's talk about, and hopefully you'll have Vogue is doing a whole spread that hopefully get all, at least.
The spread's going to come out before the podcast.
Okay.
So please, it comes out the day after the wedding.
Let's talk about all the fashion and how you decided to have this. I wish I had done this for my wedding. Like, I wish I had done this for my wedding.
Well, Serena said, I wish you would have told me in 2017 you're going to have 2 weddings. And I'm like, what? Anyway, she's crazy. But what I do know, I just didn't want to pick one dress. So I started adding more events so that way I could wear more dresses. And because I attended Bridal Fashion Week by Instagram. So there's a Bridal Fashion Week, and when I saw that, I just started following and watching everything. And then the next thing I know, and today I'm wearing Alexandra Greco. And it reads like Point Georgia Courthouse. I wore Morley. And you're single for that long, you really want to celebrate just us.
It's really just about bringing.
It was about celebrating
to one dress. It's really a celebration of and wearing all the fashion. And I love fashion.
I was celebrating because also before I met Andrea, I was single for 6 years. I said, I'm going to have as much fun as I want to, but I'm not dating anyone until I find the right person. I don't want to waste my time because relationships take time and energy. And I just wanted to give my energy to me, unless it was serious. So, when you're single for that long, you really want to celebrate. And I am 45. So I've waited a long time to get married. And it was just a big way for me to celebrate. And thank you to all the designers and everybody. I couldn't even mention all the jewelry and the shoes, but love you guys.
Yeah. So my favorite part of the wedding, outside of the groom, Andrea, obviously, is the fashion. So
and the design. You'll see the design of the wedding. I'm so dialed into every piece. But you guys will see it all. We love you.
We got to go.
We got to get married.
We can talk about this forever, but we got to get these people married. I got to stamp those papers.
Yes.
So thank you and welcome to the family. And we love you. I love you so much.
I love you, honey, and we're in love.
We're in love.
So he could say I love you to Serena, but he ain't even say anything about love with Venus. Wrap this right up.
3 of us are in love.
Wrap this right up. Notice.
The groom, Andrea, obviously, is the fashion. So
and the design. You'll see the design of the wedding. I'm so dialed into it.
Who designed the wedding? He did?
He just celebrating. Thank you to all the designers and everybody. I couldn't even mention all the jewelry and the shoes, but love you guys.
Yeah. So my favorite part of the wedding, outside of the groom, Andrea, obviously, is the fashion. So
and the design. You'll see the design of the wedding. I'm so
okay, Andrea and the fashion.
Dialed into every piece. But you guys will see it all. We love you.
We gotta go.
We gotta get married.
We can talk about this forever, but we gotta get these people married. I gotta stamp those papers.
Yes.
So, thank you and welcome to the family. And we love you. I love you so much.
I love you, honey.
So she said, I love you so much. And he said, I love you to her sister.
We're in love.
We're in love. And she's saying, we're in love.
In love. The 3 of us are in love.
So then the 3 of us are in love. Right?
I gotta sign us off, guys. I gotta go get married. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, go get married, Venus. Good. Enjoy your wedding. Enjoy your moment. I hope that, my judgment is not right. And I hope you live happily ever after. But nothing good comes from a man who uses your vulnerable moment to get himself into and infiltrate you. All right, next. We're going to park this one for next week. My mom doesn't want sons to become baby daddies. We'll talk about that next week. Now, this is a palate cleanser. After everything we done been through tonight, this is only 2 minutes, y'all. Oh, no, we'll do that next week, too. 2 minutes. 2 minutes of your time, y'all.
A growing number of young Americans are choosing to have pets over children.
Hey, baby. You slept the day away. They're my family. They're my children.
As the fertility rate in the U.S. in 2024 hit a record low amid fears of economic...
This is why the Heritage Foundation is mad, because we want to have our pets. Come here, Vivi. This is my baby here. Hey, don't eat that. This is my baby. This is my baby right here. A lot of you guys have these babies here. This is why they're upset, because we would rather do this.
Economic instability. Some Americans are stepping outside the box with their family makeup.
My mom calls my dogs her grandchildren.
Raven McGregor, who lives in Atlanta, runs a popular Instagram page with her 2 bulldogs, Sunny and Zoe.
They are a part of the family, and we don't look at it
Now
as
want
if
Mimi
they
to
are
have her
pets.
own
They are
IG page. You
truly
gotta talk to her daddy. I got a lot of funny videos. Look at her biting me. Oh my goodness. Okay.
like
Mimi,
little,
no biting.
little kids with 4 legs.
For her, there is no difference between a furry kid and a human one. And she's not alone. 43% of Americans say they prefer to have a pet as their kid over human children, according to a recent Harris poll.
It was simple math right now. I'm already stretched
just
thin,
like Domino?
so adding that child, adding that burden is a barrier for me.
On TikTok, West Virginia native Sarah Morris showcases life with her fiance and
Black
their
and
2
Asian, I
cats,
should say,
Sunday
Black
and
and
Banana. But she says even the finite number of brand partnerships she gets in addition to her 9-to-5 as a flight attendant leaves little left over.
When people feel secure, they make long-term plans. When times of instability, they have to adapt. And adapting for us right now looks like shifting what the meaning of family looks like. Do you want to explain to people why you're in trouble?
Yeah, cause daycare. I paid you pay $42 a day for this one right here, and I work from home. But if I had to go and put my child in daycare, because again, with her, I just feed her. She kind of is a little autonomous, but with a baby, you can't do that. You gotta actually hold them. They crying, all that stuff. I gotta take a year off. Not only that, but don't even know if your job is gonna be waiting for you, because some people getting fired. We'll talk about that next week. And then the daycare down the street, we're gonna look at daycare prices, almost $1,000 versus 42. Even if I went 5 days a week, y'all. Hold on. Even if I went to work 5 days a week, let's say I went in office, I'm paying $42 a day. That's $210 times 4. That's $840. That's a lot of money still. But damn, it's still a little less.
Yeah.
Thank goodness I don't have to work every day. And you don't even have to take your dog to daycare. You can actually leave them at home. I just prefer not to leave her at home by herself. She's still too young.
15 of them, buddy.
I have 4 cats and I have 4 kids. And which one do you think is easier to take care of?
The cat!
Janie Budnick is the cat, or chief of all things for 4-legged kids, St. Louis's largest staff in-home pet care service. Budnick has seen the family dynamic between people with pets shift in the last 30 years.
Really, it's
but I ain't gonna lie, them vet bills, they be high, so you gotta save up for that. But it's still less expensive than having a kid. Get pet insurance. I pay $120 a month for mine, but it's gonna cover her 80%. I believe, no, 90%, 90%. I think it was. I gotta check. Anyways, I'll show y'all next week.
Shift of they are treated as children. If you do some of the comparison between what a healthy pet, what the expenses are during a year versus a healthy child, I mean, you can be 10 times plus.
A Brookings study from 2022 found that it costs about $300,000 to raise a child in the U.S. from birth through age 17, which includes basics like housing, food, clothing, and education. By comparison, pet costs were roughly $27,000 over 18 years.
What would be your advice to someone who doesn't know if an actual human kid or a pet kid is best for them?
If anyone has a hesitation about having a human child, please do not. You have to really be confident in yourself that that's the path that
she has 4 children. She's getting like, I'll trust a spiked hair lady. Look at her. She got 4 of them.
Want to take to bring a human into this world.
Marquise Francis, NBC News.
All right, that was our palate cleanser, y'all. Next week we'll watch China, because China, okay, actually we got, this one's 4 minutes. It's a little too much. China's the same thing, y'all. We done after this.
Country, China is now shrinking. The population in decline here for a 4th straight year, mainly because more Chinese couples are making a conscious choice to not have babies.
Damn, even in China, where the cost of living is way cheaper. What's going on, my Chinese folks?
Well, at least not human ones. Like people in their 20s and 30s in the U.S. and elsewhere, China's millennials and Gen Zs are often choosing a different path to parenting. doting on dogs, cats, and other cherished creatures.
Yeah, we're making a statement, you heritage fund. Take that. Yeah, y'all don't want to make daycare cheaper for us, then we just gonna get pets. We gonna keep getting pets. Keep playing with us. The mommy doggies, they don't have to worry about nothing. We gonna take care of your kin. Mimi's mom must be very happy. I'm feeding her very well, taking care of her very well. My parents keep asking, when you guys gonna have kids? I said, we got a daughter already. Play with it. Play with it.
Instead of children. Compared to raising kids, it costs less for a dog, she says.
Yeah.
It's more easy.
Lower our taxes, lower the grocery bills, make daycare way more affordable for everybody. And then we could talk. Then maybe. But until then, I'm on notice. I'm letting y'all know. This is my only baby, my only child. I will spoil her as such.
China's lowest birth rate on record, 5.6 per 1,000 people, coincides with an explosion in pet ownership here. The pet economy hit an estimated $113 billion last year. And by 2030, Goldman Sachs predicts that Chinese pets will outnumber Chinese toddlers 2-1. The reasons behind the decline in kids are in part economic, with rising unemployment, competitive pressures, and unaffordable housing. But the traditional view of marriage and family has also changed.
The younger generation, they started to realize, like, what if this is not the life I want?
Why are they wanting pets instead of kids?
Like, you have to think about their educations and their futures. But like my dog, as long as he's happy, his tail is like wagging every day, I'm good, you know?
The plunge is fueling a demographic crunch as China juggles an aging population. Fewer children will mean a smaller workforce in the future, putting the economy at risk. It was only a decade ago that China ended its one-child policy that imposed ruthless family planning rules to control population and punished couples who defied them. These days, the Communist Party is hyping for a baby boom, offering cash and incentives for 2 or 3 kids.
It's not enough. You got to do better, China, but at least they're offering. America, you're not offering enough. Talking about $5,000 to marry a man and stay married. Red flag, $5,000 where? What's that going to do for you? That's 1 month of bills, not even. Get out of here. Do better. We're going to need to rack up more funds. Stop playing with us.
Calling it a national
$5,000 if you stay married. $5,000 incentive. Please.
Priority. Even slapping a tax on contraceptives. None of it is moving the needle.
That's okay. Pull out whenever is your the ovulation time. You don't even have to do the pull out. Just don't have sex. Period. During that time. You got that 1 week window. Don't have sex whenever you know you ovulate and test yourselves.
It's not necessarily that there's a causal relationship between people turning to pets instead of children. But there is this general shift in how Chinese family looks like today versus a generation ago.
The shift, especially among China's urban women, is more than just a trend. It's a complete...
Oh, damn, they're going to the gym too? Uh-oh, what's going on? When people start going to the gym and getting healthier, your mind's just, okay, the men are also going to the gym. Everybody's going to the gym. Everybody's doing well.
Rewiring of social norms.
It's not decided by, by parents, like before. It's not like a traditional China anymore.
For Angela He, that has meant flexibility to change careers, open a gym, and still shop for her furry girl, Meitio.
I buy her a lot of clothes. She's so cute, She's so cute.
Yeah, they will rack up I bought her too many things.
Have also changed dramatically. Up until 2022, dogs were classified as livestock. Now Chinese dogs and cats are social media stars and getting pampered with niche services, including haircuts, massage, and dental care.
Yep, they are. I do all of the above. She gets treated very well in this house. Spoiled as hell.
Groomer
Thank you, Mimi's mama, for giving me my baby. Thank you.
Xuan says most of her customers feel if they can't provide the best life for a child, there's emotional value in raising a pet to ease loneliness and financial pressures and to feel loved while living solo. It's like being a mom without the pain, she says. a new take on family here that's altering the landscape and leading the pack. Janice Mackey-Frere, NBC News, Beijing.
Okay, y'all. Let me go to Timu and buy Mimi a dress. All right, y'all. I'm going to read a few comments. We out of here tonight. I done took up too much time. But thank you, y'all. Hi, Mimi. Okay, guys. He said, Romy said, wrap this up expeditiously. Yes, Sasha. Venus and Serena was getting on my damn nerves. Rosa, you said his energy is cold, not like someone smitten. I have my dream type of energy. Yeah, I agree. Hey, Prince, how are you, bruh? How you doing, brother? Da Vinci. Hey, how are you? All right, y'all. Trauma bonded, y'all. They was browned in trauma, y'all. All right, you said, has the current political climate changed your opinion on kids, or was it mostly affordability these days? That's a good question. Complicated. Oh, I like your name, Complicated. I would say it's not the political climate, to be quite honest with you. No, the political climate, yes, to a certain extent, but it's also affordability. Like, it's ridiculously unaffordable. Political climate didn't, like, it did shift my mindset a little bit more so because it's like, oh damn, we gotta prepare. Like, we gotta prepare for the worst case situation. It's mostly economic though. It's like, no matter how hard you try, you just can't get ahead. And then you have, like, you know, people trying to pressure you to have children, but it's too expensive. Like, we could barely, we are just basically, Dom and I, let's just say that we're good where we're at now, but if we add an extra mouth, it's gonna be way too much. And when you think about long term, like, taking care of a baby is not as complicated because they're a baby, but we got to think about activities for the kids. You got to think about what school the kid is gonna go to, their education. And I'm really a person who prides myself on that. And so I want to make sure that my kids have the best of the best. Especially if I'm going to be the one to usher them into this world, into this crazy ass world, then I want to make sure they're okay. And then also, Dom and I, we got married when we were 35. So we would have been older parents, regardless of if we have kids or not. We would have been older parents. And so chances are that we wouldn't be there for them in their long-term adulthood. And so we want to make sure to set them up really well. And if we can't do that, then we're not going to have kids. But at least I could do it with Mimi. At least I can do it with my dog. My baby girl, she gets the best life ever. I can afford her, or we can afford her, I should both say, but I'm her mommy. So, you know, I buy her, I spoil her, and her daddy, he spoils her too. We can afford her. We can afford to have her. We can, and I can afford her on my own too. So if something happened to Dom, I wouldn't have to worry about it. Everything that I have in this lifetime right now, if something were to happen to him, I would be okay. That's how we gotta want it, right? But if I have a child, that adds a lot more pressure, and we're just not where we want to be financially, where I would feel comfortable if something were to happen to Dom for me to take care of a child as a single mom. I'm just not comfortable with it. And that's financial, not because I would have a problem being a single mother. I'd be okay if I was like Jeannie Mai status. Then yeah, sign me. Well, don't sign me up with a GC. But what I'm saying is, if something like that would have happened to me, then I've been fine. But no, economically, nah. I'm not where I need to be, where I would want my child to have the best life possible. And I would want them to, I'm trying to break generational patterns, not put them into the patterns I already had. That's the difference, right? So I don't want them to be like me. I want them to be better than me. And in order to be better than me, I got to have more. And unfortunately, we don't have more to give to our kid yet. So we just going to have to resort to a baby puppy. Baby puppy. You said my parents were 43 and 55 when I was born. So these are very valid reasons. Yeah, because you're not going to be there. If I'm not going to be there emotionally, at least let me be there financially so you could be set. And I don't have to worry about you. And I wouldn't want my kid to be left here without us and then to have to survive and scratch and survive and ask, why did I bring them into this world? And no, I don't want that. I want them to have the best life possible, as much as possible. If I can prevent it from happening, well, damn it, I'll try my hardest. But anyways, have a good night, y'all. I got to get off. I'm signing out. Mimi's acting a muck right now, and she wants to eat human food. Oh God, we gotta train her into eating dog food again. All right, y'all. Have a good night. It was great talking to you guys, and see you on. I think I will do a Wednesday stream this week too. We'll see. Anyway, see you.